Synopsis. Minghan Wei's initialier staunch straightman butonda thien for one sof his fujoshi he gradually softened his rigid titus all vingen to an embrace chauffin you found identity. At the same time, a calming and affectionate algebra therapy under the same roof, further blurring the lines of his heterosexuality. Chapter 1. Mingchen. Yes. At the back of the classroom in the Skandire class do, a delicate Hello sprang to her feet in a state of panic. The classroom er up tiden lauter, a shirt desk matey took a either cool uniform trousers with a disapproving expression. It wasn't then that Minghan fully realized, and with a sheepish grin, she scratched her head and settled back into a seat. The historywriter at the podium adjusted his glasses, his youthful face flushed with a hint of shyness, looking innocently at the giggling students below. Class, please quiet down. It seems Mingchen may have been a finger nightmare. No matter, let's continue with the lesson. His voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid toasted let the students. Mingchen, with an exasperated smile, glanced at the historywriter a freshly graduated university student, wearing silver glasses, with a baby face that could easily have passed for a peer, coupled with argental verse that evoked no fear among the students, resulting in a rather relaxed classroom atmosphere. Leaning her head on her desk, she observed it to Karashi quickly attempted to lecture, from Mingchen novels to the love-hit entanglements of the great literary figures. Mingchen, what on earth did you dream about? A so startled, her inquisitive a friend beside her chimed in. At that moment, a boy in front hunted Aaron with Asla grin. You must have dreamt of that charming Yinming, right? Minghan led her at them, just as Theta cannot seat Hebentron suddenly cleared his throat with a serious expression. Mingchen, wouldn't you share out how some the social customs of Ming and King dynasties, anything related to host periods will do. Rising from her seat, the surrounding shadow diminished slightly, as the historywriter adjusted his glasses and elevated his voice. Class, please quiet down. The classroom did indeed become more subdued to his authoritative tone, with a playful gleam in her eyes. Mingchen mischievously evaded her classmates before boldly stating, in the Minghan Chindras, there was a saying the slender horsey of Yangzhou, the brotherhood of Mingzhong, the prevalence of millennial relationships was notable slender horsery to omen, showcasing a prevalent disdain for femininity, favoring women with flat chests and slender physiques those prone to collapse and Ramirez lap. Mingchen humorously scrutinized her classmates, declaring, so ladies from a class should up and done any ho pace of me travelling to Tatarori your splendid figures, you'd struggle immensely. The historywriter chuckled shyly, and Mingchen, catching this, cheerfully remarked, of course, the reary Thozu who poseth the idea of brotherhood, naturally whenever thrice existence, the will sober dissenting voices. By the way, teacher, what are our views on such relationships? Thegos and the class immediately focused intently on the bashful teacher, how blushed as he adjusted his glasses and smiled at Mingchen. Mingchen has stated it will worry thrice existence, their reary dissenting voices, yet if their existence carries its own rational, as long as it is not pathological, I believe that brotherhood holds no fundamental disapproval. Mingchen's excitement surged at this, then, teacher, how will you respond if a boy confessed his feelings to you? The tuckus fizzy deepened in shade, adjusting his glassy with ashy smile. I would inquire if he understands himself, if he truly comprehends his feelings and indeed are his affection for him, I would engage him thoughtfully. Does this mean that Akir would consider liking a boy? Mingchen guskied eagerly, eye sparkling. Thita Kerber came even Marie flustered, pushing up his glasses and waving his hand. I'll ready have some on special in me heart. Noticing the ring on his finger, Mingchen felt harp and gove disappointment sit down, her friend beside her sighed in exasperation, saying, you're courting death, if the old class master finds out, just wait and see. Mingchen chuckled as she sat back, leaning closer to a friend and rummaging indirtable, the girl nervously glanced at the sugar, as Mingchen so emerged with a hefty format comic anthology in hand. Careful, her friend exclaimed, snatching the comic away. Mingchen, be cautious. No worries, Mingchen proclaimed boldly, flipping through to boys low vemenger. Chi Ming, I'll take it the show mean to bring a toy out tomorrow. Just make sure your brother doesn't catch you with it. Chi Ming warned, her face filled with anxiety. Mingchen nodded enthusiastically, absorbed in hurrying. After a while, a hand suddenly snatched her comic, causing her to panic and spine around in a trash. Give it back. The homeroom teacher stood, stern-faced, clutching the comic. I've been observing you with the surveillance cameras for quite some time now. I simply didn't enter during class. Teacher. Atiego tostened. The homeroom teacher reprimanded her, I spear singing to her with an unmistakable authority. Ji Ming looked at Ming Ching with a heart weighed down by sympathy, Anders Ming Ching matched to the doorway in annoyance. The homeroom teacher followed your route, preparing to flip 30 commas in hand. Ming Ching rushed forward in a desperate attempt to reclaim it, but the homeroom teacher deft lies at a stepped, her expression stern. Ming Ching panicked, stammered, "Teacher, you must no tread that." At that moment, the history teacher approached, adjusting his glasses with argentless smile. "Miss Shear, is Ming Kinchin troubly gain?" "Mr. Gong, you wouldn't believe this child just spent an entire class reading Mingha during a lecture," Miss Zaya said with a huff, shooting Ming King a glare. Mr. Gong's militantly glancing between the comic and the pleading Ming Ching, unexpectedly, has stepped forward and snatched the comic from Ms. Zaya's hands. "I'll hold on to it for her," Mr. Gong said, his smile warm as shallow keyed at Ms. Shear. "She can her right back after she's a shirtist." Seeing Mr. Gong collector comic brought her sigh of relief to Ming Ching, Hoffa shed a sheepish smile. Ms. Zai shook her head in resignation, turning to return to the classroom as soon at her lecture. Mr. Gong leaned closer to Ming King and whispered softly, "Comber Theophi sief to cool." With a lyric over sign of defeat, she nodded, the anticipation of waiting alone in the classroom, positioner that falfed off the second floor, shackled clear lies of the students on the soakserfil during P.E. Her gaze remained fixed on those playing, but sudden Litha sprinted to the other side and Vinny shed from view, leaving her in Amarov Beredum. The sounds of the lesson faded into the background, when abrupt Liza Monotap beat her shoulder, causing her to jump and turn around to see a boy in sportswear, donning a black and white headband and cradling a suxer ball, at half-breath eye grinning as she skidina who shedden, and what trouble they found herself in this time. Rolling her eyes at them, she angrily replied, "What's it to you?" "Well, it do isn't kern me, but your brother say to come look for me to cool for a suxer match," the boy smirked, clearly pleased with himself. Ming King's eyes widened in alarm, turning to glare at them while a threatening softly, "Yun Meng, Daria say an other word. HMPH. Clenching her fist and striking a posier si Fred to fight, Young Meng glored freely, imint taekwondo club im not skirt off you. Seeing him beaming with confidence, Ming Ching sighed, "What do I want then?" Yun Meng lowered his verse, "Wait for me after show." Ming Ching was momentarily taken aback, watching him sprint up the stairs with the suxer ball, her facimer scoof exasperation, own lighter turn sharp lindel tutor stoutlet shriek. Ms. Zaya's Mercadather, well, being punished at standing has given you an opportunity to flirt with boys, has it not? No, Ming King hastily shook her, smiling nervously at the pest and visage of her teacher, "Has just a friend of my brother." "Goonin," Miss Zaya quipped with a knowing smile, "yesterday, your brother asked me if I were involved in any yearly romance." "Ho," Ming Chin exclaimed in astonishment, pulling that eyes on pleadingly, "Miss Shear, you're a thiepist. I promise that there is nothing. I'm very obedient. You wouldn't possibly tell my brother, would you?" Pouting won't help, Miss Zaya sagently, "If I pass your math exam this time, I will be forgiven, otherwise your brother will leave it to triar." Ming King grimaced slightly, while Ms. Zaya chuckled at their pitiful expression, turning to walk her way with a satisfying grin. "Durbist on the exams, all right?" Ming King leoned against Huel, exasperated. Chi Ming poppy dude from the classroom, wearing a sympathetic smile. "What's wrong? Wary out read net again?" "Yer, few a tough discouragement lingered throughout the afternoon, and as in a stuled out, Ming Ching stealthily snuck into the office. Mr. Gong shook his head either, and she immediately approached him, beaming like a good student, "Teacher." The moment you words left her lips, Ming King was taken aback to find Ms. Zai sitting there, her head lowered, reading Ming King's comic. Perturbed, Mr. Gong swiftly eyes at the comic from Ms. Zai's grasp, promptly shut into and returned into Ming Ching. Ming Ching, stunned, held enthusiastically, noticing the two boys' awkward smiles as Hagelin seed at each other, and hurriedly leaned forward to express her gratitude before escorting out of the office. Ms. Zai shot Mr. Gongers and Fullock, Gongling, "Can't you let me have just only Meriglans?" Adjusting his glassy with a scholarly flair, Mr. Gong replied, "Miss Shi, you read the homeroom teacher is it appropriate to indulge such material, besides, or in those pastiousness with which ye are already well acquainted, heaven is shed packing his belongings and Rosette Aliaf." Ms. Zai's lips twitched in exasperation as sighed deeply. Ming King fled from the office, her head down, hiding the comic, utterly unaware of the person waiting for her at the school gate. Suddenly, her wrist was seized, causing her to pull the zipper off her bag, fearing someone might spot the comic Yun Meng's panicked expression her face, curious about the contents of her bag. What precious item area hiding? Minghan grinned sheepishly, attempting to leave, but Yun Meng abruptly grabbed hold of her bag, causing her to stumble backward. He quickly lasted her shoulder. Mingqing turned around in irritation, while Yun Meng's gaze shifted to a commission corsity bisamon a moving through the crowd. Your brother. Mingqing swiftly turned back to see her brother being scrutinized by a horde of love-struck girls, and quickly ducked behind Yun Meng. Yun Meng sighed in defeat, casting her helpless grin at Minghan as she approached. Minghan, has Hebera with Marimani. You seem to know her quite well, Minghan remarked, looking at Mingqing with a mock menacing expression. If she doest pay up, I'll tell Mom about everything she's done new Heilishes being away. Mingqing panicked, casting a pitiful look at Yun Meng, who smiled ruefully. Minghan, how much does she weigh you? 300, Minghan replied seriously. Yun Meng sighed, quickly rummaging through his back to pull out 300 yuan, handing it over to Minghan. I'll pay it for her. Minghania Jirla accepted money, raising Genny Brian triumph fit Mingqing. Off you go. Children shouldn't be wandering around. Mingqing rolled his but quickly pleaded, brother, can you walk me home? Minghan hesitated, caught off guard by her sudden display of affection, while Yun Meng chuckled wily. Well, it must the totatoring missile fi canter compagnu back. Right, Minghan sighed, scratching a sheet in resignation. Afoya gaya rinhiao senior realish old atin semechitoring. Yun Meng nodded, and the sheet parted. Minghan wrapped her arm around Mingqing's shoulder, gleefully waving the cash. Rosia won't be in trouble for conning people like Ethis. Mingqing snatched a team from him, grinning broadly. Amona looking good for you, Mom's working over to me again. What are you going to eat without an amoni? I'll cook for you, Minghan replied earnestly. Mingqing scoffed, come on, is your cooking edible? Chapter 2 Minghan, return it to me, Mingqing exclaimed, trailing behind Minghan, her frustration palpable as her height prevented her from snatching the money from his grasp. Suddenly, someone seized her high ponytail from behind, prompting her to obediently halt and turn around, joyfully calling out, Mom, have you been quarreling with your brother again? Mingmar, with a gentle smile, her short, sleek hair and elegant white suit exuding the charm of a modern urban professional, inquired. Mingqing looked at them with a pitiful expression. He stole my money. Mingmar regarded the pair with a soft smile, while Minghan, mischievously sticking out his tongue, watched as Mingqing was playfully pushed into the house by their mother. Mingqing shot a glare at Minghan, who, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, observed the irate girl with a smirk. It's been a while since I saw my daughter. She seems to have lost her charm. What? Mingqing tossed her backpack aside, anxiously cradling her face in her hands. Is that true? Minghan, seated nearby, responded seriously, matching their mother's playful tone. Indeed, Mingqing glared at him, sulking as she sat down, persistently pinching her own cheeks. Mingmar, reclining sideways on the couch, watched the dejected girl with interest, saying, I was just teasing you. My daughter cannot possibly be unattractive. After all, a beautiful mother must have a daughter to match. Mingqing turned to her, sighing in exasperation. It must be because of the terrible food my brother cooks or the overwhelming amount of homework. I haven't been eating well, and with all that homework, I've become ugly. Minghan sat on the sofa across from her, grinning as he observed her grievances. By the way, Mingmar said, reclining on the sofa, her gaze tenderly fixed on Mingqing at her feet. Could you please pick someone up at the airport for me tomorrow? Why me? Mingqing protested, immediately displeased as she awaited Minghan's response. Your brother has the school opening ceremony tomorrow, and I have work, so it's only you left. Mingmar smiled triumphantly at Mingqing. Mingqing rolled her eyes in disdain and extended her hand. I have no money. Mingmar paused for a moment, then suddenly sat up, incredulous. Where's your money? I spent it, Mingqing retorted, staring at her mother's astonished face. Mom, you haven't given us any money since last month. Really? Mingmar scratched her head, chuckling as she looked at the siblings, quickly retrieving her bag. Oh, I must have forgotten since I was on a business trip last month. Mingmar took out her wallet, hesitated momentarily, then handed a card to Minghan, saying, just take this card, I'll transfer money into it regularly each month. The password is your birthdays. Minghan took the card, beaming with pride as he glanced at Mingqing, who looked momentarily surprised. She turned back to her mother and asked in astonishment, "What about me? Your brother will give you his share," Mingmar replied cheerfully. "Besides, he studies right next to your school and will pick you up after class every day. There's no need for you to have your own card, but what if he doesn't he give me any?" Mingqing looked at her mother with a pitiful expression. Mingmar paused. Smiling helplessly, "He won't yes your brother." Mingqing felt overwhelmed. She had heard the same response throughout her life, and all her protests fell flat. But what about the money for tomorrow's pickup? She lamented, extending her hand once more. Mingmar retrieved $200 bills from her wallet. Mingqing stared at her in disbelief, glancing at the woman who had just put away her wallet. "This isn't even as generous as Xiao Meng. What, have you been asking Yun Meng for money again?" Mingmar looked sternly at Mingqing. Mingqing quickly shook her head, nervously glancing at Minghan, who promptly nodded. "Right, she didn't he ask for anything. How could our Mingqing, such an upright and honorable person, do something so shameless?" Mingqing was at a loss for words. Mingmar glanced at her, then said seriously, "Just because someone is nice to you, it doesn't mean you should accept their kindness without hesitation." "Oh," Mingqing replied, shooting a glare at the smug person across from her. "By the way, tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, do not be late," Mingmar instructed. Mingqing nodded. "What's the phone number?" "Oh," Mingmar shook her head, looking troubled. Mingqing facepalmed. "What's the name?" "Luo." Mingmar scratched her head, seemingly having forgotten. Mingqing sighed, glancing at Minghan, who wore a bemused smile. Suddenly, Mingmar exclaimed excitedly, "Luo Mu, yes, Luo Mu, Luo Mu." Mingqing laughed incredulously, pondering how his parents must have thought to name him that. "Is it because they want to see the end of him?" Mingmar rolled her eyes. "They took his father's surname, so he has called Luo Mu." Mingqing stuck out her tongue. "Is he a boy or a girl?" "A boy, the same age as you, and he'll be in your class," Mingmar said, crossing her legs and looking at her phone. Mingqing's lips twitched. "I'm not going to pick him up." "Why not?" Mingmar raised her eyes, surprised by her sudden outburst. "I don't want him in our class." Mingqing pouted angrily. "Oh," Mingmar replied nonchalantly, glancing at Mingqing. "Are you afraid he'll tell on you?" As she remained silent, Mingmar smiled smugly. "You don't need to worry about that. Your homeroom teacher is your brother's good friend, so he won't tell on you." Mingqing was momentarily stunned. While Minghan grinned at her, Mingqing lay dejectedly on the sofa, throwing a childish tantrum. "I'm not picking him up. I don't want to." "Fine." Mingmar leaned back on the sofa. "If you don't pick him up, I won't let Yun Meng come over for dinner." Mingqing turned around, staring at her mother with disdain. "Mom, why does it matter if he comes over? Besides, aren't you embarrassed to deny a neighbor's child a meal?" "Why should I be embarrassed?" Mingmar shrugged, placing her phone on her lap, her expression serious as she said, "Don't you like Yun Meng? I won't let you see him." "Mom," Mingqing immediately panicked, "I don't like him. I'm just being nice because he is friends with my brother and we're neighbors, really not interested." Mingmar asked, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she studied the flustered Mingqing. Mingqing glared at her in frustration. "I don't like him at all. He is just a friend." "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Oh, is that so?" Mingmar asked slyly, waving her phone in front of Mingqing. "Then I'll play this recording for him tomorrow. You won't mind, right?" Mingqing tensed, reaching out to snatch the phone, but Mingmar quickly dodged, a triumphant smile on her face. "You will go to pick up Luo Mu tomorrow, and I'll hold onto this recording for you. It's just picking someone up. What's the big deal? I love picking people up." Mingqing huffed as she grabbed her backpack and stomped upstairs. Minghan turned to glance back, momentarily taken aback by the smug smile on their mother's face, his lips twitching involuntarily. "Mom, you really recorded it?" "Of course," Mingmar beamed, pausing for a moment before lowering her voice conspiratorially. "I'll send it to you later, then you can use it to threaten her." Minghan facepalmed, and as Mingmar proudly ascended the stairs with her phone, she sighed. Once a daughter grows up, she is hard to keep. Minghan felt embarrassed. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. The most beautiful mom, as Mingmar had indeed sent him the recording. He casually accepted and saved it, shrugging as he turned to head back to his room. The next day, Mingqing was home alone, feeling bored as she made a sign that read, "Luo Mu, your family is here to pick you up." After finishing the sign, she added a heart beside it. Just then, a notification popped up on her computer. Mingqing glanced at it, seeing the Qingmeng book fan group. ANID named the bookworm who loves you asked, Qingmeng, are you going to stop updating again? Mingqing was taken aback and quickly replied. No, the fan group immediately buzzed with excitement, each one asking questions faster than she could keep up. Author, when will the scum get their comeuppance? Is there a chance for a counterattack? Your brother is so handsome. Does he like guys? Is your brother the dominant or submissive type? Mingqing felt embarrassed. As a BL author, having a brother often led her fans to fantasize and demand stories about him. Just follow the story, and you'll find out, Mingqing replied. Mingqing's pen name was Qingmeng, and Yunmeng had once said, I can give you a character from my name to use as your pen name. Without waiting for him to suggest a character, she took the character Meng for herself. Yunmeng didn't refuse, he just smiled shyly. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang, startling Mingqing as she realized it was already 1:30. She hurriedly packed her things and dashed out of the house, just in time to encounter Yunmeng, who was heading out for tutoring. Where are you off to? Yunmeng approached, his eyes falling on the sign in her hand. Mingqing glanced down, then smiled. I'm picking up a friend for my mom. I heard he is going to stay with us for a while. Luomu? Yunmeng asked curiously, eyeing the sign. Mingqing nodded eagerly and turned towards the road, with Yunmeng trailing beside her, clearly intrigued. After a moment, he asked, is he a boy? Mingqing nodded, letting out a resigned sigh. He is the same age as me and will be in our class. Yunmeng chuckled, are you going alone to pick him up? Yeah, my brother has the school opening ceremony today, Mingqing replied disdainfully. I've come to realize that almost all school opening ceremonies are on weekends. Just so classes can begin on Monday. My brother's university must be quite rigorous. Yunmeng smiled. Your brother's university is a prestigious one. It must be tough to get in and likely quite demanding. Mingqing sighed, resigned to the fact that she would never excel in her exams. Yunmeng gazed at the person beside him with tenderness in his eyes, cheerfully proclaiming, it's all right, you can just hang out with your brother and me in the future. Mingqing turned back to him with a smile, asking, are you going to a tutoring class? Yunmeng nodded and then added, I'll accompany you to pick someone up. I don't particularly enjoy tutoring classes either. But how can that be? Mingqing asked anxiously. Your mother would have something to say about it. No worries, I'll handle it. Yunmeng replied with a playful grin. Besides, what if this Luomu turns out to be a weirdo? What if he bullies you? Mingqing felt a bit embarrassed. He is the son of my mom's friend. He shouldn't be like that. You can't be too sure, Yunmeng remarked seriously. Minghan probably only knows him as a friend's son. Beyond that, she knows little else. Mingqing paused, nodding slowly, and Yunmeng immediately asserted, so you must have me with you for safety. At that moment, Mingqing spotted a familiar vehicle approaching and waved frantically. Mom, I'm over here. Mom. Mingmar rolled down the car window, waved at Mingqing, and drove off without a second glance. Mingqing's lips twitched as she said slowly, that was my mom, right? Yunmeng nodded. And Mingqing grew agitated, exclaiming, my mom is being so unreasonable. As she pulled out her phone, a voice message from Mingmar arrived, prompting her to angrily tap on it. Mingqing, as long as Yunmeng accompanies you. Your mother won't fuss, Yunmeng paused, looking at the irate girl stuffing her phone into her bag with confusion. Mingqing looked up at him, quickly explaining, my mom might be a bit foolish. Yunmeng felt a bit embarrassed, chuckling lightly as he followed her. Chapter 3. At the airport entrance, Yunmeng stood with a sign, his face adorned with a look of melancholy, while Mingqing, holding binoculars from a previous concert, scanned the area. Mingqing, feeling helpless, observed Yunmeng's immobile stance with a poker face and urged, Yunmeng, could you at least wave your hand or shout a bit? Yunmeng scratched his head, smiling shyly, I'm not selling lamb skewers. Suddenly, Mingqing froze, eyes widening as a young man approached them, dragging a suitcase, his stylish hair parted neatly, dressed in a white t-shirt and black casual pants. With black sneakers adorning his feet, Yunmeng, seeing Mingqing's stunned expression, turned to the newcomer, brow furrowed, then shifted to block Mingqing's starstruck gaze. Mingqing immediately tugged him aside, peering curiously at the boy. The boy glanced at the sign Yunmeng was holding and, with a weary smile on his otherwise cold face, asked, are you Minghan's brother? No. Mingqing rushed forward, excitement bubbling as she looked up at the boy. I'm Mingqing, he is my friend who came with me to pick you up. Luo Mu paused, looking down at her, his gaze softening as he smiled shyly. Hello, Mingqing felt a blush creeping up her cheeks and gazed at him with longing. Asking, are you sure you're 17? Luo Mu momentarily froze, nodding in confusion. What's wrong? You're almost as tall as my brother, Mingqing muttered, a mix of awe and frustration. Yun Meng glanced at Mingqing with a complicated expression. While Luo Mu curiously observed Yun Meng, Mingqing quickly introduced, this is Yun Meng, we're neighbors. Hello, Luo Mu replied gracefully. Mingqing, entranced by the tall boy before her, inquired, how tall are you? 182 centimeters. He stated with an elegant smile. Yun Meng, standing nearby, feeling aggrieved, interjected, but I'm 183 centimeters. Mingqing promptly pulled Luo Mu aside, glaring at Yun Meng. He's a year younger than you and still taller. But I'll grow taller too, Yun Meng pouted, looking at Luo Mu with a forlorn expression. Luo Mu observed the exchange with a calm smile, commenting, you two seem to have a great bond. No, we're just neighbors, Mingqing hurriedly clarified, fearful of any misunderstanding from Luo Mu. Yun Meng shot her a resentful look, while Luo Mu simply smiled at their banter. With Luo Mu's arrival, Mingqing exhibited a particularly demure demeanor. Even her speech softened. From the moment they stepped into the airport, Yun Meng watched Mingqing's enthusiasm with a mix of admiration and envy. Upon returning home, Mingqing's animated demeanor only deepened Yun Meng's melancholy. Luo Mu sat patiently as Mingqing served fruit, placing it in front of him with a bashful smile. Go ahead, don't be shy, we'll be living together from now on. Yun Meng, sitting beside them, shot a resentful glance at Mingqing. What about me? Aren't you going to offer me any? Of course, eat, Mingqing replied, puzzled. What's the matter? Yun Meng sighed, looking at her with a forced smile. Turning to Luo Mu with hostility, make sure to eat well. Luo Mu looked momentarily taken aback, innocently munching away. Mingqing beamed at Luo Mu, her bashfulness contrasting with her desire to impress, which only deepened Yun Meng's sorrowful smile. Since you've arrived, I suppose I should head home now. All right, Mingqing remained oblivious to his unhappiness. Yun Meng, taken aback, observed the serious boy peeling an apple, as well as Mingqing, who stormed out with her backpack in a huff. Luo Mu looked at the boy still focused on his apple, chuckling helplessly. Mingqing lifted her head, curious about his unfinished thought. What? He seems to be upset, Luo Mu replied with a smile. Mingqing blinked. Puzzled, upset, what happened? Luo Mu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Mingqing handed him the apple she had peeled, explaining, my brother went out to a gathering, and my mom is working late, so, Mingqing smiled apologetically. That's why I ordered takeout. Luo Mu was caught off guard, then chuckled. Do you often order takeout? Mingqing grinned, shaking her head. Not really, I lead a very healthy lifestyle and don't always rely on takeout. Just then, the delivery arrived. Luo Mu stood up, smiling gentlemanly. I'll get it. Mingqing watched with starry eyes as he went to fetch the food. As Luo Mu stepped into the courtyard, he felt a chill as he caught sight of Yun Meng watching him from the neighboring balcony. Embarrassed, he hurriedly grabbed the takeout and returned indoors. Mingqing tidied up the table while Luo Mu unpacked the meal, gazing at her with warmth. Mingqing, feeling shy, sat before him as they exchanged pleasantries. After dinner, Mingqing opened the guest room door, only to realize she had forgotten to tidy up. With a sheepish smile, she turned back to Luo Mu. I'm sorry, it's my brother who didn't clean his room. Quickly, she shut the door, recalling that the adjacent guest room belonged to Yun Meng. When Yun Meng's parents were away, he would stay here. Mingqing hesitated but quickly added, let's just make do in my brother's room tonight. He'll clean it up tomorrow. Luo Mu nodded in agreement, and Mingqing led him upstairs, opening Minghan's bedroom door. Luo Mu was taken aback. He had expected a boy's room to be messy. Yet it was impeccably organized, even the bedding was neatly arranged. Seeing his astonished expression, Mingqing smiled proudly. My brother loves to keep his room tidy. You could say he is a model housemate. Luo Mu nodded, glancing at the spacious double bed and curiously asked, why a double bed? My brother tosses and turns in his sleep, so he has had a double bed since he was young. Mingqing replied, exasperated, what if he ends up needing two beds when he gets married? Luo Mu chuckled, eyeing the silver bedding, then glanced at the tidy desk before him. He paused and approached the guitar beside the desk. Mingqing scoffed, that's my brother's charm weapon. but his standards are too high. He managed to charm a single girl. Luo Mu laughed. Your brother must be a gentleman, mature and responsible. Mingqing's lips twitched. But she couldn't help but laugh. No, don't give him too much credit. Aside from being handsome, he is utterly useless. Luo Mu stared in disbelief, and Mingqing quickly added, well, he is an academic achiever. But the traits you mentioned, gentlemanly, mature, responsible, he lacks all of those. Luo Mu, intrigued, chuckled. Now I'm even more curious. My brother has a lot of fans, Mingqing boasted. Many girls ask me to deliver love letters to him. Several in our class have crushes on him. Is he that impressive? Luo Mu sat on the bed laughing. Mingqing eagerly replied, you'll see when he comes back tomorrow. For now, let us get some rest. We'll officially welcome you then. Luo Mu nodded, and Mingqing shyly smiled. Well, good night, Luo Mu replied, smiling elegantly. As Mingqing exited the bedroom, her heart raced with excitement. She hurried back to her room, eagerly messaging Qiming. Super handsome, he is coming over tomorrow for a gathering. Really, send a picture, candid shot. Hurry. Seeing Qiming's excited messages, Mingqing felt helpless, replying, everyone is asleep. How can I take a picture, take a photo of him sleeping? Mingqing sighed, realizing Qiming's enthusiasm for handsome boys had reached an obsessive level. Is he more handsome than your brother? Definitely. Is he more handsome than Yunmeng? Mingqing paused, smiling as she replied. Each has their own merits. Qiming grew increasingly excited, urging, hurry up and sleep. Tomorrow, let's have a barbecue in your yard. I'll bring the meat. All right, Mingqing replied with a grin, just as he lay down. Yunmeng surprisingly messaged in their group chat, are you pretending not to see me and Minghan Ji? Mingqing was taken aback and quickly sent a private message to Qiming, asking, why did you post that in the group? Hearing handsome guy made Qiming ecstatic. He sent an apologetic emoji. Mingqing felt embarrassed as Yunmeng shared a screenshot, saying, I saw you said someone is more handsome than Minghan Ji. No way. Mingqing immediately panicked. He holds the source of my livelihood. Source of your livelihood? Yunmeng looked at the phone screen, puzzled. Mingqing explained, money, my living expenses are with him. Yunmeng remained silent as Mingqing angrily lay down, thinking about the handsome guy next door, who had begun to smile again. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Stumbling beneath the dim streetlights, Minghan unsteadily opened the gate and staggered inside, reeking of alcohol. In a daze, he fumbled to the door, kicked off his shoes, and tossed his coat onto the sofa. He leaned against the staircase, wobbling his way upstairs, and pushed open the door without turning on the light. Feeling his way to the bed and collapsing onto it, Luo Mu suddenly awoke. Before he could speak, Minghan rolled over and pinned him down, mumbling drunkenly, who are you? Your skin is so nice. As he spoke, his hands wandered over Luo Mu's face. Luo Mu's lips twitched as he pushed away the drunken man. Just as he attempted to get up, Minghan, intoxicated, wrapped his arms around him from behind. Rolling his eyes in disdain, Luo Mu protested, if you don't let me go, I'll hit you. Don't. Minghan replied with a gentle smile, holding him close and pouting, I just want to hold you like this. Just for a bit. Luo Mu sighed in resignation, guess I'm out of luck. Minghan's lips curled into a smirk, and he opened his eyes to gaze tenderly at the now peaceful figure in his arms. A satisfied smile gracing his face. Chapter 4 Baby, it's time to wake up. The deep, magnetic voice echoed in the room. The phone on the bedside table pulsed with a purple glow, its restless vibrations contrasting sharply with the gentle wake-up tone. The person on the bed, lost in sleep, wore a blissful smile as they succumbed to the soothing voice, but the increasingly insistent vibrations tugged them back to reality. Qiming furrowed his brow, turning off the alarm with a hand, muttering in irritation, forgot to turn off the alarm again. Suddenly the phone rang again. Qiming sat up, visibly annoyed, and answered while yawning, Qiming, did your water pipe burst or the toilet? What are you up to so early? Classmate Qiming, it's not early, I'm already out buying barbecue, you should get ready, Qiming replied proudly, then lowered his voice, I want to be the first to see the handsome Luo Mu. Hey, Qiming felt embarrassed as he got out of bed, determinedly freshening up and dressing up before going to wake Luo Mu. She casually brushed her hair over her shoulders and ascended the stairs, smiling as she adjusted her hairstyle at her brother's door, then elegantly knocked. Inside, Luo Mu awoke, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him, struggling to breathe. He looked up at the person sprawled across him, rolled his eyes in disdain, and pushed at his shoulder impatiently, saying, "Friend, if you don't get up, I'm going to hit you." The hungover Minghan didn't hear a thing. Qingming stood outside the door, listening to the silence within. After hesitating, she knocked again, eagerly waiting for Luo Mu to open the door. Completely oblivious to the curious onlooker who had stepped inside, she grinned mischievously, murmuring to herself, "I knocked on the door." As she spoke, she pulled out her phone, wearing a devilish grin. "Ming, a sister's got her. Capture your sleepy face." Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Qingming held her phone in one hand and pushed the door open with the other. Luo Mu furrowed his brow, pushing away the person who was clinging to him, then turned to see the person at the door holding a phone, eyes wide with shock. The flash went off repeatedly, causing her mouth to fall agape at the scene before her. Minghan, still dazed, turned around, squinting at the person by the door. Qingming snapped several photos as the flash went off. Luo Mu snapped back to reality and swung a punch, catching the still bewildered Minghan squarely in the face, who then groaned in pain and dove onto the bed, howling. Qingming blinked, and Luo Mu quickly sat up, frantically shaking her head at her. Eager to explain, Qingming, in her haste, stumbled backward. Suddenly, one foot missed the step, and she tumbled down the stairs, letting out a terrified scream. Minghan, still holding his face, instinctively leaped off the bed and pushed past the fleeing Luo Mu. Rushing out the door, Minghan froze at the entrance as Luo Mu suddenly collided into his back. He staggered forward, and Luo Mu quickly took a step back. Minghan grimaced, his expression complicated as he gazed at the person before him. Yun Meng stood at the staircase, one hand tightly gripping the railing while the other caught the falling Qingming in an embrace. Minghan snapped back to the moment and hurried down the stairs, pulling Qingming close, worry etched on his face. "Sister, did you hurt anywhere?" Luo Mu furrowed his brow, his expression conflicted as he observed Minghan anxiously questioning Qingming. Qingming shook her head frantically, casting a glance at Minghan, then nervously eyeing the staircase, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she looked at Yun Meng, who was watching her with concern. "Oh, I'm fine." Qingming calmly pushed Minghan's hand away and turned to descend the stairs. Noticing her phone shattered on the floor, her expression stiffening as she scratched her head in confusion, Minghan and Yun Meng exchanged worried glances, carefully reassuring her, "It's all right, brother will buy you a new one." Luo Mu watched Minghan's flustered demeanor with a look of helplessness, scratching his head in exasperation. At that moment, Qingming suddenly turned to them, glaring at Yun Meng. "Why did you suddenly appear in my house?" Yun Meng blinked in surprise, quickly explaining, "No, I have a key to your house. That doesn't mean you can sneak in and scare people." Qingming snapped. Yun Meng chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I saw you sneaking around outside Minghan Ji's room, mumbling to yourself, so I didn't want to make a noise." Qingming paused, her expression complicated as she regarded the two stiff figures beside her, and the atmosphere fell silent. Just then, the doorbell rang. "Qingming, open the door, I can barely carry everything." It was Qiming, Qingming exclaimed as she rushed to the door, opening it to find Qiming quietly asking, "Is the handsome Luo Mu awake?" Her voice was just right to be heard by the others in the living room. Yun Meng shot a cold glance at Luo Mu, noticing Qingming's silence. Qiming grew even more curious and was about to inquire further when Qingming quickly stepped aside. She raised her chin slightly. "Go ahead." Qiming was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as she collected herself, smiling shyly at Luo Mu. "He Cheng and the others are still outside and can't find the way, so we need to go pick them up." Qiming quickly changed the subject. Qingming looked at the three in the living room, exasperated. "Aren't you going to help?" "Oh," the three finally realized, rushing over to take the items from her hands. Qingming exchanged a complex glance with Minghan and Luo Mu before turning around to change her shoes, pulling along the starry-eyed Qiming as they headed out to fetch their friends. The living room fell silent once more. Minghan rubbed his jaw where he had been punched, groaning in pain. Yun Meng glanced over, puzzled. "Who hit you?" "Minghan Ji." Luo Mu cast a sidelong glance at Minghan, ignoring him as he walked past and straight into the restroom. Minghan watched his lonely figure retreat, his expression filled with disdain. "I have no idea. I just woke up and got hit by someone without even a word of apology." Luo Mu frowned but didn't look back. Yun Meng observed Minghan, her expression filled with concern as she watched him gaze longingly at Luo Mu's departing figure, her lips twitching in disbelief. Did he hit you? Qingming blinked, glancing at Yun Meng before becoming serious. Go, go, go. Start the fire for the barbecue. Yun Meng sighed in resignation, smiling as she turned to prepare. Minghan glanced at the restroom. Hearing the sound of running water before stepping inside. In Qingming's bathroom, the shower was separated by a glass door, allowing glimpses of the person inside, though details remained obscured. Minghan stood with his back to the sink. Watching the figure perform a sensual display in the steamy bathroom, the young body glistened as water cascaded down, fingers trailing along the neck, tilting his head back to let the water flow over him. Minghan observed intently, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a helpless smile. Didn't they say he was just a kid? As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the hazy figure before him. Through the glass, only the sound of rushing water and the gentle movement of a graceful body could be heard. Suddenly, the sound of water ceased, and Luo Mu emerged, draped in a bathrobe, drying his damp hair. The moment he stepped out, he felt a pair of eyes scrutinizing him. He slowly raised his head, his long legs crossed as he leaned against the sink, one hand propped on the countertop behind him and the other casually unbuttoning his shirt. A smile gracing his lips as he regarded the observer, his physique rather pleasing. Luo Mu's lips twitched, his expression stiff as he cast a glance at the glass door, then lifted his gaze. His eyes cold as they settled on the individual before him, who was engrossed in unbuttoning his shirt. A chilling smile crept across Luo Mu's lips as he continued to dry his hair and walked over slowly. Minghan paused for a moment, his hand halting in its task of unbuttoning his shirt as he hastily pointed to the doorway. You left the door open, so I came in, but it's fine. I could only see a blurred figure, nothing more. Luo Mu stood before him, ceasing his hair drying and abruptly thrusting the towel into Minghan's hand. Minghan was taken aback, then awkwardly smiled at the person before him. Standing upright with a nervous expression. He coughed twice, grinning at the person of equal height before him. So, you're still a little brother, huh? Do you really need your big brother to dry your hair? Luo Mu snorted coldly, suddenly reaching out to unbutton Minghan's shirt. Minghan, looking down with a face full of confusion, watched as the slender, white fingers clumsily fumbled with the buttons, evidently inexperienced at such tasks. Perhaps due to nervousness, observing the almost undressed shirt, Minghan helplessly gazed at the person before him, quickly grasping his hands to stop him, adopting a big brother demeanor as he said, "Don't worry. My mom told me to take care of my little brother. Even though you hit me, you don't need to go this far to please me." Luo Mu was momentarily stunned, his gaze icy as he regarded Minghan. Then suddenly raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. I'm helping my brother take off his clothes. It's only fair that we see each other. With that, he abruptly yanked the shirt tucked into Minghan's waistband. Then pulled it down from his shoulders. He momentarily froze, his gaze burning as it took in the fair-toned torso devoid of any excess flesh, appearing particularly enchanting. Minghan was instantly rendered speechless, staring blankly at the white shirt hanging from Luo Mu's arm. Luo Mu tilted his head slightly, incredulously examining the person before him, a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips. Minghan regained his senses, smiling helplessly at the person in front of him. Now that you've seen. Is that enough? Luo Mu was momentarily taken aback, and Minghan helplessly shook his head, lifting the shirt to pat the towel on Luo Mu's head, cheerfully stating, "Hurry up and get ready. We're having a gathering later." The towel obscured Luo Mu's eyes as he watched Minghan's feet pass by. He removed the towel and turned to look at the person heading towards the bathroom. Minghan suddenly halted at the bathroom door. Glancing back at Luo Mu with a complex expression, raising an eyebrow playfully, "I wouldn't mind if you wanted to see. Besides, you'll be the one giving me a back scrub in the future. So we'll have to see each other sooner or later." With that, he hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the bathroom. Luo Mu's expression was intricate as he surveyed the bathroom. Clothes carelessly tossed aside in a bamboo basket, followed by the sound of rushing water. Minghan appeared liberated, letting out a long sigh. This feels wonderful." Luo Mu's lips twitched, his expression stiff as he turned to stand at the sink and began his own grooming. The bathroom was intermittently filled with the sound of Minghan humming a cheerful melody. Luo Mu raised his gaze to the mirror, observing the scene in the bathroom. Minghan was bustling about. humming joyfully, and as he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror, he wiped his face and rolled his eyes disdainfully. Is this bathroom being treated like a concert stage? Chapter 5R. This is delightful. Minghan emerged from the bathroom, a look of sheer enjoyment on his face as he approached the person at the sink, who was drying his hair, Luo Mu, while blowing his hair dry. Frowned slightly as he watched Minghan approach him with a quirky demeanor. Immediately, Luo Mu sidestepped to avoid the person reaching for the hairdryer, leaving Minghan looking pitiful as he gazed at him. Could you blow my hair for me? Luo Mu felt exasperated, continuing to dry his hair and ignoring him. Minghan, increasingly insistent, grasped the hand holding the hairdryer and leaned in to have his hair dried instead. Luo Mu, observing the smug expression on Minghan's face in the mirror, said with disdain, "Can't you dry your own hair?" Minghan gripped his hand, grinning confidently. "I'm giving you a chance to please me. You should know my sister is particularly fierce. If you stick with me, she won't dare bully you." Luo Mu sighed, bemused, realizing the supposed mature older brother had turned into a childish brat. At that moment, Yun Meng entered the room carrying the barbecue supplies. Upon seeing the two leaning together, it looked as though Luo Mu was drying Minghan's hair. She paused for a moment. Luo Mu glanced at the stunned Yun Meng, disdainfully addressing Minghan. "Have you had your fill of playing?" Minghan shook his head with a smile. "Nope, I didn't do a good job." Yun Meng, feeling awkward, chuckled. "Your relationship is quite complex." Only then did Minghan notice Yun Meng turning to him with a smile, instructing, "Once you're done, go pick someone up." Yun Meng nodded, smiling helplessly as he turned to leave. Luo Mu regarded the person still holding his hand to dry his hair, his expression intricate. Minghan, grinning proudly, said, "You're quite surprising. You seem much more mature than my sister." Luo Mu chuckled, and Minghan looked at his reflection in the mirror, stylishly flipping his bangs and flashing a charming smile. Luo Mu watched with disdain, rolling his eyes. Minghan released his hand, and as Luo Mu put away the hairdryer and turned to face the still admiring individual, he slowly remarked, "Is fujoshi coming too?" Minghan froze for a moment, then quickly covered Luo Mu's mouth. Luo Mu pushed him away with disdain, wiping the wet spot on his face where Minghan had touched him. "How did you know?" Minghan whispered. Luo Mu sighed helplessly, gazing at the anxious individual before him. "You called her name all night last night while holding onto me, saying you liked her." Minghan was instantly stunned, shaking his head vigorously, nervously insisting, "This is something only we know. Heaven and earth, no doubt if a third person finds out, you're finished." Observing the tense individual before him, Luo Mu raised an eyebrow, his expression cool as he stated, "That depends on your performance. I believe Mingqing will talk to me about everything." "You," Minghan gritted his teeth in anger, "you dare threaten me? This isn't a threat, it's for your own good." Luo Mu replied seriously, honestly, "Telling your sister wouldn't be a problem. You're already a sophomore, isn't it acceptable to date?" Minghan was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. "No, my sister doesn't like her." Oh, Luo Mu looked incredulously at the person before him. "You're hiding this from your sister because you're afraid she'll get upset." Minghan nodded, helplessly sighing. "Fujoshi is in the same class as Yun Meng, and she has many pursuers and exes. My sister thinks she's not a good person and dislikes her immensely, saying she's just acting cute and innocent." Luo Mu nodded, patting Minghan's shoulder. "It's all right, if you perform well, I won't tell her." Minghan's lips twitched in annoyance as he glared at Luo Mu. Luo Mu grinned triumphantly, then nonchalantly walked out. Minghan rolled his eyes in disdain, following him out with a weary sigh, observing Mingqing seated in the living room, flipping through an old magazine that had yet to be read. "Luo Mu, how long do you plan to stay here?" Luo Mu didn't look at him, slowly replying, "Until graduation." Minghan, appearing dejected, slumped down in front of him. "Why the sudden transfer?" Luo Mu paused, then set down the magazine, casting a cold glance at Minghan before standing and leaving. Minghan, puzzled, blinked and murmured, "He's so aloof. Did he do something wrong and get expelled from school, hence his embarrassment?" he thought. "No, I can't let him lead Mingqing astray." With that, Minghan rushed out. Just as Mingqing returned with a group of classmates, coincidentally including fujoshi, Minghan hesitated momentarily, and Mingqing cheerfully introduced Luo Mu to everyone. When it came to fujoshi, she cast a wry glance at Yun Meng. "This is Yun Meng, and this is fujoshi. I ran into her and brought her along with Yun Meng." Yun Meng smiled helplessly at Mingqing, realizing he hadn't anticipated that inviting her would lead to this. Luomu scrutinized the pure and charming girl before him, with bright eyes, shoulder-length straight black hair, and a captivating dimpled smile. Such an innocent and lovely grin made it no surprise that Minghan was fond of her. Mingqing shot a glance at Minghan, then turned to Yun Meng, threateningly stating, "Come in and help me move things." Yun Meng immediately followed her in, cautiously observing the brooding individual. Everything was prepared. And Mingqing collapsed onto the sofa, gazing at Yun Meng with a look of grievance. "Why did you invite her? I was just being polite, but don't you think you're being too biased against her?" Yun Meng replied, smiling helplessly. Mingqing grew increasingly irate. "Yes, I am biased. What's wrong with that?" Fuming, Mingqing stood up and walked out, and Yun Meng hurried after her, anxiously explaining, "All right, I was wrong." Mingqing paused for a moment, gazing tenderly at Minghan, who was smiling as he stood beside Fuxiangxi, who was grilling meat. Furrowing his brows in frustration, he stormed over to sit beside Luomu, casting a resentful glance at Fuxiangxi. Luomu glanced at the indignant figure beside him and then chuckled. "Do you not fancy Fuxiangxi?" Mingqing shot him a look and shrugged helplessly. "And what of you? Do you like her?" Luomu shook his head, prompting Mingqing to disdainfully remark, "Boys like her type. Pray tell, how has she offended you?" Luomu inquired as he casually handed a can of cola to Mingqing. Mingqing accepted it, gulping down a mouthful before incredulously laughing. "A senior I know has been pursuing her relentlessly, but she doesn't reciprocate his feelings. Yet, every time someone invites her to dinner, she goes without refusal. What's more alarming is that she accepts gifts on Valentine's Day, chocolates, flowers, plush toys, even couple shoes, which she wears, yet she neither acknowledges nor rejects anyone." "That is indeed quite perplexing," Luomu said, staring at Fuxiangxi in disbelief. Mingqing sighed resignedly. "It appears my brother has fallen for her." Luomu blinked in surprise, turning to Mingqing. "And what will you do? Just watch them together?" Mingqing widened his eyes in astonishment, clicking his tongue in disdain, and then smirked. "It's better if my brother is with a man. It spares those girls from having any advantage." Luomu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Mingqing with a complex expression. "Is this how you behave as a sister?" Mingqing smiled mysteriously at him. "By the way, what did you two get up to last night?" Luomu flushed, shaking his head helplessly as he rose to stand between Fuxiangxi and Minghan. Observing Minghan's adept grilling technique, he whispered, "Your sister seems to have noticed." Minghan jumped in surprise, losing grip on the oil, which spilled. Luomu swiftly pulled him back, while Fuxiangxi looked on with concern. "What's the matter?" Luomu shook his head, instinctively shielding Minghan behind him, addressing Fuxiangxi. "Fuxiangxi, why don't you take a seat? We boys can handle this grilling business." Mingqing watched the trio with keen interest as Yun Meng sat beside her with a melancholic gaze. "What are you looking at?" Mingqing glanced at him, still miffed about Fuxiangxi. Yun Meng chuckled helplessly, immediately offering her a freshly grilled fish, cheerfully saying, "Here, I grilled this just for you." Mingqing pouted, "I don't feel like eating fish right now." Fuxiangxi approached, taking the fish and sitting before them with a gentle smile. "I like it." Yun Meng looked at her with a bitter smile while Fuxiangxi exaggeratedly nodded along, marveling. "Yun Meng, you're such a great fish griller. It smells amazing, truly exceptionally fragrant." Mingqing wore a complex expression as she watched Fuxiangxi nearly devour the fish while praising Yun Meng. Ming observed them from afar, his eyes filled with sympathy for Yun Meng. Fuxiangxi beamed with joy, akin to Sun Wukong savoring his first bite of a heavenly peach, looking eagerly at Yun Meng. "Could you teach me? I want to learn so I can grill for my parents." "You are truly filial," Mingqing scoffed. Yun Meng glanced at Mingqing, who wore an indifferent expression, eating chips with a forced smile. "Do teach me." Fuxiangxi began to whine. Mingqing grimaced, and Yun Meng reluctantly nodded. Fuxiangxi sprang up excitedly, tugging at Yun Meng. "Let us go. Teach me right now." Mingqing looked up, her expression mixed as she watched the two walk towards the grill. Fuxiangxi looking at Yun Meng with admiration. "Wow, that's impressive. The fish looks like it was chosen particularly well." Luomu glanced at the forlorn Mingqing, then at the bemused Minghan, finding humor in Fuxiangxi's exaggerated flattery of Yun Meng. "Do you like this sort of thing?" Minghan shot him a glare, turning back to the grill. "Don't you think it's adorable?" Luomu felt a flush of embarrassment, suddenly bursting into exaggerated praise. "Fuxiangxi, you're amazing. Is this how you apply the oil? What is the principle behind it? I admire you so much. Fuxiangxi continued her theatrical performance, gazing at Yunmeng with adoration. Luormu watched her mimic Yunmeng's actions, even mirroring them, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he clasped his hands together. Wow, Minghan, you're incredible. Is this how you apply the oil for grilling? What is the principle? I truly admire you. In that instant, everyone turned to look, with Minghan glancing at the suddenly endearing Fuxiangxi, muttering, "That is a bit nauseating." Mingqing was momentarily stunned, staring incredulously at Luormu, before bursting into laughter. Luormu turned to the amused faces, grinning happily. Minghan shook his head in exasperation, while Yunmeng sighed as she focused on grilling the fish. Fuxiangxi continued to excessively praise Yunmeng, completely oblivious to Luormu's intentional mimicry. Chiming shrugged in disbelief, carrying a plate of grilled beef over to Mingqing, shaking his head in resignation. Can't men resist such adorable charm from a girl who holds them in such innocent reverence? Mingqing gritted her teeth, chewing on the beef while watching Yunmeng's retreating figure. Chiming chuckled helplessly, his gaze fixated on Luormu, who stood beside Minghan grilling meat, captivated despite being a few years younger. Yet his mature and composed demeanor was undeniably alluring. Chapter 6 Brother. A soft, melodious voice floated into the air, causing Minghan's head to stand on end. He swallowed nervously, turning to see someone exhaustedly sprawled on the sofa. His expression was complicated as he pursed his lips. Luormu, little brother, have you been overwhelmed by today's barbecue? Not at all, Luormu replied innocently, blinking his eyes at the bewildered figure before him, purposely mimicking Fuxiangxi's whiny tone from earlier. I just wanted you to take me out for a stroll. Minghan abruptly dropped his computer, his expression tense as he called upstairs. Come down, Mingqing. Mingqing opened her bedroom door, exhaling a sigh of resignation as she gazed down at the two below. What is up? This boy seems dazed. Is the meat you bought all right? Minghan looked at her with concern. If it had clenbuterol and melamine, a moment of foolishness won't hurt. We're all Chinese. It is delicious, she retorted, her expression morose. Before slamming the door shut, Minghan stood there, stunned, scratching his head helplessly. Luormu glanced at him before sitting up straight, his demeanor serious as he sized up the bewildered figure before him. Get up, Minghan urged, pulling Luormu up and hastily handing him clothes. My sister is angry, we need to run. Luormu rolled his eyes, allowing himself to be dragged towards the door. Minghan wheeled out a bicycle, hopping onto it, and gestured for Luormu to hop on the back. Luormu grimaced, looking at him with disdain. Minghan wore an expression of exasperation. Come on, I usually ride like this with my sister, my skills are top-notch. Luormu sighed deeply, turning to sit on the bicycle. Minghan beamed with pride, akin to a general heading into battle, cycling confidently down the street. Hold on tight, I'm about to speed up, Minghan shouted excitedly to the person behind him. Suddenly making a sharp turn, Luormu was startled by the abrupt maneuver, immediately clutching his shoulder. Minghan laughed triumphantly. Don't worry, I've got this. No accidents. Just as the words left his mouth, they crashed into a parked car by the roadside. Luormu instinctively leaned forward, while Minghan swayed sideways, and Luormu quickly wrapped his arms around him. Minghan, unharmed, turned to Luormu with a charming smile. Even seasoned drivers can have their mishaps. Let me take over, Luormu insisted. Releasing Minghan to let him sit behind, Minghan regarded him with skepticism. Are you sure you can handle it? You just need to direct me from the back, Luormu replied, cycling effortlessly, showing no signs of struggle compared to when Minghan rode. Minghan frowned. You're making it look too easy. Perhaps it's because you're so light, Luormu remarked, uncharacteristically offering a compliment. Minghan beamed, resting his hands on Luormu's shoulders. Little brother finally knows how to say something nice. Luormu coolly replied, you have no muscle at all, you're as slender as a well-proportioned young girl, how could you not be light? Minghan's expression froze, his hands tugging at Luormu's ears. I say, little brother, how can you look down on your brother for being girlish? I'm no sissy, I'm pure man. You're certainly not girlish, that is your only redeeming quality, Luormu said with a serious expression. Pedaling the bicycle with ease, Minghan wore a complex smile. Only, my brother has numerous merits, you should be more observant, Luormu sighed helplessly, while Minghan, unwilling to back down, raised an eyebrow mischievously. So, you have muscles, then Minghan, riding with a serious expression. ignored him. He scanned Luomu's body, eager to check if the boy was lying. "Let me check if you're telling the truth." Suddenly, a pair of warm hands slipped in from behind, sliding down to Luomu's chest. Causing him to halt in shock, Minghan stumbled slightly before collapsing onto him, quickly rising to his feet, his hand still caressing the expanse of his chest, tracing the contours of his muscles while murmuring to himself. The tactile sensation quite pleasant. 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks. Luomu's face turned a shade of iron, as passing vehicles curiously eyed the two boys by the roadside, a scene hastily captured by a small-time thug with bleached hair at the alley's entrance, who then scurried away in a panic. "If you don't pull your hand away, I swear I'll hit someone," Luomu exclaimed, his face flushed with anger, his voice as cold as ice. Minghan seemed oblivious. Sighing in his ear, "With muscles like these, you could enchant a whole crowd of admirers. You must join me for some training next time." As he spoke, his hand lingered on the contours of Luomu's muscles. Descending further down, Luomu, anxious, quickly grasped Minghan's wrist, turning back to glare at the grinning figure before him. "What exactly do you wish to touch?" Their eyes locked, mere inches apart. He smiled radiantly, gazing tenderly at the fuming individual before him. "Caring for my little brother, is that so?" Luomu's gaze turned frigid, the corners of his lips curling into a sly smile. "Then I shall extend my care to my older brother as well." With that, he reached behind him, causing Minghan to instinctively leap back, playfully pointing ahead. "We've arrived." Luomu turned to see a mobile phone store before him, promptly parking his bicycle beside it and stepping inside. Minghan stood before the display, scrutinizing women's smartphones. Curiosity piqued, Luomu leaned closer, observing the focused individual and slowly remarked, "So, you intentionally came out to buy a phone for your sister?" "What do you mean, your sister?" "That's my little sister," Minghan retorted, engrossed in his selection of phones while discussing with the sales assistant. As he prepared to make a purchase, Luomu hastily intervened, insisting, "Take a look again." Minghan pulled aside, regarded Luomu with a puzzled expression. Luomu sighed in exasperation. "You're buying a phone meant for girls, yet you expect it to play games, and just because she said it's fine, you think it is. You don't even want to check it out yourself." Minghan finally grasped the situation, his admiration for Luomu evident as he gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, little brother." He then approached the phone, his expression suddenly serious as he opened it for inspection. Luomu, shaking his head in resignation, took the phone back. "I meant check the software, not just the brand and memory." Minghan blinked in awe. "I didn't realize you had so much knowledge for someone your age." Luomu felt a flush of embarrassment, fiddling with the phone as Minghan watched, worry etched on his face. "Oh, by the way, my sister writes novels, so it needs to be suitable for that." Luomu's expression stiffened. "You can always download the software yourself, brother." Minghan nodded, his demeanor serious once more. "Let's pick another one." After comparing several models, Luomu ultimately selected a purple one. Minghan, beaming with pride, paid for it, declaring, "My sister will definitely love this." Luomu glanced at the elated figure, a hint of envy brightening his expression, just as they were about to leave. Minghan suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "It should be wrapped. Girls love mysterious surprises." Luomu, intrigued, watched as Minghan eagerly dragged him to a convenience store to buy gift wrap. Luomu held the phone, a complex expression on his face as he observed Minghan, who was gleefully clutching a stack of colorful paper. Minghan settled under the awning of the convenience store, enthusiastically folding the paper, while Luomu sat before him, his expression a blend of bemusement and admiration as he watched the vibrant paper come together, ultimately encasing the phone within. "Perfect." Minghan proudly displayed his handiwork before Luomu. Luomu sighed in exasperation, gazing at the oversized, multicolored gift with a hint of disdain, murmuring, "Let's hope your sister's taste is as good as yours. I pray she isn't frightened." Minghan shot him an indignant glare, clutching the gift, joy radiating from him. "Come on, I can already picture the surprise on my sister's face when she sees this." Luomu rubbed his forehead, sighing helplessly as he pedaled along, following the cheerful tune of Minghan. Upon returning home, Minghan tiptoed upstairs, quietly opening the door. Mingqing sat focused at her desk, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, an angry shout erupted from upstairs, startling Luomu and causing him to fumble Dropping the half-peeled apple skin to the floor. In Mingqing's bedroom, Minghan held the colorful gift, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger as he looked at the startled figure before him. He set the gift aside and picked up Mingqing's comic book, pretending to tear it apart. Mingqing, snapping back to reality, hurried forward to stop him, pleading with a smile, "Brother, that's a limited edition." Minghan shot her a furious glance, his eyes narrowing as he caught sight of two bare men engaged in an intimate act within the pages. Infuriated, he tossed Mingqing aside and hurled the comic book down the stairs. Luo Mu swiftly dodged, glancing at the comic that landed at his feet. His curiosity piqued as he picked it up. The illustration depicted two tall boys holding hands, their gaze filled with a passionate longing that seemed more than mere brotherly affection. As Luo Mu flipped to the next page, he found himself intrigued by the unfolding stories, the detailed illustrations leaving him blushing involuntarily. Mingqing sat innocently, her eyes wide as she smiled at Minghan. "What is that?" Minghan glanced at the neatly wrapped gift, his voice seething with irritation. "A present for you." "Thank you, brother," Mingqing exclaimed. Reaching for the gift, Minghan immediately snatched it back, his expression stern. "You, a child, should not be indulging in such things, and now you want a present." "I'm sorry, brother," Mingqing said, a charming smile on her face. "I'll go read and do my homework right away." Minghan found himself momentarily speechless. He was utterly unqualified to lecture his sister. Each time she softened, he felt himself capitulating. Reluctantly, he handed over the gift, watching eagerly as she examined it. Mingqing beamed, despite its simplicity, declaring, "But it's from my brother, so I'll love it unconditionally." She looked at Minghan with adoration, causing all of his anger to dissipate in an instant. As he smiled at her, "Open it." Mingqing hurriedly tore into the wrapping, her eyes widening in delight as she jumped up and flung herself into Minghan's arms, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother, I knew you loved me the most." Minghan chuckled, joy radiating from him like a child. Gently touching her excited face, "Now, get to your homework." Mingqing nodded, her laughter echoing as she settled at her desk, while Minghan stepped outside, gently closing the door behind him. Descending the stairs, he found Luo Mu on the sofa, engrossed in a comic book, and his expression turned green with dismay as he approached. "Is it interesting?" His icy voice echoed ominously. Luo Mu jumped, startled as the comic tumbled from his hands, landing open to a page depicting the very scene Minghan had just seen. Quickly, Luo Mu kicked the book shut, adopting a serious demeanor as he picked it up and cleared his throat. "It's not that appealing." Minghan's expression darkened further as he advanced, attempting to snatch the book from Luo Mu's grasp. In his haste, he stepped on the fallen apple skin, slipping backwards. Luo Mu, acting on instinct, grasped his hand to pull him forward, but Minghan lost his balance and fell into Luo Mu's arms. Landing snugly against him, Mingqing, hearing the commotion, cautiously opened the door, her eyes widening in surprise as she witnessed the two entangled figures on the sofa. Curiosity piqued, she leaned over the railing, her expression one of mischief. "Admit it, you both wanted to see this, didn't you?" Minghan's face flushed crimson as he scrambled to his feet, glancing up at the grinning figure on the upper floor, his tone serious. "Have you finished your homework?" Mingqing pouted, shooting them a disapproving look before turning back to her room. Luo Mu, intrigued, studied Minghan, hesitating as he opened his mouth. He paused, caught in the moment. Minghan turned to him, adopting an adult-like tone. "Speak, why do you react so strongly to this?" Luo Mu asked, gesturing to the comic book in his hand. Minghan froze, suddenly anxious. "Little brat, don't say such things." "What do you mean by strong reaction?" "I'm just worried that child might be led astray." "Oh, I see," Luo Mu said, gazing at the blushing figure before him with a teasing smile. "Then why are you blushing? Is it not acceptable for a straight man to feel shy about such things?" Minghan retorted, frustration evident in his gaze. Luo Mu nodded, casually flipping through the comic book, smirking. "But a straight man should feel disgusted, not shy." Minghan's lips twitched with irritation, glaring at Luo Mu. "And you? You seem quite captivated by it. Are you perhaps gay?" "Not at the moment," Luo Mu replied calmly, suddenly turning to Minghan with a fervent gaze, a playful smile gracing his lips. "However, if it were you, Minghan, I might be willing to give it a try." Minghan's expression froze, his face turning a furious shade of red. Flustered and embarrassed, he snatched the comic from Luo Mu's hands, muttering vehemently, "Children shouldn't be reading such comics." As he observed the person fleeing with the comic book, Luo Mu lowered his head, his shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Minghan had closed the door and did not emerge. Feeling bored, Luo Mu decided to retire to the guest room he had just tidied up on the first floor. Just as he lay down, he received a message from an unfamiliar number. Curiously, he opened it, his brow furrowing slightly. It was a multimedia message, featuring a photo of Minghan standing behind him, his hands ambiguously slipping beneath Luo Mu's clothing. Anxious, Luo Mu dialed the number, only to be met with a cold, disdainful male voice on the other end. Your old flame isn't even cold yet, and you've already moved onto a new one. Truly impressive. I must commend you. Who are you? Luo Mu's voice turned icier, a flicker of desolation crossing his gaze. Who I am is of little consequence. You will find out tomorrow, the voice retorted, spinning a silver ring on his finger with a mocking tone. Luo Mu's brow furrowed further as the call abruptly ended. Throughout the night, he struggled to find sleep, unable to fathom who would make such a call. The following morning, Ming's mother returned home early, quietly preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, Luo Mu emerged from his room and paused in the doorway of the kitchen. Ming's mother gazed curiously at the young man before her and then smiled apologetically. You must be Luo Mu. Luo Mu nodded, offering a polite smile. Hello, auntie. Suddenly, he felt a light tap on his head from behind. Minghan chuckled helplessly, wrapping his arm around Luo Mu's neck with a triumphant grin. This is my mom. Isn't she beautiful? Isn't she youthful? Oh, yes, Luo Mu quickly replied, apologetically smiling at the cheerful woman before him. Hello, Auntie. Ming's mother beamed at the two young men, her eyes filled with warmth. Hurry and wash up. After breakfast, we shall take Luo Mu to school. Okay, Minghan exclaimed, playfully dragging Luo Mu into the bathroom, his eyes sparkling mischievously. You, my friend, are quite the charmer. My mom is absolutely delighted by you. She is indeed very young and beautiful, Luo Mu replied calmly, his expression steady as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. As they washed up side by side, Minghan, noticing Luo Mu's cool demeanor, decided to tease him, playfully smearing foam onto his face. Luo Mu's expression froze, casting a disdainful glance at the mischievous youth. He retorted, could you perhaps refrain from such childish antics? Perhaps you've consumed too much brain platinum. Minghan, feigning seriousness, replied, while Luo Mu wiped the foam from his face, looking at him quizzically. What do you mean? Minghan chuckled, it's a commercial tagline, brain platinum, youthful vitality. Luo Mu sighed, exasperated. Ming's mother had prepared congee, eggs, and sausages, along with warm milk. The three of them sat down, resembling a harmonious family unit, blissfully enjoying breakfast, completely oblivious to what they had forgotten. Ming's mother appeared more attentive to Luo Mu than to her own son, constantly reminding him not to forget anything as they made their way out. As they drove, Ming's mother glanced at the rearview mirror, her expression softening as she spoke kindly. Luo Mu, if you ever need anything, just call Minghan brother. And you needn't stand on ceremony, we are family now. Luo Mu paused for a moment, then nodded appreciatively, smiling, thank you, Auntie Ming. No need for thanks. However, like your father, I am quite busy, so I may not have much time to spend with you, but that's all right, Ming's mother said, her face radiating warmth. These two children of mine have no other merits, except that they bring liveliness. And then there is our neighbor, Yun Meng. You must have met him. He is a good kid, though a bit reserved in personality, but very upright, and, oh. Ming's mother chuckled conspiratorially, he likes our Ming Ching. But this is a secret. Just no it. At that moment, Minghan's expression soured, and suddenly the car screeched to a halt, enveloping the interior in an awkward silence. Ming's mother turned around, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear, did I forget something? Minghan facepalmed, unable to suppress his laughter. Luo Mu, sitting in the back, leaned against the window, stifling his giggles. Ming's mother, exuding a defeated expression, lamented, oh no, that child will surely be upset with me. No, Minghan laughed uncontrollably. When she wakes up to find 3 breakfasts made, knowing you took Luo Mu to school, she won't give you the time of day this year. Ming's mother froze, then shot an irritated glare at her son. And you, why didn't you wake her up? I'll just say you tricked me into letting her leave. Minghan was taken aback, and Ming's mother, with a smug grin, drove the car with ease. It was your brother who let you down. He deceived your mother. Ms. Ming, how can you say such things? Minghan exclaimed, rolling his eyes at the absurdity of it all. Luo Mu, in the back seat, looked on in disbelief as the two continued to bicker. Minghan fumbled with his phone and urgently called Yunmeng. Yunmeng, remember to bring Mingqing to school with you. Yunmeng, munching on breakfast, nodded in confusion. After hanging up, Minghan glanced at his mother. Exasperated, I've never seen a mother quite like you. Ming's mother smiled sweetly, then turned serious as she addressed Luo Mu. Luo Mu, I assure you, I'm not usually like this. Today is an exception, Minghan interjected humorously. Yes, it's an exception. Usually, she only remembers to take us to school when we're already on the way. Luo Mu smiled softly, feeling a pang of envy for their camaraderie upon reaching the school gates. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, curiously observing the surrounding students. The girls chattered animatedly, glancing back at them with smiles. Minghan, beaming with pride, raised an eyebrow at the expressionless Luo Mu. Do you feel the popularity of your brother Minghan? Luo Mu shot him a half-hearted smile. Ming's mother parked the car and approached, her gentle gaze resting on the two boys. Let us go find Teacher Xie first. Aren't we supposed to see the principal first? Minghan questioned, looking confused at his mother's apparent lapse in memory. Ming's mother shrugged helplessly. That old man is on a business trip and hasn't he returned yet? Minghan chuckled incredulously. Are you sure he is on a business trip? More like he is on vacation and couldn't he get a flight? Ming's mother laughed lightly. Minghan raised his hands in mock surrender. Whispering to Luo Mu as they walked, don't always wear that expression. The girls like warm-hearted boys. Ming's mother sighed in exasperation, shaking her head. Don't teach him nonsense. Mingqing was led astray by you. So she knows everything, Mom. I'm truly innocent in this, Minghan protested. You know she writes down my novels. She knows more than I do. What's wrong with writing down my novels? Ming's mother scrutinized him disdainfully. She can write but can't practice it, unlike you. Luo Mu looked at her in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. Minghan quickly wrapped an arm around Luo Mu's shoulder, grinning proudly. Don't be scared. My mom is just joking. Ming's mother smiled at the two boys. Enough of that. Raising her head, she glanced at the office ahead. In the corridor of the teaching building, students were curiously watching the three of them. They recognized Minghan, the academically challenged Mingqing's brilliant older brother, who was incredibly handsome and warm-hearted. However, the young woman beside him was a mystery, and the particularly good-looking yet serious young man was someone they had never seen before. Upon entering the office, Teacher Xie and Teacher Gong were seated, heads bent over buns and milk. Oh, are you two living in such dire straits? Minghan teased with a mischievous grin. Teacher Xie looked up, momentarily taken aback, then shot a stern glance at the grinning Minghan. Is that how you speak to your teachers? Exactly, no manners at all, Teacher Gong chimed in, glancing at Ming's mother with a friendly smile. Teacher Xie quickly stood, and although Teacher Gong had never met Ming's mother, he followed suit. Please, have a seat, Auntie Ming, Teacher Xie said politely, pulling out a chair. He then casually told Minghan and Luo Mu. You two can find yourselves a seat. Minghan shot a disdainful look at Teacher Xie, while Teacher Gong, with a gentle smile, offered Minghan a chair, only for Teacher Xie to unexpectedly hand one to Luo Mu. Thank you, Luo Mu replied coolly. Teacher Xie paused, then broke into a warm smile as he regarded Luo Mu. So this is the young man. He seems much more mature and composed than Minghan. Just as Minghan settled into his seat, he rolled his eyes. Ming's mother chuckled. Indeed, Minghan has been led astray by Mingqing. He has become quite the handful. Teacher Gong smiled kindly. No, Mingqing is quite obedient. If it weren't for her brother, she wouldn't he have gone astray. Minghan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Teacher Xie, I am the academic achiever. She is the underachiever. So what? Teacher Xie replied with a proud smile. Luo Mu felt a pang of anxiety about how his academic journey might unfold. Ming's mother, smiling gently, addressed Luo Mu. Teacher Xie is the youngest and most capable homeroom teacher at the school. His teaching quality is among the best in the entire city. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him anytime. Absolutely, came the agreement. Teacher Xie smiled, and remarked, since you are Aunt Ming's person, that makes you one of us. Minghan, observing from the side, coolly commented that, as they were among their own, they could be rather casual. Teacher Gong could not help but chuckle softly, while Teacher Xie shot Minghan a glare, and then turned her gentle smile toward Luo Mu, saying, do not heed his nonsense. being one of us requires a stricter approach. Luo Mu nodded in understanding. Just as the class bell rang, Teacher Gong stood up with a smile, saying, "I shall escort him to the classroom. No need," Teacher Shear quickly interjected, pulling back the departing figure, and with a smile directed at Luo Mu, added, "I will take you." Minghan followed suit, laughing as she stepped outside. Minghan leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh, glancing at the bespectacled, bookish individual beside him. Who would have thought? You still couldn't escape his clutches, and you even share an office with him. Teacher Gong observed the person in front of him, hesitating momentarily before nervously addressing Minghan. "I also did not foresee this. I thought you would find me quite detestable." Minghan was momentarily taken aback, then straightened up, offering a wry smile as he replied, "I wish you well, though I never imagined that fellow would be the submissive one." Teacher Gong's mouth twitched, while Minghan pondered, shaking his head in disbelief as he rose to leave, muttering to himself, "Attacker or submissive, that doesn't seem right." Attacker and submissive, the author has something to say. Is anyone reading this, observing the fervent enthusiasm of readers for other authors' works? I feel as though my own writing is a mere lullaby to myself. I seriously suspect my own abilities. Everyone, please gauge your own interests. If it does not appeal to you, do not force yourself to read. At the school gate, Mingqing stormed forward, her face filled with indignation, fists clenched, causing those around her to hastily step aside. Yun Meng followed behind her with a helpless smile, apologizing to the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, Mingqing came to an abrupt halt and turned anxiously. Yun Meng, caught off guard, collided into her, the two momentarily entangled in an embrace. Yun Meng, alarmed, hurriedly wrapped his arms around the person he almost knocked over, while Mingqing, fuming, pushed him away, rubbing her nose and gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes. In that instant, all her grievances surged to the forefront, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Yun Meng was taken aback, rendered speechless as he stared at her, his brow furrowed in concern as he anxiously said, "I am so sorry, let me see." He gently touched Mingqing's nose, his expression filled with worry. Mingqing, through her tears, looked at Yun Meng with a forlorn gaze. Yun Meng grew increasingly anxious, stumbling over his words. "It's nothing, really. You're not hurt. I was wrong. Please don't cry. How about you hit me instead?" Mingqing, amidst her tears, couldn't help but smile at his antics. Passers-by looked on with curiosity, some chuckling at the scene. When suddenly a commotion erupted outside the school, Mingqing wiped her tears and looked up, finding Yun Meng beside her, who, seeing she had stopped crying, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Amidst the lively clamor at the school gate, a boy emerged from the crowd, clad in a striking yellow and white sports outfit, a bag slung over one shoulder, the ring on his hand glinting in the light, exuding an air of a rebellious youth. He approached slowly, his chiseled features appearing stern, his deep-set eyes seemingly harboring countless secrets, eluding comprehension. When he passed by Mingqing, he abruptly paused, casting a glance at her and then at Yun Meng, before continuing on with an intense gaze. At that moment, Mingqing overheard nearby girls gossiping excitedly. "Oh my, does he know Yun Meng? So handsome. Which class is he from? I've never seen him before. I must be living under a rock. I only knew about Yun Meng and not this stunning guy. School has truly hindered my social life. Quick, find out more. I want to befriend him." Mingqing felt a flush of embarrassment, glancing at Yun Meng with a resigned smile and a shrug. Just then, a girl exclaimed dramatically, "Oh my, Yun Meng is still so handsome. I need to buy a lottery ticket today. I just saw two handsome guys." The girls nearby, relishing the spectacle, chimed in. "So, here's the question, Yun Meng or the unknown handsome guy? Who would you choose?" Mingqing grinned mischievously at Yun Meng, who appeared rather flustered, and he quickly replied, "Let's go." Mingqing glanced back at the girls behind her and then cheerfully fell into step beside Yun Meng. As they ascended the stairs, the boy suddenly halted. Mingqing paused, curiously glancing at Yun Meng, while the boy turned back, his gaze penetrating as he asked, "How do I get to class 2 of year 2? Mingqing momentarily froze, raising her hand to point upstairs, 2nd floor, far right. Without uttering another word, the boy turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Mingqing with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Her heart racing with unease, pondering if he might indeed be in their class. Yun Meng observed the dazed Mingqing, his brow furrowed slightly as he remarked, "What are you daydreaming about? Is he that handsome?" Not as handsome as you, Mingqing playfully laughed, dashing up the stairs while calling back, "Hurry, Yunmeng, or we'll be late." Yunmeng, with a resigned smile, followed closely, watching as Mingqing entered the classroom. He then ascended the stairs with a hint of unease. At that moment, in Class 2 of Year 2, Mingqing stood at the doorway, astonished, gazing at the figure before her. Mingmama stood beside her, embodying the archetype of a concerned mother, looking at Luo Mu. Who stood next to Teacher Xie. The impolite boy stood nearby, while Teacher Xie, brimming with enthusiasm, announced, "All right, I would like both of our new students to introduce themselves to the class." Mingqing deliberately stepped on the foot of the oblivious Mingmama, who winced in pain, just as she was about to remark on the impolite child. Mingqing turned back, glaring at her with gritted teeth before taking her seat. Teacher Xie feigned ignorance, looking at the two standing at the front, and cheerfully urged, "Shall we begin? Who would like to go first?" The impolite boy cast a disdainful glance at Luo Mu, who noticed this with a furrowed brow. The impolite boy, with a condescending smirk, suggested, "You go first." Luo Mu met his gaze with a frosty stare before calmly introducing himself. "I am Luo Mu, with the character Mu for admiration." As soon as he finished, the girls in the audience swooned, whispering to each other, "He's simply captivating." Luo Mu's expression grew cold as he looked at the bewildered Mingqing, then turned to Teacher Xie, inquiring, "May I sit down now?" "Oh," Teacher Xie replied, momentarily taken aback, nodding in surprise, scanning the classroom. She noted there were only 2 seats left, one behind Mingqing and another in a corner. Before she could speak, Luo Mu interjected, "May I sit behind Mingqing?" Teacher Xie hesitated, glancing at Mingmama, who nodded with a smile. Teacher Xie then consented, allowing Luo Mu to take his seat. The classroom buzzed with excitement as the impolite boy's gaze turned icy as he fixated on Luo Mu. Now seated behind Mingqing, Teacher Xie, regaining her composure, kindly gestured for the impolite boy to introduce himself. Taking a step forward, the impolite boy, his expression cool, smiled as the girls below gazed at him with admiration. Teacher Xie felt a bead of sweat form. She sensed these 2 handsome boys might overshadow her class, leaving the girls enamored with their looks rather than focused on their studies. Thankfully, they were seated in the back. The impolite boy spoke in a deep, magnetic voice, "Ji Yu Kai," with the character Kai Forpond. After his introduction, he fell silent, sending the girls into a frenzy, with Ji Ming shaking Mingqing's arm excitedly, exclaiming, "Even his voice is charming." Minghan leaned slightly, playfully glancing at Luo Mu, and teased Ji Ming, "So you're implying Luo Mu's voice isn't appealing?" Ji Ming immediately became anxious, shaking her head while looking back at Luo Mu, hurriedly clarifying, "No, Luo Mu, I didn't mean it that way." Luo Mu merely smiled, his expression tranquil. Mingqing, relishing the moment, propped her chin on her hand, grinning widely as Ji Yu Kai made his way to a corner seat. "All right, everyone, let's commence the lesson. I shall not intrude further," Teacher Xie declared before stepping out to allow the subject teacher to enter. Mingmama smiled gratefully at her, saying thank you. Teacher Xie quickly shook her head, just as Minghan approached from the other side of the corridor, cheerfully inquiring, "Is everything arranged?" Mingmama nodded in response. Inside the classroom, Ji Yu Kai's gaze turned cold as he observed Minghan approaching. At that instant, he recognized the individual in the photograph who shared a close connection with Luo Mu. Luo Mu, maintaining his calm demeanor, regarded Ji Yu Kai, suspecting that he was the one who had called the previous night. Just then, Minghan, Mingmama, and Teacher Xie passed by the window, and Ji Yu Kai's expression darkened further. Luo Mu pulled out his phone, and the nearby male student curiously eyed him as he dialed the unfamiliar number. Sure enough, Ji Yu Kai immediately glanced down at his phone. Luo Mu furrowed his brow, realizing the implication of "tomorrow you will find out." Ji Yu Kai's lips curled into a cold smile, his deep-set eyes glinting with mockery as they met Luo Mu's. Mingqing turned just in time to catch his expression, her brow furrowing in concern as she glanced back at Luo Mu, who shot a cool glance at Ji Yu Kai, feeling increasingly anxious. Did these two know each other? Within the classroom, the arrival of the 2 new students stirred a lively atmosphere. The teachers eagerly called upon them to answer questions, claiming it was a way to get to know them better. Consequently, the entire class faced collective punishment, spending the entire day responding to questions. As the final class approached, Mingqing gazed at Chiming with an air of triumph, whispering quietly, "You wagered, and if I am not called upon today, You shall treat me to milk tea, remember, I want a large cup. Chiming looked at her with incredulity, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she remarked, have all these teachers lost their minds? Minghan the novelist, Minghan the calligrapher, Minghan the literati, Minghan the historian. Have they all forgotten? Minghan felt a flush of embarrassment, while behind her, Luormu observed the two with curiosity. The final class was geography, taught by an elderly lady nearing retirement, whose kindly demeanor meant she rarely called on Minghan to answer questions, as Minghan excelled in geography yet seldom paid attention, thus the teacher's disdain for her. Consequently, Minghan wore a smug expression, while Chiming sat despondently. Finally, as if by some ritual, the geography teacher began to call on students to respond, invoking new students under the pretext of fostering acquaintance. Naturally, Luormu and Ji Kai were first, and throughout the morning, neither had heard or been unable to answer, further captivating the female students. When Luormu took his seat, the geography teacher adjusted her reading glasses and smiled approvingly. Very good, the female students gazed at Luormu with adoration, while Ji Kai scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. It was then Ji Kai's turn to respond. The teacher posed a general knowledge question, asking for 3 or more principal crops of India. Ji Kai hesitated momentarily before saying, rice, that's all I can remember. The elderly lady nodded, signaling for him to sit, refraining from putting him on the spot, and then turned to Minghan. Minghan, why don't you give it a try? Minghan was instantly petrified, while Chiming excitedly leaned over the desk, flashing a victorious peace sign beneath it. Luormu chuckled softly, and as Minghan stood, all eyes turned toward her. Resignedly, she sighed with a smile, rice, wheat, cotton, tea, peanuts, sugarcane, jute. The teacher, with an air of expectation, gestured for her to sit, then kindly smiled at Ji Kai. If you ever find yourself unsure, you may consult Minghan. Her geography is exceptional. Minghan cast a helpless glance at Ji Kai, who was now looking at her, while Chiming grinned mischievously. Minghan, triumph in the gambling den, but despair in love. Ho! Minghan rolled her eyes at her, glancing at someone in the corner across the room, feeling a nagging unease. After school, Minghan stood outside waiting for Luormu, while Chiming teased her from the side. If all these girls at school knew Luormu lived at your place, they would probably devour you whole. Minghan looked at her glumly, forcing a smile. At that moment, Ji Kai approached Luormu with his backpack slung over his shoulder, causing Minghan to furrow her brow as she focused intently on them. So engrossed was she that Yunmeng walked up beside her unnoticed, to which Chiming politely nodded and smiled. Yunmeng glanced at the classroom, his eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at Minghan. What are you staring at? Minghan jumped, gazing at him helplessly. Why do you always walk so silently? Yunmeng chuckled helplessly, looking at Chiming. Everyone knows I'm here, it's you who's too captivated by the people inside. Minghan paused, then smiled brightly. I was just curious, they seem to know each other. Chiming blinked in surprise, also intrigued, turning to observe the individuals inside. Ji Kai's back turned to them, leaving only Luormu's indifferent expression visible. What, do you wish to pretend this never happened? Ji Kai's voice was icy as he looked at Luormu. Luormu coldly laughed, packing his bag and standing up, his gaze filled with disdain. What's the big deal about taking candid photos? You want to act like nothing ever happened regarding my brother. Ji Kai spat through clenched teeth, glaring at Luormu, who seemed entirely unperturbed. Luormu paused, his expression turning icy as he appraised Ji Kai, incredulous. Ji Lai is your brother? Oh, Ji Kai scoffed mockingly, his expression one of disbelief. So you do remember him. I apologize regarding your brother, Luormu remarked as he attempted to pass by. Suddenly, Ji Kai grasped his arm, and outside the classroom, Minghan tensed, furrowing her brow, while Chiming rushed inside. Luormu, we should leave. Ji Kai cast a cold glance at the figures by the door before releasing Luormu and stepping out, shooting an irritated look at Chiming as he passed, observing the two in the corridor. He hesitated briefly before offering a rare polite smile to Minghan. See you tomorrow. Minghan, casting a glance at Yunmeng, he departed, leaving the latter's lips twitching in silence. As the two emerged from the classroom, Minghan anxiously looked at Luormu, and Yunmeng glanced over. Shall we go? Chiming, with a playful grin, tugged at Minghan. Don't forget today's wager. Minghan, feeling sheepish, smiled helplessly at her, while Chiming, as usual, headed to her music tutoring class after school. Minghan turned to Yunmeng, her curiosity piqued. "Aren't you in your final year? Don't you need to attend tutoring?" Yunmeng chuckled resignedly, glancing at the aloof Luomu beside him before sighing. "I'm off. You two shouldn't linger outside and should head home early." Minghan nodded, watching as Yunmeng boarded the bus. Turning back to the person beside her, she hesitated. "You," Luomu looked at her, his gaze softening considerably. Minghan smiled. "So you knew Ji Kai before?" Luomu furrowed his brow, then shook his head, glancing hesitantly at her curious face before smiling slightly. "I know his brother. Oh." Minghan nodded. The two fell into silence, when suddenly, a figure sprang up behind them, rushing between the two and wrapping his arms around their shoulders with a triumphant laugh. "Surprised, were you?" Luomu regarded the exuberant interloper with a complex expression, while Minghan rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Minghan, you're far too childish." Minghan chuckled with delight, as passing female students looked at the trio with astonishment. Realizing Minghan knew the new handsome guy, Minghan beamed. "Brother, our class was quite lively today. Two handsome fellows, far more captivating than you. Oh, so you're saying your brother is the second most handsome guy after Yunmeng?" Minghan feigned a look of sorrow at Minghan. "How did you suddenly change your affections?" Luomu observed the siblings with a perplexed expression as Minghan grinned at him. "Not at all, but today truly was bustling. The doorway to our class was a veritable marketplace, with girls popping in to catch a glimpse after every class." "Beyond Luomu, who else?" Minghan inquired, intrigued. Luomu remained silent beside them. Minghan raised an eyebrow, smiling. "His name is Ji Kai. He is quite handsome, a real model type, clearly someone who exercises regularly. So, who is more handsome, him or Yunmeng?" Minghan asked with a mischievous grin. Luomu also looked at Minghan curiously. Minghan's face flushed crimson as she glared at Minghan. "Of course, it's Yunmeng. He'll always be number one in my heart." Minghan affectionately ruffled her hair. "Little one, focus on your studies and stop daydreaming." His tone, though playful, bore no hint of reproach. Minghan laughed cheerfully, suddenly recalling, "Oh, Yunmeng went to tutoring. What should we eat?" Minghan paused, his face falling as he looked at Luomu, then grinned slyly. "Can you cook?" Luomu hesitated, glancing at the expectant siblings, and nervously nodded. "I can manage a bit." "Fantastic," Minghan exclaimed, shaking Minghan's arm excitedly. Minghan then draped his arm around Luomu's neck, dragging him along. "From the first day you arrived, I thought you were the savior of my sister and me," Minghan eagerly chimed in. "Exactly." Luomu, feeling sheepish, looked at the siblings in exasperation. Just then, they reached the front door, and Minghan suddenly recalled something, his expression turning apologetic. "I forgot to buy groceries." Minghan blinked, her face filled with disdain as she looked at him. "You go buy them, I don't want to walk anymore." Minghan nodded, then abruptly took Luomu's backpack and handed it to Minghan. "He'll go with me to buy." Minghan nodded, watching as Minghan left after ensuring she was inside the house. Luomu looked at Minghan with a puzzled expression. "Neither of you can cook?" Minghan chuckled, nodding. Luomu appeared incredulous. "Your mother works so hard. Do you usually eat out?" "Oh, no," Minghan replied, proudly adding, "We have Yunmeng." Luomu paused, envisioning the humble, reasonable Yunmeng cooking for the two siblings, and chuckled in disbelief. "Yunmeng doesn't he seem like he can cook?" Minghan grinned smugly. "He is trained by my sister when his parents were away on business. He stayed at my house, and my mom was also busy with work and often away. We couldn't afford to eat out, so Minghan found recipes for him to follow. You wouldn't believe it, Yunmeng is quite impressive. He learns quickly. Sometimes I really think it's a loss for the culinary world that Yunmeng didn't pursue cooking professionally." Luomu felt sheepish, imagining the plight Yunmeng must have endured at the hands of the siblings. However, with Yunmeng now in his final year, facing immense academic pressure, they often resorted to eating out, but now, they had him. Minghan, with a cheerful smile, playfully wrapped his arm around Luomu's neck as they strolled into the bustling vegetable market. He feigned interest in the multitude of fresh produce surrounding them, boasting with delight, "What incredible luck to have someone who can cook." Luomu, with an air of exasperation, gazed at the pile of greens Minghan had collected and inquired, "Why are you buying so many vegetables?" Minghan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the nearly overflowing bag in his hands, and with a puzzled expression, he responded, "Aren't they cabbage?" Luomu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement, gently took the greens from Minghan and led him toward the vendor selling cabbage. It was only then that Minghan realized his mistake, turning back with an awkward smile to the exasperated Luormu beside him. "What a misunderstanding, allow me," Luormu said, releasing Minghan's wrist as he skillfully selected the vegetables. Minghan watched him with a soft smile, admiring his proficiency. After making their purchases, Luormu handed the bags to Minghan and, glancing back at the now full hands of his companion, asked, "Shall we have some meat?" "Chicken," Minghan exclaimed with excitement. Luormu nodded and, with a gentle smile, headed toward the poultry stall. Once they exited the market, Minghan lamented, "Luormu, could you help lighten the load for your brother?" Luormu turned back to see Minghan's pitiful expression and, after a moment's hesitation, approached to relieve him of some of the bags. Minghan grinned triumphantly. "Not bad, you show potential as a younger brother." Luormu, furrowing his brow, chose to ignore the comment. They crossed the street together, unaware that their earlier exchange had caught the attention of the passing Jiu Kai, who glared at the departing duo with growing resentment. Meanwhile, Mingqing lounged on the sofa, clutching a large watermelon while engrossed in an anime. Hearing their return, she turned with an expectant smile. "Brother, I cooked, you can cook." Minghan replied skeptically. Mingqing, munching on her watermelon, grinned confidently. "Cooking is no challenge for my exceptional sister." Luormu smiled as he entered the kitchen, while Minghan, feeling anxious, quickly checked on the rice, only feeling relieved once he confirmed it was properly cooking. As Luormu prepared to leave the kitchen, he suddenly called out, "Wash the vegetables for me." Minghan hesitated, then with a resigned expression obeyed the command. Watching Luormu's expert knife skills in leaning closer, he marveled, "Luormu, you're incredibly skilled. Whoever marries you will be so lucky." Luormu paused, meeting Minghan's gaze for a moment before retorting, "You're too noisy." Minghan, miffed, raised a wet hand to poke Luormu's impassive face, grinning mischievously. "You're too cold." Luormu's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze turning icy as he warned, "I have a knife in my hand." Minghan stepped back, his expression serious as he cautioned, "Don't mess around, you're already 17. The law won't protect you forever." Ignoring the admonition, Luormu sighed and resumed chopping vegetables, while Minghan regarded him with curious eyes. After a lengthy silence, Luormu, furrowing his brow, eventually halted his work, looking at the neatly chopped vegetables, and declared, "If you keep staring at me, I'll genuinely lose my patience." Mingqing, startled, blushed and scratched her head. "I'll wait outside then." Luormu shook his head in a complex manner as she turned to leave, and he began to heat the stove to start cooking. Mingqing, spotting Luormu's cheerful demeanor as he emerged, asked curiously, "What's going on? Is your technique lacking?" Minghan plopped down beside her, throwing an arm around her neck with a smug smile. "I've struck gold." "Really?" Mingqing exclaimed with excitement. Minghan took a bite of the watermelon from her hands, nodding proudly. "Now we don't have to worry about Yunmeng going to university without anyone to cook for us." Mingqing sighed, looking at the contented Minghan. "Can you not be so useless?" Minghan chuckled. "Quick, ask Yunmeng if he's coming back, have him join us for dinner." Mingqing nodded, pulling out her phone with a mischievous grin, wanting to instill a sense of urgency in him. As Minghan observed her, Luormu reappeared, gazing at Mingqing with gentle warmth. Minghan, watching this scene unfold, felt a pang of jealousy as he lamented, "Luormu, you really are too biased. Look at how tenderly you treat my sister, while I feel like you're ready to devour me." At the school gate, weary students, burdened by the weight of their backpacks and dark circles from a late night, trudged into the building. Mingqing glanced at the nearby convenience store. "I want to buy a bottle of water." Yunmeng smiled. "I'll accompany you." Just as Luormu was about to follow, Yunmeng shot him a threatening glare, asserting, "Little Mew Mew, go ahead." Luormu frowned, his expression a mix of complexity as he turned toward the school entrance. Mingqing stifled a laugh. "Yunmeng, where did you learn to call him that? You're driving him mad." "That kid is impressive. He manages to stay calm even when he's angry, which I find rather admirable," Yunmeng replied, handing a bottle of water to Mingqing as they both emerged with their drinks. Mingqing regarded Yunmeng seriously, "But Yunmeng, since he's new here, let's not push our luck with jokes. We don't want him genuinely upset. At least pretend to be polite for a while." Yunmeng agreed, then chuckled, but it was Minghan who called first. Mingqing sighed, only Minghan could come up with such a sappy name. On the school playground, Luormu was heading toward the teaching building when someone approached him, sarcastically commenting, "Oh, what's this, all alone? where's that charming guy who accompanied you to the market yesterday? Luormu frowned, glancing at Ji Kai, and replied with a hint of exasperation. I pondered all night and still can't grasp what your problem with me is. Ji Kai, visibly irritated, retorted, I transferred here specifically because of you, and you don't even know what you did to offend me. I don't know, Luormu replied, shaking his head. After a moment's hesitation he added, if it's about your brother studying abroad, I can't explain that. You. Ji Kai glared at Luormu. My brother was so good to you. Always talking about you. How can you be so heartless? Your brother's decision to study abroad was his own. I merely offered advice, Luormu said, his expression one of disappointment as he looked at Ji Kai. If you insist on blaming me, then I see no need to explain myself. Mingqing, upon entering the school, spotted the two on the playground and worriedly asked Yunmeng, do you think they'll fight? Yunmeng, taken aback, shook his head. Did he just transfer here and already wants to quit? Mingqing sighed when suddenly someone hugged her from behind. Qiming, how childish. Qiming laughed as she released her. Mingqing, you've grown accustomed to my hugs. Are you jealous, Yunmeng? Mingqing froze, while Yunmeng simply smiled and walked ahead, feeling shy. Mingqing glared playfully at Qiming, who stuck her tongue out mischievously, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Mingqing, where's my comic book? Oh, Mingqing pointed toward the approaching figures of Luormu and Ji Kai. Qiming, isn't he that Luormu and Ji Kai? Why are they together? Yunmeng, glancing at Mingqing, chuckled softly while Qiming shot a fierce look at Mingqing, coldly accusing, did your brother recruit him again? Mingqing, grinning, wrapped her arms around Qiming's and playfully pleaded. Qiming, my darling, let me treat you to something after school. Qiming rolled her eyes, exasperated. I should have seen this coming. How often do you actually return the books you borrow? Mingqing cheerfully suggested. How about I take a picture of Luormu's abs? My brother says they are quite enticing. Yunmeng, embarrassed, looked at the approaching duo and sighed. What is going on with you two? Nothing, Luormu replied as Ji Kai glanced at Mingqing and then at Yunmeng, frowning slightly as he asked, what do you spend all your time doing with Mingqing? Mingqing was taken aback, and Yunmeng shot Ji Kai an antagonistic glare. Luormu suddenly draped an arm around Ji Kai's shoulders, dragging him upstairs as he coldly warned, why are you so nosy? Qiming exchanged a puzzled look with Mingqing, wondering, is this a good relationship or a bad one? Mingqing shook her head in confusion. Then followed along. Yunmeng, with a worried expression, cautioned Mingqing, don't get too close to that kid. Oh, Mingqing replied, her eyes filled with doubt as she watched Yunmeng ascend the stairs, while Qiming smirked mischievously. Yunmeng, isn't he feeling jealous? Is she? Mingqing shot her a warning glare. If you keep this up, I'll tell Luormu you like him. Thanks for confessing on my behalf. Qiming beamed with pride. Mingqing felt a pang of embarrassment, shaking her head helplessly as she entered the classroom, where she immediately spotted Luormu with her head bowed, engrossed in her phone. Luormu's brow furrowed slightly upon receiving a text from Ji Kai, I will ensure that you never have a friend as close as my brother. Sighing, Mingqing nudged Qiming and conspiratorially leaned closer to whisper, did you notice that Ji Kai keeps looking this way? Could it be that he really likes you? Qiming raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. Mingqing shot her a glare, her expression one of disdain. His looking at Luormu. Those eyes are icy cold. Qiming paused, glancing over at Ji Kai and then at Luormu, her face contorted in confusion. What a strange world we live in. Is it possible that a handsome guy is trying to steal my man? Mingqing facepalmed, chuckling helplessly. Is there nothing else in your eyes besides handsome guys? Qiming laughed, but their banter caught the attention of teacher Xie, who looked over with a bemused expression. What are you two discussing? The classroom fell silent as classmates turned to stare, prompting Mingqing to immediately shut her mouth and shake her head earnestly. Luormu gazed at Mingqing with a complex expression, while Qiming diligently flipped through her book. Teacher Xie sighed in resignation. Your senior year is approaching. Everyone, next semester, you'll be seniors. Don't you feel any sense of urgency? Mingqing smiled wryly, fully aware of her own capabilities. She had no aspirations for prestigious universities. As long as she could attend any college, she would be satisfied. Mingqing, you're still smiling, Teacher Xie exclaimed, her expression one of disappointment. At your age, shouldn't you be considering your future? Your brother is aiming for a top university, and Yunjing is surely a prestigious one too. Don't you think it's time to elevate yourself? Mingqing blinked in surprise, while Qiming muttered under her breath, Key point, Yunjing, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly turned suggestive, with classmates watching Mingqing with amused expressions, causing her to lower her head in a resigned smile. I will have those two tutor you, and you, Lormu, yes, you must also assist her and not allow her to drag you into watching anime right after school. Chiming looked nervously at teacher Xie. Then glanced back at Lormu, whose brow knitted in concern, his expression chilly yet smiling faintly. Mingqing felt embarrassed, glancing out the window, realizing that Lormu's stay at her home could no longer be concealed. Jiu Kai's gaze was cold and piercing as he looked over, and the classroom buzzed with speculation. Teacher Xie quickly cleared her throat, sensing the tension. Let us not jump to conclusions. We're all classmates. Luomu is merely a distant relative of Mingqing's, staying at her house. I meant to say that after school, he can help her with her studies, and she shouldn't be led astray by leisure activities. In an instant, envious and jealous glances were cast upon Luomu, who wore a complex expression, smiling faintly yet awkwardly lowering his head. Mingqing sighed in a strained smile directed at teacher Xie, feeling aggrieved. Your explanation is more convoluted than no explanation at all. All right, enough discussion, let us return to class, teacher Xie stated, picking up her textbook and commencing the lesson. Chiming uneasily glanced at those around her. Then shifted her gaze back to the focused Luomu, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Luomu looked up to meet Jiu Kai's resentful stare. Mingqing felt a jolt in her heart, her expression becoming complicated as she absent-mindedly continued with her exercises. After class, as Luomu stood to leave, a gaggle of girls approached him with curious smiles. Mingqing, what is your relationship with Luomu? You're living together. At first, we thought he liked you, which is why he asked to sit behind you. Mingqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. No wonder the atmosphere felt so off yesterday. Everyone looked at her as if she had dug up their ancestral graves, with a bitter smile. She replied, Teacher Xie already said that Luomu and I are distant relatives. Chiming looked at her with a pitiful expression, while the girls lamented enviously, I wish I had such a distant relative living under the same roof. How romantic. Exactly. Mingqing, you're so lucky. You have such a handsome brother, and now a distant relative who is just as handsome, and they're both top students. However, can distant relatives marry? No, no, no. Mingqing shook her head frantically. Hastily explaining, our family has very strong views on lineage and procreation, so even as distant relatives, I would never be with Luomu. You can rest assured on that. As soon as she finished speaking, Luomu had somehow approached them, causing the girls to fall silent, glancing nervously between him and Mingqing. Mingqing smiled apologetically, while Luomu, with an indifferent demeanor, walked behind her and unexpectedly ruffled her hair, speaking in an unexpectedly affectionate tone. Since the teacher has said so, I'll tutor Mingqing tonight. Mingqing was taken aback, noticing the envious gazes of the girls. She quickly turned around to find Luomu smirking mischievously at her. Instinctively, she embraced his arm, dramatically proclaiming, Xie Miu Miu, I knew you were just like my brother and would treat me the best. From now on, you're my dear brother, and anyone who becomes your girlfriend will be my sister-in-law. Luomu twitched his lips, staring at the tearful Mingqing in disbelief, while Chiming stifled her laughter, and those around them looked on in astonishment. Teacher Gong stood at the door, her expression complicated as she asked, Are you all putting on a play? Mingqing turned with a smile, while Chiming humorously retorted, This is a grand reunion scene. Luomu gazed at Mingqing with a sorrowful expression, reluctantly taking a seat. Meanwhile, in a corner, Jiu Kai glared at Luomu with an expression of resentment. Luomu poked Mingqing's shoulder, and she slightly turned, muttering angrily, Spit it out already. Luomu paused, his brow furrowed. After hesitating, he asked, Does your family really care that much about procreation? Mingqing was momentarily taken aback, turning to him with a puzzled look, her expression serious as she replied, Xie Miu Miu, if you were to marry into the Ming family, it would have to be my brother. Luomu's lips twitched as he regarded her with a complex expression, while Mingqing smiled triumphantly. Because I already have Yunjing, you stand no chance. Luomu felt a wave of embarrassment, helplessly rubbing his forehead with a long sigh. Mentally scolding himself for being so curious, Chiming, sitting beside them, lowered her head, smiling sadly, and then looked up with a gaze full of longing at the indifferent Mingqing under the towering camphor tree on the south side of the school's playground. Minghan reclined, the only camphor tree in the school standing robustly in the southwestern corner of the soccer field, towering at least 3 to 4 stories high, its leaves forming a lush green canopy below. From the shade of the camphor tree, one could easily see the boys sprinting across the soccer field, passionately kicking the ball, showcasing their athletic prowess and skills amidst the cheers of the girls. "Is that Ji Kai?" Startled, Minghan sat up straight, turning to see Minghan, who wore a smug grin. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Have you been infected by Yunjing? You're walking around silently." Minghan laughed, sitting down beside her and playfully wrapping an arm around her neck. "How dare you say that? If it weren't for you failing this exam, would I have been called over by old Sheer?" Minghan immediately flashed a charming smile, looking up at him. "Brother, you've worked hard. For so many years, it's always been you helping me. Mom has never come to a parent-teacher meeting. None of my classmates even know her. Now you know how I feel," Minghan teased, pinching her cheek while gazing at the intense competition on the field. "Why do I feel like Ji Kai is always targeting Luormu?" he pondered, looking confused at the players on the field. Minghan chuckled helplessly, pulling his hand to sit up. "Even you noticed it. Indeed, Ji Kai seems to have a grudge against Luormu. It's unclear what the cause of it is." Minghan furrowed his brow and mischievously suggested, "How about we beat him up?" Minghan was taken aback, looking at Minghan with disdain as she stepped back. "Brother, you can't be serious. We're already in college. How can you still be so immature? Your awareness level is so low. Do you want me to be your enforcer again?" Minghan's lips twitched. "What do you mean again? Isn't it true?" Minghan shot him a reproachful look, her expression one of bitterness. "If you hadn't taken me to beat someone up in my first year, I wouldn't have been labeled a troublemaker by old Sheer. Since then, everyone knows I'm a martial artist, and the boys fear me." "Why would they fear you?" Minghan asked, puzzled by her aggrieved demeanor. Minghan angrily grabbed his head, shaking it in frustration. "Why, it's because you said that boy confessed to me, which is why I hit him, so no one likes me anymore. Isn't that a good thing?" Minghan smiled proudly as she released her grip. "It prevents early romantic relationships, and nobody dares to bully you." Minghan rolled her eyes. Just then, the playground erupted in cheers as Chiming, a die-hard fan, stood on the sidelines, passionately cheering for Luormu. Of course, Ji Kai had his fair share of fans too, with both factions' cheers echoing throughout the campus, turning the already dismissed school into a lively scene. Minghan couldn't help but comment, "Chiming really does love handsome guys. By the end of this match, her voice will be hoarse." Minghan slightly nodded, and suddenly Minghan patted her shoulder, grinning as he inquired, "Why don't you go cheer for them?" "I am not interested," Minghan replied, reclining beneath the tree, its shadows dancing across her face, her brows knitted slightly, revealing a hint of melancholy. Minghan noticed and smiled gently. "Is it because Yun Meng hasn't come?" Ignoring him, Minghan sat up abruptly, her irritation manifesting as she hesitated before asking, "Brother, which school do you think I could get into?" "Oh my," Minghan exclaimed in feigned astonishment, "my sister has grown up and is now contemplating her future." Minghan felt a flush of embarrassment as she stood and walked toward the basketball court. Minghan promptly followed, draping an arm around her shoulders, whispering in her ear, "Do not fret, despite your current level. There are still options, plus, you have me, Luo Mu, and the academic powerhouse Yun Meng to ensure you'll get into university." Minghan shot him an exasperated glance. Amidst the cheers, Luo Mu's team triumphed, and Chiming's cheerleading squad erupted in ecstatic screams. Minghan chuckled helplessly as Luo Mu wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief that Chiming had handed him. Raising his gaze to see the siblings approaching, with Minghan waving and smiling, his smile was refreshing and pure, untouched by the grime of the world. Ji Kai, upon observing Luo Mu's serene smile, glanced over at the siblings, his brows furrowing slightly, seemingly more displeased than had he lost the game. "Congratulations." Minghan beamed at Luo Mu. Luo Mu nodded, his expression softening considerably. Suddenly, Minghan remarked in mock disdain, "Your headband is askew." Minghan stood by, her expression a mixture of complexity as she watched Minghan. The girls on the playground screamed, and Ji Kai, in a fit of anger, threw down the handkerchief he had been holding and turned to leave. Chiming shot a mischievous glance at the pair, casting a devilish look at Minghan. Embarrassed, Minghan turned to Minghan with a hint of reproach. "Brother, why are you so nice to him?" Minghan adjusted his headband and turned to her, cheerfully stating, "Little Moo Moo fulfills my wish of having a brother." Mingqing's lips twitched in frustration as she glared at him. "So, you've never liked having a sister?" "Of course not," Minghan hastily explained. "What I mean is, now that I have a sister, I just wish for a brother too." Mingqing furrowed her brows. And Minghan grew increasingly anxious. "It's not that I dislike having a sister, I just want another brother." Oh, seeing Mingqing's expression darken, he quickly grabbed Luo Mu, who was putting on his jacket, and whispered urgently in his ear, "Quick, say something nice for me." Luo Mu glanced at him coolly, shrugging off his arm, and said to Mingqing, "Your brother might just be getting bored with you." Minghan was taken aback, watching Luo Mu calmly dress and leave with his bag. Mingqing shot him a glare before walking away with Qi Ming, ignoring him entirely. Minghan followed with a resigned smile as the sun set. The three of them walking as if there were no end in sight, with Yun Meng's college entrance examination countdown underway. Mingqing and Luo Mu continued to attend school together daily, while Yun Meng had training classes after school, leaving only Mingqing and Luo Mu. Though accompanied by Luo Mu, Minghan still made it a point to pick up Mingqing whenever he could. Ji Kai persistently sought out Luo Mu, often instigating minor troubles, like purposely bumping into him as they entered the classroom or shaking dust near him while cleaning. Whenever the school assigned complicated tasks, he would push Luo Mu forward, hoping to see him flounder. Oddly enough, Luo Mu never seemed to get angry. For instance, today, during the senior class's coming-of-age ceremony, Ji Kai recommended Luo Mu to represent their class. Qi Ming glared at Ji Kai, and Mingqing promptly restrained her. "Qi Ming, we must remain calm. We can't let Luo Mu see you lose your temper." Qi Ming glanced at the person approaching the door, took a deep breath, and suppressed her anger as she looked down at Luo Mu. "Why aren't you angry? This isn't he participating in an event, it's just asking for trouble, being a laborer, doing all the work, serving those seniors while they mess with you." Luo Mu sat down behind Mingqing, a cool smile on his face. "It's all right, with Yun Meng around, and I hear Minghan is joining as well, so I'll be fine." Mingqing paused, turning to Luo Mu in surprise. "Who told you that?" Luo Mu lowered his head to organize his desk, replying slowly, "Minghan said so." At that moment, he glanced at Ji Kai, who wore a calm smile. Mingqing and Qi Ming exchanged glances and then burst into uncontrollable laughter, drawing the curiosity of their classmates. "Luo Mu, you're still too young," Mingqing chuckled, her eyes glistening with tears of mirth. "My brother is a devil, you know." "Do you have any idea why he, a graduate, would come back to attend the senior ceremony?" Luo Mu looked at them in puzzlement, while his desk mate adjusted his thick glasses, looking at him sympathetically. "Because he enjoys playing around." Qi Ming nodded in agreement, recalling a story from the previous year about a boy who was utterly humiliated by Minghan. The bespectacled boy chimed in, "So, no one dares to wear expensive suits to the coming-of-age ceremony anymore." Luo Mu regarded the pair with a complex expression as Mingqing patted his shoulder sympathetically. "Perhaps my brother will show some brotherly affection and spare you." "Impossible," the bespectacled boy retorted. "Your brother only targets the representatives from the second year. Last year, Yun Meng was involved too, and it was no less disastrous, when he arrived as a noble prince for the ceremony, but left as the best cosplayer of a beggar." Mingqing laughed heartily. Qi Ming looked at Luo Mu with exasperation. "Why don't you just bribe Minghan?" "Exactly," Mingqing chimed in mischievously. "My brother is incredibly easy to bribe, just treat him to some barbecue." Luo Mu felt embarrassed, realizing that the school's coming-of-age ceremony was known for its playful antics, a sort of situational comedy. He anticipated it to be so extreme. That evening, Luo Mu treated everyone to barbecue, and Minghan assured them, "Don't worry, with me around, no one will mess with you." Yun Meng and Mingqing exchanged knowing glances, chuckling as they enjoyed their meal, while Luo Mu looked at Minghan with suspicion. The following morning, Mingqing rose early, crouching behind the sofa with her phone ready. When Luo Mu emerged in his suit, she snapped a picture, causing him to frown in mild annoyance as he helplessly observed her. Mingqing's phone seemed to have a mind of its own, capturing continuous shots. "You're the first person I've seen who uses a flash to take candid photos," Luo Mu remarked with a resigned smile, not truly upset with Mingqing. Minghan appeared from upstairs, observing the playful interaction, and lamented, "Luo Mu, could you be a bit colder towards her? You're too gentle with her." Minghan rose to sit on the sofa, glaring at him. Brother, I think you're just jealous. Are you envious of how nice Luo Mu is to me, or that I have him and no longer cling to you? Minghan approached with a smile, ruffling her hair. Just you wait. Minghan gazed adoringly at the two well-dressed boys, her eyes sparkling as she suggested, shall I take a group photo? Sure, let us capture a memory. Minghan agreed, roughly pulling Luo Mu closer. As Luo Mu lowered his head, Minghan snapped the photo, casting a wicked glance at them. I'll be waiting for your return. Luo Mu looked at her in confusion, while Minghan, seemingly avoiding some scrutiny, quickly dragged him out the door. Minghan sent the photo to Ji Ming, who gushed excitedly. What a perfect match. Minghan hesitated. Don't you like Luo Mu? Yet that did not hinder her inner fangirl spirit. Ji Ming exaggeratedly screenshot their hands, posting it in Minghan's reader group, titling it, The Author's Handsome Brother and His Relative. Instantly, the group erupted with excitement. A frenzy of fangirls exclaiming over the striking proportions and alluring uniforms. Such beautiful hands, it would be a shame not to grab the bedsheets. Minghan sighed, knowing her brother's good looks had long been the talk of the reader group. With her audience, fans of Danmai, eagerly requesting stories about him, she had never obliged, fearing her brother, a staunch straight man who would explode at the mere sight of her reading such comics. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the school entrance was charged with excitement. Students who typically dressed casually were now donned in formal attire, with boys in suits and girls in lovely dresses. Suddenly, Minghan's phone rang, and he answered hurriedly. The voice on the other end was nonchalant. Xiao Han, where's that comic book? You didn't hide it, did you? You promised to show it to me after reading. If you lend it to Shir Hu Chin again, I swear I'll get you. Seriously, didn't you just take it yesterday? Minghan replied, exasperated. Oh, came the response before the line went dead. Luo Mu, curious about Minghan's stiff demeanor, asked, what's the matter? Minghan was startled, quickly shaking his head. Anxiously glancing at Luo Mu, fearful that he might have overheard something. However, judging by Luo Mu's demeanor, it seemed he had not heard a thing. One could only hope that was the case. At that moment, Fu Xiangxai approached from a distance, adorned in a striking red dress, her pure smile illuminating her face, long straight hair cascading over her shoulders, and her clear eyes reminiscent of the starry river in the night sky. Minghan immediately grew tense. Today I shall accomplish something significant, he declared with a proud arch of his brow. Luo Mu paused momentarily, observing Minghan's infatuated gaze directed at Fu Xiangxai, and disdainfully remarked, do be cautious. The lingering rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the marble at the entrance, reflecting off the crimson iron gate. The shadows of the trees danced across the girl's pristine face. With her slightly furrowed brow betraying her anxiety, she hurriedly exited the courtyard and made her way to the adjacent one, ringing the doorbell but receiving no response. Impatiently, she stood at the doorstep, calling out, Yun Meng, Yun Meng. The door to Yun Meng's home opened, revealing a neatly dressed man, perpetually clad in his timeless slacks and shirt, the only noticeable change being the increasing size of his middle-aged beer belly. Rolling up his sleeves, with water from washing vegetables still clinging to his hands, he rushed to the door, inquiring, what is it, little girl from the Ming family? Uncle Yun, is Yun Meng home? Mingchen asked anxiously. Uncle Yun, perplexed, shook his head. He called earlier to say he was going out with your brother. What's the matter? The school's adult ceremony had long concluded, yet none of the three had returned, and their phones went unanswered. Mingqing's anxiety heightened. Uncle Yun promptly reassured her, it's all right, your brother is with them. Besides, what trouble could three grown men possibly find themselves in? But, Mingqing protested, aren't you worried? My brother isn't the best influence. Don't let Yun Meng associate with him. He has already learned to ignore calls. Uncle Yun chuckled helplessly. Well, that's your issue. Ho, Mingqing looked at him in confusion. Uncle Yun smiled knowingly. Men shouldn't be overly monitored. Besides, your brother is quite a good person. Mingqing, still perplexed, watched as Uncle Yun pretended to open the door. They haven't returned, and no one is cooking for you, so why not come over for a meal? Your aunt and I have prepared plenty. Mingqing quickly shook her head. Thank you, Uncle Yun, but I've eaten. I'll head back now. Uncle Yun nodded, watching her walk back to her own courtyard with a troubled expression. Men shouldn't be overly monitored, Mingqing muttered, her expression intricate. My brother, Yun Meng, or the three of them. Upon returning home, she continued to call, but still no one answered. Frustrated, she plopped down, the television screen frozen on the concluding scene of her favorite anime. Taking advantage of Minghan's absence, she binge-watched all her beloved anime before switching to an upbeat Western film, curling up in the corner of the sofa with an apple in hand. As movie after movie played, Minghan finally succumbed to sleep on the couch, the exaggerated sounds of a tsunami in the film echoing as cities were submerged, vehicles swept away, and terrified voices calling out for their loved ones. The door to the Ming residence swung open, and Luo Mu, alongside Yun Meng, helped the swaying figure of Minghan inside. Hearing the door creak, Minghan jolted awake, rushing over to the three, hastily covering her nose. "Have you been drinking?" Yun Meng shot a helpless glance at the inebriated Minghan, while Luo Mu furrowed his brow. "Let us get him to his room first." Minghan quickly stepped aside. Her face filled with confusion as she watched the two support Minghan upstairs. She darted into the bathroom, grabbed a damp cloth, and hurried back up, gazing at the figure sprawled on the bed. Her brow knitted with worry, she turned to Yun Meng asking what happened. Luo Mu took the cloth from her, seated at the bedside, dabbing the sweat from Minghan's forehead and casually unbuttoning his shirt. Yun Meng scratched his head, a frown marring his features as he looked at Luo Mu, who paused, glancing at Minghan with a furrowed brow before casually stating, he was rejected after confessing. "What?" Minghan exclaimed in astonishment, looking at the figure on the bed. Luo Mu stood, approaching her. He confessed to Fu Xiangsai and was turned down, only to see. Luo Mu hesitated, glancing at Yun Meng beside Minghan. Then continued, he witnessed Fu Xiangsai confessing to Yun Meng. "What?" Minghan exclaimed in disbelief, turning to Yun Meng, who hurriedly shook his head. "I don't like her. I had no idea she would confess to me." Luo Mu exited the room, completely soaked from Minghan's prank, wearing only Minghan's clothes after misplacing his suit jacket. Minghan's expression turned complex as she pondered the situation. "So, my brother likes someone who likes you." "Oh," Yun Meng nodded anxiously, glancing at Minghan. Minghan shot him a glare. "So you all just ignore my calls? Do you not realize how worried I am? We were too busy trying to convince your brother." He probably didn't hear. Yun Meng appeared anxious. In reality, it was Minghan who insisted on not answering, fearing she might come looking for him and put herself in danger. Minghan sighed in resignation. "What is my brother thinking?" Yun Meng shrugged helplessly. "These matters are hard to explain." Minghan furrowed her brow, then turned to Yun Meng, nervously asking, "What about you? Why don't you like Fu Xiangsai?" "Oh," Yun Meng hesitated, then awkwardly smiled. "Some things are just unexplainable. I simply don't like her." Minghan gazed at him in confusion as Yun Meng hurriedly added, "I need to head back now. Call me if anything comes up." With that, he rushed out the door, leaving Minghan to glance at the sleeping figure with a sigh. When Luo Mu emerged from the shower, he observed Yun Meng's hasty retreat and curiously looked at Minghan as she descended the stairs. "What happened with Yun Meng?" Minghan shook her head, distractedly responding, "So, did my brother get drunk because of a rejection?" "Seems so," Luo Mu replied, drying his hair as he sat across from her, a resigned smile on his face. In that situation, being turned down is indeed awkward, especially witnessing Fu Xiangsai confess to Yun Meng. Minghan expressed her disdain. "There are so many girls who like him. Why does he have to like Fu Xiangsai?" Luo Mu chuckled softly. "Your brother is rather nav." Minghan blinked in surprise, her eyes filled with confusion as she regarded Luo Mu. He smiled gently. "Why not go ask him why he confessed at the adult ceremony? He'll answer anything in his drunken state." Minghan, still perplexed, stood up hurriedly to ascend the stairs. Luo Mu settled on the sofa only to soon see Minghan storming down, her face flushed with anger. "What the heck? If she doesn't like my brother, why does she say good morning and good night to him every day? She flirts with him, and when he says he wants to confess, she just accepts it." Minghan fumed as she descended. "What kind of person is this? She can chat with my brother for hours without hanging up. My brother buys her study materials, gifts for her birthday, sings her a birthday song, and when he runs out of money, he buys her snacks and sends red envelopes, never refusing her." Luo Mu shrugged, speaking slowly. "Your brother is too innocent, and she possesses a much higher level of cunning." Minghan sat down, seething. "Just wait, I'll make her regret this." Luo Mu was taken aback, quickly advising, "No, don't do anything reckless." Minghan shot him a glance, then disdainfully remarked, "Why don't you just stop my brother?" Luo Mu wore a perplexed expression as Mingqing sighed in resignation. Forget it, I doubt you could stop him anyway, but how did my brother even see her confessing to Yun Meng? Mingqing muttered in confusion to herself. Originally, your brother and I planned to find Yun Meng together, but we happened to see Fu Xiangxai on her way to find him, which is how he overheard her confession. Luo Mu explained with a resigned smile. Mingqing regarded him with a complex expression as Luo Mu's gaze softened. However, Yun Meng turned her down, stating he had someone he liked. Mingqing was taken aback. And Luo Mu smiled gently. All right, go rest now. If you're late again tomorrow, you'll be scolded. Nodding absently, Mingqing watched as Luo Mu entered his room, her mind tangled with thoughts as she climbed the stairs. The day following the adult ceremony, the senior class, having indulged in yesterday's revelry, appeared much more spirited. As prospective graduates, they carried themselves with an air of authority, surveying the younger students with disdain. As the class bell rang, Fu Xiangxai dashed into the campus, shielding her face with a book. The security guard promptly intercepted her. Young lady, what are you doing? Fu Xiangxai lowered her book, revealing a bruised and battered visage. Her lips stained with blood, and her hair disheveled, presenting a rather pitiful sight. The pocket of her school uniform was torn and hanging from her attire. The guard looked at her with concern. Are you all right? Fu Xiangxai quickly shook her head, tears welling in her eyes as she sprinted toward the teaching building. The guard, perplexed, scratched his head and returned to the security office, not long after he sat down with a cup of tea. A familiar voice called from the entrance, Uncle Liu, opened the door. The guard stepped out to find Mingqing, panting heavily, and he sighed. Mingqing, why are you late again? Uncle Liu, Mingqing pleaded, blinking innocently at him. Please let me in. The guard, with no choice, opened the door. Next time you're late, I'll call the teacher. Thank you, Uncle Liu, Mingqing exclaimed as she rushed toward the teaching building, rubbing her wrist as she ran. As soon as she ascended the stairs, Mingqing heard Teacher Xie's voice resonating through the air. With a visage resembling that of a soul extinguished, she entered the classroom. Teacher Xie, leaning against the lectern, regarded her intently, and at that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Mingqing forced a bitter smile, while Teacher Xie inhaled deeply and commanded, "Come down and take a seat." Startled, Mingqing beamed with excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you, teacher. You must run 5 laps on the football field during lunch," Teacher Xie declared as he departed with his textbook in hand. Pausing at the doorway, he turned to Mingqing and added, "I shall come to supervise you." Mingqing, her expression a tapestry of emotions, trudged back to her seat, her countenance heavy with despondency. Luo Mu cast a sidelong glance at her, and Mingqing, feeling timid, settled into her chair. Qi Ming observed her with a look of resigned helplessness, muttering about her tardiness, particularly during his class. "I left my book at home," Mingqing confessed anxiously. At noon, beneath the blazing sun, a throng gathered around the football field as Teacher Xie stood beneath the flagpole, arms crossed, watching the panting students point. 2 laps to go. Mingqing stole a glance at him, took a deep breath, and continued running. Luo Mu and Qi Ming stood nearby, their curiosity piqued by the onlookers, whispering about her habitual lateness and the consequent punishment. "How unfortunate," Qi Ming remarked, tugging at Luo Mu's sleeve. "Shouldn't we intervene?" Luo Mu shook his head slowly, responding, "Everyone must take responsibility for their actions," yet his gaze remained anxiously fixed on Mingqing, whose complexion grew increasingly pallid. In the senior classroom of the teaching building, a boy rushed in, startling Yun Meng from her slumber. Panting, he exclaimed, "Yun Meng, why are you still sleeping?" Mingqing has been punished again. At the back of the classroom, Fu Shengxi raised her eyes to regard Yun Meng, who, still half asleep, replied, "Isn't it common for her to be punished? This time is different," the boy insisted, pointing urgently towards the lively football field. "Look, Teacher Xie has ordered her to run 5 laps. Yun Meng squinted towards the window, suddenly bolting upright and rushing out of the classroom. The boy followed her, his face a mask of helplessness, while Fu Xiangxi furrowed her brow, casting a resentful gaze out towards the field. On the football field, Yun Meng emerged from the crowd in a flurry, while Teacher Xie feigned ignorance of her presence. As Yun Meng reached him, Luo Mu paused, observing the exchange between the two. Mingqing, upon spotting Yun Meng at Teacher Xie's side, panicked and lowered her head to run. Suddenly, Yun Meng dashed to her side, matching her pace. Mingqing, clutching her abdomen and gasping for breath, stammered, "What are you doing?" Yun Meng smiled and replied nonchalantly, "I'm exercising." Mingqing managed a wry smile. exhausted as she leaned over, struggling to catch her breath. Yunmeng jogged backwards beside her, concern etched across her face, stating, "If you can't handle it, you shouldn't run." Mingqing glanced at the figure beneath the flagpole, sighed heavily in resignation, and then felt Yunmeng gently grasp her arm, smiling tenderly. "Then I'll hold onto you." The spectators around the field erupted in cheers, while Qiming gazed at them with starry-eyed admiration, exclaiming, "Yunmeng is so cool." Luo Mu's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes filled with concern as he glanced at the pair and then at the person leaning against the flagpole with a bemused expression. Once the punishment concluded, Teacher Xie's demeanor turned serious as he approached the two girls, removing Yunmeng's hand from Mingqing and firmly stating, "This is my student, what do you think you're doing?" Yunmeng chuckled helplessly, glancing at the pale-faced Mingqing. "Teacher Xie, if anything happens to her, how will you explain it to Minghan?" Teacher Xie was taken aback, quickly gesturing to Qiming to assist Mingqing to the infirmary for some rest. With Yunmeng following closely behind, Luo Mu cast a sidelong glance at the troubled expression on Teacher Xie's face, offering a faint smile, realizing that encountering such students could indeed be quite vexing. Teacher Xie, momentarily stunned, turned to face Luo Mu, the shadow of the flagpole obscuring his features, rendering his thoughts inscrutable, much like the enigmatic nature of this curious student. In the senior classroom, fujoshi had been struck. Teacher Xie remarked, his keen eyes scrutinizing Luo Mu. Luo Mu nodded, his expression cool as he replied, "I've heard it was Mingqing's doing." Teacher Xie stated calmly, his brow furrowing as he studied Luo Mu intently. She had behaved similarly in middle school, also a girl who rejected Minghan, first covering her head before striking, identical to the one who struck Fu Xiangxi. We cannot make baseless assumptions without evidence. Luo Mu replied coolly, adding, "Moreover, Fu Xiangxi hasn't pressed charges, has she? But she is my student, I cannot turn a blind eye." Teacher Xie insisted, looking incredulously at the composed figure before him. Luo Mu smiled serenely. Though she acted impulsively, she did so with restraint, otherwise, Fu Xiangxi wouldn't still be sitting in class. She's already faced punishment. Please refrain from informing Minghan. Teacher Xie paused, scratching his head in disbelief, then abruptly draped an arm over Luo Mu's shoulder, grinning broadly as he said, "You, my friend, are as perceptive as a mirror." Luo Mu managed a wry smile, and Teacher Xie led him out of the football field, seemingly indifferent to the astonished gazes of their peers, chiding, "You actually care a lot. Stop presenting such a cold demeanor and engage more with your classmates." "But it is peculiar," Teacher Xie observed curiously. "How is it that you remain so serious with someone as boisterous as Minghan around?" Luo Mu chuckled helplessly, and Teacher Xie continued, "And what about Minghan? He's so oblivious, even a bit off-kilter. Take his confession at the coming-of-age ceremony. It was bound to be rejected. The school forbids early relationships. And would any girl dare to accept him? Wouldn't you agree?" Luo Mu nodded in agreement, attempting to extricate himself from Teacher Xie's grasp, but Teacher Xie had no intention of relinquishing him. The people in the upstairs office adjusted their glasses, their cold gazes fixed on the two making their way toward the teaching building. Confessions require a bit of assurance before one acts. Look at him, others clearly have no interest, Teacher Xie remarked disdainfully. Don't emulate him, understood? Luo Mu replied. By the way, has Minghan spoken ill of me? Teacher Xie inquired with a serious expression. Luo Mu, feeling sheepish, shook his head earnestly. He knows when to be cautious, Teacher Xie replied proudly. What do you think of Minghan? He's all right, Luo Mu said nonchalantly, finally understanding why the two were friends. They were both incessant chatterboxes. What do you mean all right? Teacher Xie pressed, his expression stern. Compared to me, who is better? Teacher Xie, a gentle voice called from above. Teacher Xie looked up to see someone who had apparently been waiting for a long time by the staircase, adjusting his glasses and stating, "There is something I need to discuss with you." Realizing the urgency, Teacher Xie's demeanor shifted, and he quickly released Luo Mu, dashing upstairs. Luo Mu observed as he followed the orderly figure of Teacher Xie alongside Teacher Gong to the office, feeling a mix of complexity in his thoughts. At that moment his phone vibrated, revealing a message from Minghan. Accompany me to the mall after school. Do you have no friends? Luo Mu replied disdainfully. Minghan, nursing a hangover, lowered his gaze, smirking. You, of course. Oh, you said you wouldn't wait for me. Minghan exclaimed, emerging from the convenience store and wrapping an arm around Luo Mu's neck. Fortunately, School had already dismissed, and few students remained to witness their interaction. Luomu sighed deeply as Minghan playfully pinched his cheek. Grinning, "Were you waiting for me all alone? Yunmeng is accompanying Mingqing home," Luomu retorted, pushing his hand away in annoyance. "Oh, right," Minghan replied with a smile, glancing at Luomu. "You didn't tell her, did you?" "No," Luomu replied coolly. Hailing a taxi at the roadside, they both climbed into the car, and as Luomu observed the yawning figure beside him, he furrowed his brow, gazing out the window with a detached expression. Moments later, something suddenly pressed against his shoulder. Turning around, he found Minghan had dozed off against him. Luomu's lips twitched as he contemplated pushing him away but hesitated, remaining stiffly seated as the car sped onward. Finally stopping at the mall entrance, with an expression of mixed emotions, Luomu trailed behind as Minghan eagerly explored the shops. They paused at a stall selling hats, where Minghan picked up one adorned with an exaggerated bow and turned to Luomu. Grinning widely and beckoning him over, reluctantly, Luomu approached as Minghan placed the hat atop his head, cupping his face to scrutinize him. Luomu furrowed his brow, his lips twitching in annoyance as he asked, "What are you doing? It's perfect," Minghan exclaimed cheerfully. The staff member, wearing an exasperated smile, interjected, "Excuse me, sir, but that's a women's hat." "I know," Minghan replied with a grin. "It's not for him." Minghan then put the hat away, explaining, "My sister's birthday is tomorrow. I want to surprise her. I doubt she'd appreciate such an ostentatious bow," Luomu remarked disdainfully as he watched Minghan. Minghan paused for a moment, then retrieved the hat once more, followed by a scarf, prompting Luomu to sigh. "It's summer, you know." Minghan turned around, fuming as he glared at him, pulling Luomu behind him, defiantly proclaiming, "You go ahead and choose." Luomu cast a fleeting glance at him before striding directly toward the jewelry section. Minghan hurried to catch up, gazing at the watch enthusiastically, giving a thumbs up with a look of admiration. "Not bad, kid. How did I not think of that?" Luomu shot him a complex look while Minghan grinned. "I am simply too clever. Bringing you along was the right choice." Ignoring him, Luomu requested a red strap watch with a starry design, declaring, "This one will do. Isn't he that a bit too expensive?" Minghan scoffed, "She is just a child. A watch costing 20 or 30 is sufficient." Luomu furrowed his brows, his expression revealing his inner conflict, while Minghan rolled his eyes and turned to admire nearby rings. Luomu, sporting the watch, approached him and coldly remarked, "I've never heard of anyone wearing a pair of rings solo." Minghan paused for a moment before confidently telling the staff, "I'll take this pair of dragon and phoenix rings." The staff were momentarily taken aback before quickly smiling and retrieving them. Minghan shot Luomu a challenging glare and handed over his bank card, while the staff cheerfully processed the payment, just as they began to wrap the rings. Minghan abruptly interjected, "No need for that." Luomu looked at him helplessly as Minghan took the rings, suddenly seizing Luomu's hand and insistently slipping a ring onto it. Luomu was momentarily stunned, while the staff looked on in astonishment. Minghan nonchalantly adorned his right hand with the ring, glancing at the bewildered Luomu, who was fixated on the ring on his left hand. "No need to thank me," Minghan proclaimed triumphantly, taking back his card from the staff and striding toward the exit with an air of confidence. While Luomu noticed the staff exchanging ambiguous glances, hastily turning to follow him. A few staff members exchanged looks, their expressions a mix of complexity and disappointment, murmuring, "Such a waste, 2 dashing young lads like them should be bringing joy to infatuated girls. And they just end up together like this." One girl sighed deeply, "Now I understand why I'm still single at 30-something. All the handsome guys are paired up with each other." Meanwhile, outside the mall, Minghan answered a call, grinning as he said, "Mom, it seems your card might have been compromised. Don't worry, I'll report it. It's just a few thousand, don't let it upset you." Luomu watched the absurdity unfold before him, his expression a blend of disbelief and amusement as Minghan hung up, draping his arm around him. "See, I'm so good to you, risking a scolding from Miss Ming just to buy you and Mingqing gifts." With a forced smile, Luomu hailed a taxi, and Minghan eagerly joined him, leaning against the seat and yawning, fatigue evident on his face. By the way, consider this your next birthday gift. No backing out now." In truth, it was Minghan who wanted to wear it. Luomu assessed him with a calm demeanor. Minghan paused, glancing at the ring on his hand. "If you don't want it, just give it back." Then are you planning to wear both? Luormu's tone was icy as he scrutinized the fuming boy. Minghan was momentarily taken aback before playfully pinching Luormu's cheek. Come on, I have my pride too. Luormu felt a flush of embarrassment as he glanced at the ring on his hand, feeling an underlying sense of conspiracy. Minghan, brimming with pride, returned home, deliberately hiding the gift and Mingqing's book. The next day, he intentionally sent Mingqing to his room to find the book, and she was overjoyed upon discovering the gift. Minghan watched her bounce with excitement all day, grinning at Luormu, whispering, "Isn't he my design brilliant?" Luormu felt a flush of embarrassment, muttering, "But I chose the gift. So what?" Minghan retorted with a roguish grin, suddenly raising his right hand and smiling at Mingqing. Sister, Mingqing, holding the watch, looked up at the two sitting on the sofa. Luormu stiffened as he gazed at her, while Minghan proudly held Luormu's hand. "Isn't he it lovely?" Mingqing's eye sparkled as she covered her mouth in disbelief. "You two are way too cheesy." "Do you like it?" Minghan shook Luormu's hand playfully, the pair of rings shining brilliantly. Mingqing nodded enthusiastically, her face lit up with admiration. Minghan shot a sidelong glance at Luormu, whose expression had darkened. The rings symbolize freedom, independence, and being single. Mingqing chuckled mischievously, but they also represent a certain commitment, a promise of love that lasts forever. Minghan felt a wave of embarrassment, quickly releasing Luormu's hand, clearing his throat seriously. "Our agreement is that when I find a girlfriend, you'll return it to me." Mingqing facepalmed, looking at him with disdain, then turned to Luormu, her expression sympathetic as she said, "You poor thing," rising with a suppressed laugh. She happily took the watch upstairs. Luormu gazed coldly at the boy fiddling with the ring on his finger and said, "Was this how you always made Mingqing happy?" "Yes," Minghan replied, eyeing the ring on Luormu's hand and reaching out to take it. Luormu quickly withdrew his hand. "Whoever finds a girlfriend first gets to keep the ring." Minghan's lips twitched as he watched Luormu prepare to head back to his room, glancing down at the ring on his finger. A smirk creeping onto his face. "All right, but it can't come off before then." Luormu smiled faintly, nodding with calm detachment. "A gentleman's agreement, a promise worth 1,000 gold," Minghan declared, his face brimming with pride as he looked at Luormu. Before long, Yunmeng successfully enrolled in a university in Beijing, and the Ming siblings accompanied Luormu to the airport. The bustling atmosphere was tinged with the bittersweet scent of farewell. Yun's father and mother wheeled their suitcase inside. With Yun's father patting Yunmeng's shoulder gently, smiling warmly, "Make sure to bid farewell properly." Yunmeng nodded, gazing fondly at Mingqing as Minghan, observing, cheerfully exclaimed, "Come back to play during the holidays. Shanghai isn't too far from Beijing." Mingqing eagerly nodded, her carefree smile brightening the moment. "Remember to bring us gifts when you return." Yunmeng approached, arms outstretched, looking tenderly at Mingqing. "Is that okay?" Minghan hesitated, rushing forward, but Luormu quickly grasped his arm. Minghan glared at Luormu, then noticed Mingqing embracing Yunmeng, his brows furrowing in discontent as he muttered, "That kid is taking advantage of my sister." Luormu felt embarrassed as Yunmeng whispered to Mingqing, "I thought you would refuse me." Mingqing paused, pretending to push him away, but Yunmeng held her tightly, smiling indulgently. "You can't push me away, silly." Mingqing's heart raced, her eyes welling up, and she apprehensively hugged him back as Yunmeng softly urged, "You must make it to Beijing. I'll be waiting for you." As Yunmeng released Mingqing, his eyes glistened, smiling gently. "I'll be waiting for you in Beijing." Mingqing, dazed, nodded, watching Yunmeng turn away with a reluctant smile. Minghan, full of disdain, thought, "That kid has ulterior motives regarding my sister." Luormu shook his head in disapproval, patting Minghan's shoulder as he observed Mingqing's despondent expression. Minghan glanced at Luormu before playfully pulling Mingqing closer. Grinning mischievously, "What's wrong? Can't bear to part." Mingqing rolled her eyes at him but remained silent, while Minghan, feeling a bit flustered, looked at Luormu. Luormu turned his gaze elsewhere, and Minghan, feeling embarrassed, cheerfully remarked, "If he wants you to study in Beijing, then you should go for it. I could never get into his school." Mingqing sighed despondently. Minghan paused, scratching his head in exasperation, glancing at Luormu for support. Luormu frowned slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Minghan before slowly saying, "There are many universities in Beijing. You're not limited to his school." Mingqing was taken aback, a sudden spark of hope igniting within her. "You're right. Why didn't I think of that?" "Hurry," Let us go home and study. With that, she hurriedly made her way toward the airport exit, as Minghan gazed at Luomu with admiration. I didn't know you could be so persuasive, feeling a bit flustered. Luomu ignored him and continued walking. Minghan followed, draping an arm over Luomu's shoulder, a mischievous grin on his face. Even if you're persuasive, remember, no dating yet, you're still young. Luomu's lips twitched as he shot a glance at him without replying. Since Yun Meng's departure, Mingqing had been exuberantly motivated. She stopped writing novels and watching anime, and the occasional manga she borrowed or bought was always snatched away by Minghan, leaving her in silence. Luomu and Minghan alternated tutoring Mingqing, and her grades significantly improved. Meanwhile, in a cozy little bar with charming decor, Xie Yi incredulously told Minghan, Mingqing has made remarkable progress in her studies this year. Did you threaten her again? Minghan felt embarrassed, rolling his eyes at him. Is that why you invited me out? Not entirely, Xie Yi replied, leaning on Minghan's shoulder with a mischievous smile. What do you think of Luomu? Minghan was taken aback, quickly pushing his hand away, his expression serious. Listen here, he is still a child. Don't instill any strange notions in his head. Why are you so anxious? Xie Yi scrutinized the person before him with a look of disdain. I merely wish to mention that Ji Kai has been constantly picking on him. It's been over a year, and I can hardly bear to watch. Could there be some ulterior motive between these two? Minghan rubbed his forehead, replying, Please do not cast your biased gaze upon others. After all, he is a figure of authority. There is no need for unfounded speculation. Ji Kai is merely targeting him because Ji Kai's brother was persuaded by Luomu to study abroad, which has led that fellow to dig in his heels and contend with Luomu. Naturally, Luomu, being mature and composed, does not stoop to his level. Oh, quite the high praise, Xie Yi remarked with a knowing smile. Contemplating, no wonder you feel at ease entrusting your sister to his care. Minghan sighed. If my sister so much as faces a gust of wind at school, you're the first to inform me. Why should I fear that little brat Luomu? Xie Yi took a sip of his drink, casting a sidelong glance at Minghan with a raised eyebrow and a grin. Indeed, that explains why you always manage to conveniently collect Mingqing's comic books and bring them to school for her to read. Right, Minghan choked on his drink, coughing twice before urgently grabbing Xie Yi's arm, whispering nervously, How do you know? Qing told me, Xie Yi replied triumphantly, leaning slightly to gauge the expression of the now frozen individual before him. I never expected you to enjoy this so much. Minghan felt a flash of embarrassment, smacking his forehead in exasperation, muttering angrily, Qing, you're finished. Xie Yi observed this with amusement, adopting a look of someone enjoying a spectacle. Surely not all the boys in your economics department have been led astray by you. Minghan rolled his eyes at him, taking a hearty swig of his drink before turning to leave. Xie Yi quickly settled the bill and followed. Minghan, wait for me. Minghan glanced back at the panting figure catching up, sighing helplessly. Weren't you working out with Gonglin? How is your stamina still so poor? Who said that? Xie Yi replied, looking utterly puzzled. Gonglin said so. Minghan shrugged. Xie Yi's brow furrowed, his lips twitching as he regarded Minghan with a forced smile. Do refrain from prying into our affairs. I'm merely concerned for you, Minghan explained hastily. Do not misunderstand, it's just the concern of a friend. Xie Yi shot him a disdainful glare. Rest assured, I'm not interested in you. If I were, I wouldn't be waiting until now. Minghan sighed, watching as Xie Yi drove away, grumbling in frustration. Not even a ride home. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Minghan. He turned and instinctively threw a punch, which was promptly caught. The person before him, with a puzzled expression, chuckled. I'm Qing. You're the one I want to hit. Minghan retorted angrily, retracting his hand and rubbing his wrist, muttering, Why did you tell Xie Yi that I brought the comic books to school? What is there to fear? Qing draped an arm around his shoulder, grinning smugly. You have plenty of dirt on him. If it comes down to it, I can help you. Minghan rolled his eyes, and the two strolled side by side. Upon reaching the Ming residence, Qing looked at the departing figure with a forlorn expression. Aren't you going to invite me in for a bit? Minghan shot him a disdainful glance, shut the door, and cheerfully said, Goodbye. As he watched Qing turn away, he glanced up at the lit window upstairs, where a young man faced away from the light. Glancing over, Qing, with one hand in his pocket, waved nonchalantly at the figure. who promptly turned away from the window. A knowing smile crept on Xie Huqing's face as he shook his head and departed. Once Minghan entered the house, he spotted the young man descending the stairs. With a cheerful tone, he remarked, "Oh, is my brother waiting for me to return home?" Luo Mu frowned slightly, casting a cold glance before silently retreating to the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Minghan lay back on the sofa, a complex expression on his face as he stared in the direction of the washroom. The sound of water was like a siren's call, making him restless as he shook his head vigorously. In the late hours, the air outside had lost its oppressive heat, and a cool breeze rustled the trees at the entrance. Their shadows dancing on the window, creating an alluring ambience. Minghan descended from upstairs, carrying a change of clothes as he approached the bathroom, lost in thought about Xie Yi's words, his brow furrowing unconsciously. His demeanor heavy with concern, Luo Mu emerged from the washroom, his head bowed as he dried his hair, oblivious to Minghan's presence. The two collided, and as Minghan stumbled backward, Luo Mu instinctively reached out to steady him. Minghan lunged forward, causing Luo Mu to slip and fall against the bathroom door. Just then, Mingqing opened the bedroom door, her expression one of shock as she beheld the scene. Minghan sprawled atop Luo Mu, gripping his shoulders, the white bathrobe slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of Luo Mu's chest. Luo Mu supported himself with one hand on Minghan's waist while the other rested on the cold floor behind him. Both seated on the ground, Minghan's clothes scattered about, Luo Mu's gaze was unfocused as he stared at the person so close to him, his breathing growing rapid. Their eyes met, and Minghan nervously licked his lips, causing Luo Mu's face to redden, his expression softening. Mingqing stood upstairs, a mischievous grin across her face as she watched the two, quickly covering her eyes while peeking through her fingers, teasing, "What are you two up to? I'm still a child, don't let me see this." At that moment, the two snapped back to reality. Minghan hurriedly scrambled off Luo Mu, awkwardly looking at him, while Luo Mu stood up, picking up a towel and glancing at him. His voice cool and measured, "You ought to watch where you're going." Minghan nodded dully, watching as Luo Mu leisurely picked up the clothes that had fallen on the floor. Mingqing chuckled at the two, and as Minghan accepted the clothes Luo Mu offered, he dashed into the washroom as if fleeing. Luo Mu regarded the retreating figure with an indifferent expression, a faint smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Mingqing, who was grinning with amusement. With a subtle lift of his lips, he gazed tenderly at her. Mingqing tilted her head, watching with delight as Luo Mu passed through the living room and entered his bedroom. The sound of running water continued from the bathroom, while Minghan stared at the fogged-up mirror. The reflection was blurred and unsteady, his consciousness beginning to drift, making everything feel surreal. Time slipped by in a haze, and soon enough, the countdown to the college entrance examination began for Mingqing and Luo Mu. Every day after school, Minghan would return home, under the guise of supervising their last-minute preparations. Though the truth was he simply wished to savor Luo Mu's cooking. Ming's mother had warned against letting Luo Mu cook, fearing it might hinder his studies. Minghan confidently asserted, "It's fine. It's just a way to relax, constant studying necessitates breaks." Mingqing rolled her eyes from the sidelines, while Luo Mu smiled faintly. In the end, Luo Mu continued to cook for them, and Minghan, showing a shred of humanity, would occasionally take them out for a lavish meal. When the college entrance exam results were announced, Mingqing skipped about the house, her scores sufficient for her to apply to a reputable university in Beijing. However, Yun Meng had not returned, nor had he called. Mingqing's spirits began to dwindle, and Minghan watched her with an expression of helplessness. Meanwhile, Luo Mu remained at the Ming residence, having not left since his arrival. Luo Mu's grades were excellent, allowing him to apply to Yun Meng's university, yet as the registration approached, Mingqing urged him not to apply. "Luo Mu, there's no need for you to enroll in Yun Meng's university. Let him do as he pleases, you needn't feel obligated to supervise him for my sake." Observing the dejected figure ascending the stairs, Luo Mu glanced at the person beside him, who had been diligently searching for schools, uttering helplessly, "Are you planning to pretend nothing has happened? If we don't devise a plan soon, it could lead to trouble." "What can I do? If Yun Meng cared about Mingqing, wouldn't he be so indifferent? If he doesn't care, any efforts I make will only lead my sister to false hopes," Mingqing said, lifting her gaze to the person beside her, forcing a smile. "Humans are the most changeable creatures. Luo Mu paused, lowering his gaze to the computer screen to begin filling out applications. Minghan looked on in astonishment as Luo Mu submitted an application solely for his own university and major. As he prepared to submit, Minghan rushed in, gripping the hand that held the mouse. "What are you doing? I will not waver. I prefer to remain steadfast and true," Luo Mu replied calmly, glancing at the hand covering his. Gently lifting his fingers, meeting the worried gaze of Minghan with tenderness, before pressing submit. "Luo Mu, are you out of your mind?" Minghan exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the successful submission screen. Luo Mu glanced at the hand still resting on his. Raising his eyes to meet Minghan's incredulous expression, "I believe Shanghai is great, and it's a prestigious university." Minghan, astonished, watched as Luo Mu walked into the kitchen. Just then, his phone buzzed, and he glanced at it. Racing upstairs, calling out excitedly, "Mingqing, did Yun Meng ask you to apply to that university in Beijing?" Mingqing ignored him, lying on her bed with her head buried in her arms, allowing her phone to ring incessantly. Minghan, gleefully clutching his phone, dashed upstairs, flinging open the door and shaking the device, exclaiming, "Yun Meng still cares about you." But as soon as he spoke, his brow furrowed, noticing Mingqing curled up on the bed, quietly sobbing. At that moment, Yun Meng's call came through again. Minghan glanced at his phone, worry etched on his face. "Aren't you going to answer?" In the absence of a response from Mingqing, Minghan anxiously glanced at his phone screen, which displayed dozens of missed calls. He looked worriedly at the person lying on the bed, who seemed equally distressed. "You tell him I didn't apply to Beijing," Mingqing retorted with a hint of defiance. Minghan paused for a moment, urgently removing the pillow that Mingqing had been clutching over her head. "You truly didn't apply." Mingqing sat up. Her eyes reddened and filled with sorrow as she stubbornly insisted, "No, no, no, who would want to attend school in the same city as him?" Just then, her phone rang again. Mingqing seized it, angrily shouting into the receiver, "I did not apply to the school you mentioned, and I won't be coming to Beijing. I have no desire to study in the same city as you. I've had enough of that already. Stay in your Beijing and never return." After hanging up, she wiped away her tears in distress. Minghan looked at her in astonishment, his brow furrowed with concern, and asked, "Why are you so angry? Yun Meng hasn't inquired in a long time. Surely he has his reasons. He doesn't care at all." Mingqing's voice quivered with emotion. "It was my foolishness to assume he cared." Minghan, filled with worry, embraced her, gently comforting her. "It's all right. Wherever you choose to apply, your brother will support you." Overwhelmed with sorrow, Mingqing cried in Minghan's arms, lamenting, "All men are liars. In just a year, everything has changed. He wasn't like this before. University life was so vibrant, and now I feel utterly mundane." Luo Mu, having prepared lunch and finding no one descending, removed his apron and went upstairs, his face riddled with confusion as he beheld the gloomy figure embracing Mingqing. Minghan cast him a fleeting glance before returning his worried gaze to the weeping girl in his arms. "All right, it's time to eat. Stop thinking about him. My sister is remarkable. There are plenty of people who admire her. Let him regret it." Mingqing lifted her head to dab at her tears but then laid back down on the bed, refusing to eat. Minghan, feeling helpless, scratched his head and glanced at Luo Mu, who shrugged in resignation. "If you want to eat later, you can. For now, just rest," Minghan stated before exiting the room. Descending the stairs dejectedly, he muttered to himself, "Could it be that Yun Meng has truly changed? Does he no longer have feelings for Mingqing? I thought he was utterly infatuated with her. Could I have been mistaken?" Luo Mu followed closely behind, his brow furrowed as he coldly replied, "You are not wrong." Mingqing glanced back at the person beside her, and Luo Mu, pulling out a chair for him to sit, took a seat himself and served Minghan some food. Speaking with indifference, during the year he spent in Beijing, he would return whenever he had the chance. Although each time he came back, Mingqing was always engrossed in her studies, he still enjoyed being with her. How could someone like that simply change? He merely struggles with expressing himself. Minghan nodded, albeit unconvinced. "I hope so." After hanging up on Yun Meng, Mingqing spent the entire day lying at home. Ji Ming called her numerous times, all of which she ignored, while Yun Meng never called again. The more she pondered, the more distressed she became, wishing she could immediately change her application and not apply to any of the schools Yun Meng had chosen. By evening, Minghan sat on the sofa, his his face filled with melancholy as he gazed at Mingqing's room upstairs, absently playing games on his tablet. Suddenly, someone entered through the door, and Minghan sighed helplessly. "Ms. Ming, your daughter is heartbroken." The usual sound of high heels was absent as a figure hurriedly crossed the living room. Is Mingqing upstairs? Minghan paused, looking at Yun Meng, who appeared worn and weary. Nodding in acknowledgement, without hesitation, Yun Meng ascended the stairs. Luo Mu, hearing the commotion, emerged from the kitchen, incredulous as he watched the individual enter Mingqing's room. Seeing Minghan about to follow, he hastily called out, "What are you doing disturbing others?" Minghan was taken aback. "Come help me wash the vegetables." Luo Mu's tone was firm. With no other choice, Minghan scratched his head and complied. Upstairs, Mingqing remained sprawled on her bed. And upon hearing the door open, she pouted, "Brother, I don't want to eat." Yun Meng closed the door behind him, letting out a long sigh as he approached, roughly flipping Mingqing over. "Why?" he demanded. Mingqing gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief as she sat up, rubbing her sore, tear-stained eyes. Yun Meng, aren't you in Beijing?" "I came because you said you didn't apply," Yun Meng replied, his expression sorrowful as he looked at her with deep longing. "Why didn't you apply?" "I meticulously researched these schools, visiting each one, fearing you might not like them, and finally selected these few, only to hear you say you didn't apply." His voice choked with emotion. He continued, "Do you know, for a whole year, I awaited your arrival, counting down the days until you came to Beijing, looking forward to seeing you every single day." Mingqing stared blankly at the tearful figure before her, feeling somewhat at a loss as tears streamed down her face, laughing through her sobs. I have been trying every day too." "Then why didn't you apply?" Yun Meng's brow furrowed as he gazed at her with a look of sorrowful disbelief. Without warning, Mingqing threw herself into his embrace, startling Yun Meng, who stiffly sat at the edge of the bed. Mingqing, her face streaked with tears, smiled brightly. "You fool, I did apply. I was just angry that you didn't ask me. I thought you didn't care whether I applied to Beijing or not. I thought I had taken it too seriously all along." Yun Meng chuckled helplessly, tightening his embrace around her, as if overjoyed to have her back. Gently stroking her head, "If you keep sulking like this, you're going to drive me insane." Mingqing wiped her tears and released him, smiling at him. Yun Meng reached up to brush away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry, I caused you to misunderstand. I didn't ask because I was busy looking into those schools. I feared that if I asked too much, you would find me bothersome." Mingqing smiled, realizing that the reason was no longer significant. His presence brought her immense joy. Luo Mu observed the beaming Mingqing descending the stairs behind Yun Meng, a smile creeping onto his lips as he glanced at the stunned figure beside him. "This kid truly has a way with words." He managed to win her back, Minghan said with a hint of envy. Later, Yun Meng spent the holiday at Ming's residence, accompanying Mingqing to Beijing when the school term commenced. Concerned, Minghan insisted on escorting Mingqing to school, with Luo Mu following suit. As a result, Mingqing quickly became the center of attention at her new school, boasting a handsome boyfriend and two equally charming older brothers to see her off. Minghan reluctantly departed, repeatedly reminding Yun Meng to take good care of Mingqing, while Luo Mu chuckled at his side, finding Minghan's doting behavior amusing. As they boarded the plane, Minghan sighed. Feeling a sudden urge to marry off his sister, Luo Mu glanced at him, a calm smile on his face. "You're feeling quite reluctant, aren't you?" Minghan nodded, his expression somber. "When I think about my sister's wedding, I might impulsively run away with her to prevent it." Luo Mu chuckled, feeling sympathy for Yun Meng. Upon returning to Shanghai, Minghan resumed his efforts to get Luo Mu settled into school. Ming's mother remained largely absent, even missing Mingqing's departure for school due to a business trip abroad, leaving everything regarding Luo Mu's transition to Minghan. On Luo Mu's first day at school, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and hopeful freshman with wide eyes. Minghan stood beside him, proudly placing a hand on his shoulder. "So, from now on, you'll be at the same school as your brother. Are you happy?" Luo Mu shot him a glance but remained silent. Just then, a classmate suddenly approached, draping an arm around Minghan's neck, looking smugly at Luo Mu. "This kid is your brother, ho?" "No," Luo Mu retorted dismissively. Dragging his suitcase into campus, Minghan shot a glare at the person beside him, and Xie Huqing hurriedly followed, grinning at Luo Mu. I'm Cheer Hu Ching, your bro. Oh no, Minghan's classmate. Luo Mu regarded him with a brief nod. Lacking any intention to engage further, Minghan sighed in exasperation, shrugging at Cheer Hu Ching. Don't even think about hitting on my brother. Cheer Hu Ching chuckled, but at that moment, a familiar voice called out from behind. Luo Mu, good to see you again. Luo Mu furrowed his brow, turning to see Ji Yu Kai, who regarded him with an air of disdain. Minghan facepalmed, smiling ruefully as he glanced at Luo Mu. Cheer Hu Ching, acting overly familiar, took Ji Yu Kai's suitcase from him, throwing an arm around his neck and leading him toward the registration area, cheerfully announcing, Cheer Hu Ching, Senior, you can call me Ching or Ching. Ji Yu Kai grimaced, clearly displeased with this overly friendly self-proclaimed senior. Minghan observed the duo departing, shaking his head with a smile as he turned to Luo Mu. Ji Yu Kai seems quite persistent. Following you from high school to university, Luo Mu merely glanced at him in silence. Minghan pulled Luo Mu along as they walked, a familiar gesture of seniors guiding their juniors. However, at this moment, Luo Mu had grown taller, surpassing Minghan slightly, making Minghan's arm around his shoulder feel less effortless than before. Minghan assisted with the registration and accompanied Luo Mu to find his dormitory. By the time everything was settled, he was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto Luo Mu's bed. Luo Mu was the first to arrive at their shared dormitory, a spacious three-person room located in the same building as the graduate students. As he organized his space, Minghan sprawled out on his bed, feeling drained amidst the bustling atmosphere of new arrivals. The registration area began to fill with students, and Cheer Hu Ching enthusiastically helped Ji Yu Kai with the enrollment process. Beaming with pride as he looked at the paperwork in hand, muttering, Ji Yu Kai, a pretty good name. Speaking of which, he cast a glance at Ji Yu Kai, who stood beneath the shade of a tree. His cheeks flushed from the heat and his brow furrowed in discomfort. He approached him and took the suitcase from his hands. Allow me to escort you to your dormitory. Ji Yu Kai shot him a look of disdain. What do you intend to do? I came here alone as well, Summer Hu Ching replied with a light-hearted smile, his expression radiating warmth beneath the blazing sun. Ji Yu Kai sighed in resignation as Summer Hu Ching earnestly assisted him in purchasing a quilt and toiletries. With one hand swinging the quilt and the other dragging the suitcase, he only allowed Ji Yu Kai to carry the lighter items. Under the sweltering sun, they entered the dormitory building like old friends. As soon as Summer Hu Ching stepped into the dorm, he collapsed onto Ji Yu Kai's bed. When Ji Yu Kai was making his bed, Summer Hu Ching shuffled over to the other side where it was already prepared, prompting Ji Yu Kai to look at him disdainfully. Classmate, shouldn't you be leaving? What kind of logic is that? Summer Hu Ching chuckled dreamily. Burning bridges is not a good tradition. Ji Yu Kai sighed helplessly, contemplating that it was he who had helped him. So he chose not to argue. Glancing out the window at the unrelenting sun, he found no desire to venture outside, so he sat down by the bed. The stifling air made it easy to relax, and Ji Yu Kai dozed off, leaning against the quilt. Summer Hu Ching glanced at the sleeping figure beside him, a weary smile crossing his face as he lay down next to him. Chapter 19. A stifling breeze swept through the playground, where first-year students clad in green camouflage uniforms stood. Luo Mu was among them. He entered the playground alone, one hand in his pocket and the other holding his cap, resembling a sudden twinkle of starlight in the night sky. The class beside the playground became agitated, with girls gazing dreamily at the cool-faced handsome boy, who walked with an air of indifference toward his class. The instructor in charge of organizing teams was an elegant short-haired woman, whose face lit up as she glanced at Luo Mu. Student, economics major. Luo Mu nodded, and she smiled. I am Jingji, your instructor. Luo Mu returned her smile with a calm demeanor, and Jingji slightly raised her chin. Join the line. Luo Mu nodded slightly and stepped into the line, where the girls in his class gazed at him with sparkling eyes, while the boys cast him disdainful glances, as he stood at the end of the line due to his height. The girls were animatedly discussing in front of him, he's so handsome, even more so than that other guy. I think each has their own charm. This one is the kind of handsome that seems untouched by the mundane world, while the other is luxuriously handsome. The other one seems a bit childish, while this one looks cool, mature, and composed. Luo Mu furrowed his brow, his expression frigid as he watched the instructor Jingji begin to call names at the front of the line. When she called the third name, Luo Mu responded, and the girls gushed. Even his name sounds beautiful, his voice is so nice. Luo Mu frowned slightly, his expression detached as he averted his gaze from the girls' unabashed discussions. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Gu Kai paused for a moment, recognizing the familiar figure ahead, and then walked over to stand beside him, casting a disdainful glance. What a coincidence, fate has a way of bringing enemies together. Luo Mu replied coolly, not sparing a glance at Gu Kai. No, that phrase is too ambiguous. Gu Kai scoffed. It doesn't suit us, we are sworn enemies, fated to be at odds. Luo Mu twitched the corners of his mouth. Your vocabulary is quite something. I wonder how you managed to get into this school. The girls in front looked on in astonishment as the two handsome boys conversed. Suddenly, Instructor Jingji called out. Gu Kai raised his hand, responding with a confident smile, making the girls swoon at his charm. Oh my, even his hands are so handsome. Luo Mu frowned slightly as Gu Kai shot him a triumphant glance. What, jealous? Luo Mu shot him a sidelong glance, saying nothing. Soon, the instructors responsible for training lined up and entered, their distinctive military demeanor instantly capturing the students' attention, causing the girls to excitedly debate who was more handsome. Divided by class for training, the unique culture of military training in university commenced under the scorching sun. Gu Kai, with a serious demeanor, stood beside Luo Mu, the training officer, a newcomer named Ji Jie. Was very young, only 22, with a handsome appearance and a warm smile that the girls unanimously deemed the most attractive instructor. However, on the first day of training, he shocked the students with his strictness, causing the girls to lose their infatuation with him. He constantly scrutinized Gu Kai and Luo Mu, making life difficult for the two of them. After the first day of training, Luo Mu was utterly exhausted. He returned to the dormitory and collapsed onto his bed without even changing his clothes. He was so fatigued that he didn't notice when someone entered the dorm. Minghan stood beside his bed. Looking pleased, Luo Mu's roommate chuckled. Senior, you won't believe it, but that instructor seems to have a grudge against them. He keeps his eyes on Luo Mu and Gu Kai, Minghan exclaimed in surprise. Is he in your class? The roommate nodded and curiously asked, do you know Gu Kai as well? I knew him before, Minghan replied, sitting beside Luo Mu and shaking his shoulder. Wake up. Luo Mu groggily shook his head without opening his eyes. Minghan, noticing his sunburned cheeks, playfully pinched them. Little Mu, time to get up. Luo Mu tiredly opened his eyes, glaring at Minghan with reddened eyes. He glanced at Minghan's hand and hoarsely asked, what are you doing? Minghan chuckled, pinching his cheek. Get up, big brother will take you out to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Luo Mu had no intention of responding, he lay still with his eyes shut. Not pushing Minghan's hand away, Minghan paused for a moment, then cupped Luo Mu's face with both hands, forcing him to look up. Be obedient. Luo Mu took a deep breath, then swatted his hands away and sat up, glancing at the person beside him with a resigned sigh. I'm really tired, you need to eat, right? Minghan said, reaching to help him take off his jacket, adding seriously, if you starve, Miss Ming will blame me. Luo Mu was momentarily stunned, looking at Minghan in disbelief. Suddenly, icy fingers touched his waist, causing him to shiver. He frowned and looked at the person tugging at the hem of his camouflage shirt. His voice calm but slow. What are you doing taking off your clothes? Minghan said, puzzled, as he instinctively reached in, feeling Luo Mu's warmth, then quickly withdrew his hands. Luo Mu regarded him with indifference. Minghan, feeling awkward, scratched his head. You do it yourself, it feels a bit strange. The other occupants of the dormitory watched the two with amusement. Luo Mu stood up, grabbing a change of clothes and heading to the bathroom. Wait for me. His cool voice was quite persuasive. Minghan nodded, then lay back on Luo Mu's bed, gazing at the ceiling with a smile. Luo Mu's roommates were two typical science students, with thick glasses and unkempt hairstyles. Minghan lay on Luo Mu's bed, dozing off out of boredom. Luo Mu changed into military training attire, a white t-shirt, black sports pants and black sneakers. His roommates had already gone out to eat. And as he dried his hair, he stood by the bed, looking down at the person lying on his bed, gradually softening his previously cold gaze. He carefully sat beside him, drying his hair while lost in thought as he gazed out at the dimly lit sky. Minghan awoke and saw Luo Mu drying his hair, then stretched his sore eyes and pulled on Luo Mu's shirt to sit up. Luo Mu glanced at the hand on his waist. Remaining silent, Minghan stretched and asked, "Are you ready?" Luo Mu nodded, and Minghan took the cloth from his hand and placed it aside, seriously stating, "Let us leave it at that. No need to dry your hair anymore. You look good as is." With that, he stood up and pulled Luo Mu's arm as they exited the dormitory, his face full of mock grievance. "I'm starving." Luo Mu looked at him without saying a word. Suddenly, in a moment of panic, he pulled Minghan into his embrace, startling Minghan, who grabbed his arm. A fellow student carrying a bucket of clothes apologized with a smile. "Sorry about that," Luo Mu frowned. Speaking coldly, "This is the staircase. What if you bump into someone?" The student was startled, quickly bending to apologize. "I'm sorry, senior. I was in a rush to secure a spot for laundry. I won't do it again." Minghan felt embarrassed and pulled Luo Mu's arm away, smiling at the nervous student. "It's fine. He was just reminding you. Let us go." "Thank you, senior," the student said nervously, stealing a glance at the cold-faced Luo Mu before hurriedly making his way downstairs. Minghan turned back to look at Luo Mu, who appeared unfazed, hands tucked into his pockets, walking down the stairs with an indifferent expression. Minghan scratched his head in resignation, quickly following along while cheerfully chattering. "Are you too fierce? The freshmen think you're a senior." Luo Mu remained silent as they walked toward the alley outside the campus, where a food street lay behind the school. Minghan continued to chatter beside him. "Luo Mu, you're in college now. You need to learn to be gentler, or girls won't like you. Girls love warm-hearted guys." Luo Mu cast him a sidelong glance, remaining mute. Minghan let out a resigned sigh. His eyes filled with sorrow as he gazed upon him. "In truth, your smile is incredibly charming. If you smiled more often, countless girls would surely be drawn to you. You were just so intimidating that the boys were frightened. If a girl saw that, who would dare to like you?" With a heavy heart, Minghan spoke earnestly, but upon noticing the indifferent expression of the person beside him, he could only shake his head in helplessness. "I must inform you, if you find yourself unable to secure a girlfriend, do not seek my assistance." Luo Mu paused for a moment, glancing at the person next to him. "Aren't you in the same predicament?" "I am on the verge of success," Minghan replied with a triumphant smile. Luo Mu furrowed his brows, and suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the barbecue stall on the far left. Xiao Qing, holding half-eaten skewers, waved his hand, calling out, "Over here." The person beside him looked up, frowning, their gaze filled with resentment as they beheld the two newcomers. "Oh dear, Ji Kai is here too," Minghan remarked, glancing at the person beside him before tugging at his arm to approach. As the night sky sparkled with stars and the streets glowed with light, the entire food street was bustling with students from the school. Minghan settled beside Luo Mu and cast a glance at Ji Kai across the table. Laughing wryly. "Ching, you're quite the catch. I never expected you would manage to invite Ji Kai as well. It seems your reputation as a heartthrob among the junior girls is about to shift to that of a heartthrob among the junior boys." Xiao Qing chuckled, and a classmate beside them glanced at Luo Mu, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "And who might this be?" "My younger brother," Minghan replied proudly, draping his arm around Luo Mu's shoulder. "Isn't he handsome?" "Indeed," Minghan sighed dramatically. "Once again, we have someone here to steal our beautiful junior girls. Finding a relationship nowadays is such a challenge." Ji Kai chuckled softly, while Xiao Qing, tilting his head, whispered in his ear, "What are you laughing at?" The warm breath made Ji Kai feel slightly uncomfortable, and he shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Qing. "Could you not stand so close to me?" Xiao Qing looked at him with feigned innocence. "Are you rejecting me? You were not like this yesterday." "Yesterday," Minghan grinned mischievously at Xiao Qing. Ji Kai paused, turning back to glare at Xiao Qing in anger. Xiao Qing shrugged. "I helped him move his dormitory all day yesterday. And as a token of gratitude, Ji Kai is treating us today. Is that so?" Minghan laughed. "Then I shall not hold back." He called out to the vendor, "Boss, another round of beer, and 30 skewers of lamb." Xiao Qing grinned at Ji Kai. "See, I am far kinder than Minghan." Minghan took a beer, opened it, and handed it to Luo Mu, who looked at the drink in surprise. "Look, now that you're an adult, you can drink." Ji Kai looked over and suddenly raised his beer. "Cheers." Luo Mu frowned but remained still, while Ji Kai downed the entire bottle in one go, casually tossing the empty bottle aside. His gaze scornful as he gestured for Luo Mu to drink up. Minghan and Xiao Qing exchanged glances and quickly intervened. "Come on, you two have training tomorrow. Just drink a little. Exactly, Minghan exclaimed, reaching for the beer in Luo Mu's hand. Luo Mu raised his hand to stop him, and defiantly tilted his head back to gulp down the beer. Gu Kai smiled triumphantly, believing his drinking prowess would surely overpower Luo Mu. Luo Mu frowned as he flipped the empty beer bottle upside down. Gu Kai smirked disdainfully, bending over to open another pack of beer, raising his hand to challenge Luo Mu. Are you game? Luo Mu's brow furrowed as he regarded him with a cool demeanor. Gu Kai picked up a bottle, smirking as he declared, whoever loses must run around the field naked during military training tomorrow while shouting, I am an idiot. Do you dare? Luo Mu's heart skipped a beat. And Minghan hurriedly intervened, there's no need for that, we're all friends just here to have a good time, not to make a mess, let us have a contest, Xiaoqing chimed in. Clearly relishing the spectacle as he looked at Gu Kai and then at the coldly composed Luo Mu, the surrounding classmates eagerly joined in. Drink, we'll supervise you tomorrow. Minghan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Luo Mu lifted a beer bottle, smirking as his gaze hardened at Gu Kai. No need to force it. Gu Kai frowned, looking displeased, and began to drink again, with Luo Mu stubbornly matching him sip for sip. Thus, Xiaoqing sat nearby, munching on barbecue while watching the two engage in a pure drinking contest. Minghan observed Luo Mu with growing concern, reaching out to intervene. Luo Mu clasped his hand, turning back with a flushed face and warm eyes. Don't you worry. Gu Kai, noticing, grew increasingly irate, now slightly tipsy, pointed at Luo Mu and shouted, if you can't drink, just admit defeat. Luo Mu turned to face him, grabbing another bottle, and drunkenly tilted it back. While Gu Kai, unwilling to back down, seized another bottle, the two continued their innocent drink-off, as Minghan and Xiaoqing watched helplessly, observing the inebriated duo. Luo Mu reached for another beer, gazing at the slumped figure on the table. Keep going. Gu Kai, trying to be brave, picked up another beer, but his strength faltered, causing the bottle to crash to the ground. Xiaoqing quickly intervened, stopping him from grabbing another. With a serious demeanor, he looked at Luo Mu. All right, you've won. Not yet, Gu Kai protested drunkenly, leaning weakly against Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing wrapped an arm around Gu Kai, preventing him from drinking more, and signaled to Minghan, quick, take your brother away. Minghan snapped back to reality, hastily standing to pull Luo Mu away, yet, Luo Mu suddenly grasped his wrist and pulled him close. Minghan stumbled, falling into Luo Mu's embrace. Xiaoqing watched the scene unfold, his lips twitching. Luo Mu, with one arm around Minghan, struggled to stand as Minghan supported him by the waist. Let us head out, Minghan called back to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing nodded, observing the heavily intoxicated figure leaning against him, shaking his head in resignation as he paid the bill and assisted Gu Kai back to the school. Minghan guided Luo Mu back to their dormitory, where Luo Mu's roommate looked at the inebriated boy with curiosity. Senior, has he gone through a breakup? Minghan could only shake his head with a wry smile. He just drank too much with friends. He laid Luo Mu on the bed, removed his shoes, adjusted the pillow, and tucked him in, chuckling at the realization that he had underestimated Luo Mu's capacity for alcohol. Seated at the edge of the bed, Minghan gazed at the slumbering figure, letting out a sigh of resignation. Though Luo Mu had been with the Ming family for nearly 2 years, Minghan still felt he did not know him well enough. Senior, you should go rest too. I can keep an eye on him. It's fine, Luo Mu's roommate kindly suggested. Minghan nodded, thank you. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly felt a tug on his hand. Startled, he turned to see a drunken Luo Mu, eyes closed, murmuring, don't go, I don't want to be alone here. Minghan froze, while the roommate scratched his head in exasperation. Why not just stay? Minghan stared, perplexed, at the furrowed brow of Luo Mu, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. All right, but remember how kind I was to you when you wake up tomorrow. And with that, he sat down beside Luo Mu's bed. The roommate, casting a jealous glance, climbed into bed, and once the lights went out, Minghan watched tenderly as Luo Mu clutched onto him tightly in his sleep. The moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a soft glow on Luo Mu's flushed cheeks. Minghan smiled gently, exhausted as he lay down beside him, trying to keep a respectful distance, worried he might disturb him. The dormitory was enveloped in a tranquil silence, with only the faint sounds of breathing remaining. In the middle of the night, Luo Mu awoke, glancing at the person beside him in surprise. As the moonlight illuminated his features, he smiled softly, gazing affectionately at Minghan. In the quiet dormitory, it felt as though the only sounds were the gentle breaths of Minghan and the rhythm of his own heartbeat. The nights on campus were always serene, the dormitory feeling like a warm family. While in another building, things were decidedly more chaotic. Gu Kai dashed around his dormitory, bouncing joyfully from one bed to another, while Xiao Qing sat in the middle, both amused and exasperated, watching the intoxicated antics unfold. Fortunately, another roommate had returned home for the day, and Minghan was absent, or else it would have been impossible to manage. Gu Kai, with childlike glee, leaped onto Minghan's bed, pretending to jump across to Xiao Qing's, causing him to panic and rush to stop him. As Gu Kai leaped, Xiao Qing caught him, but they both tumbled to the ground with a thud, Gu Kai laughing uproariously while Xiao Qing grimaced in pain. Gu Kai gleefully pinched Xiao Qing's cheeks. "Har, silly Qing." Xiao Qing, propping himself up, chuckled ruefully while rubbing his sore back, gazing at the flushed and intoxicated Gu Kai with an expression that was more affectionate than angry. "My back is ruined," Xiao Qing complained, wincing. Gu Kai, concerned, wrapped his arms around Xiao Qing's waist, earnestly massaging it, speaking in a soothing tone as if comforting a child. "Oh, it's not that bad, just a little massage will do." Xiao Qing could only shake his head, gazing fondly at Gu Kai. "Enough of this, let us go to sleep, shall we?" Gu Kai, giggling drunkenly, leaned heavily against Xiao Qing's shoulder, leaving Xiao Qing momentarily stunned, with a mix of anxiety and determination. He wrapped one arm around Gu Kai and managed to help the drunken boy back to his bed. Minghan squinted as he stepped onto the balcony, where the training ground was teeming with a dense throng of people. A youth, bare-chested, was sprinting across the field amidst the cacophony of excited shouts. Occasionally, Minghan caught the sound of Gu Kai's loud exclamation, "I'm an idiot." Students in the dormitory, who had initially planned to sleep in, were now drawn out, their faces still drowsy, to witness the spectacle, all gazing in astonishment at the scene unfolding on the nearby field, with some even pulling out binoculars to get a better view. Just then, Luo Mu emerged from the restroom, glancing at the person on the balcony while dressing, casually asking, "What is going on?" Minghan turned back, a look of incredulity on his face, replying with a smile. "Gu Kai lost last night, so now he is running naked on the field." Oh, Luo Mu shook his head, a complex expression crossing his face. "Are you still planning to sleep?" "No," Minghan replied, grinning as he walked over and draped an arm around Luo Mu's shoulder. Heading out of the dormitory together, the path was now devoid of classmates in military training uniforms. With concern etched on his face, Minghan looked at the calm Luo Mu and asked, "Are you going to be late?" Luo Mu replied calmly, "But I've asked the counselor for leave." "Then it's fine." Minghan sighed in relief, tugging Luo Mu as they hurried towards the increasingly loud training ground. "Quick, we can't miss the good show." Luo Mu glanced at him with an exasperated expression, allowing himself to be pulled along. Upon entering the training ground, they spotted Xiao Qing, who was standing on the steps beside the field. Waving cheerfully at them, Minghan dragged Luo Mu through the crowd. Xiao Qing promptly pulled Luo Mu close, grinning. "Not bad, kid." Luo Mu raised his hand to push his grip away, calmly watching Gu Kai, who was running towards them, as the surrounding girls swooned, calling out for him. Though Gu Kai lacked muscles, his frequent basketball games had left him quite fit and healthy-looking. Blushing, Gu Kai took the clothing offered to him, lifting his eyes to see the three of them on the steps, and hurriedly put on his shirt. Xiao Qing waved at him, but Gu Kai ignored him. Turning back to the line, Xiao Qing feigned a pitiful expression, muttering, "Always so cool." Minghan chuckled at him while Xiao Qing rubbed his waist, frowning at Minghan. "Help me out." Luo Mu glanced at the two as they made their way toward the line. Standing at attention, Gu Kai shot a furious glance at the person beside him, declaring, "This is just the beginning. I haven't lost yet." "By Kai," the instructor called out sternly. "No talking." By Kai, the counselor, Jinji, who was watching nearby, chuckled, his body shaking with laughter. Even the surrounding military training classes heard and turned to see Gu Kai's darkening expression. As students laughed so hard they could barely stand. The instructor, with a complex expression, glared at them. "Is this funny, instructor?" it's Ji Kai, not by Kai, a girl quietly reminded, stifling her laughter. The instructor paused, then looked at the morose Ji Kai in disbelief. Is that so? Luo Mu felt embarrassed, while the counselor laughed. It's fine, Officer Ji by Kai sounds quite nice, especially since he said it himself. Ho, Ji Kai turned, bewildered, towards the counselor. You can't say that, didn't you shout while running naked that you were by Kai? Did I mishear? The counselor grinned mischievously at Guchi. Kai's mouth twitched, as classmates turned to look at him, and Ji Kai, with a face full of grievances, glanced back at Luo Mu, who was smiling softly, and exclaimed angrily, What are you laughing at? Luo Mu raised his head, casting a calm glance at him, and slowly replied, Don't insult yourself like that, even if it's true. Ji Kai gritted his teeth, glaring at the unfazed figure beside him. All right, quiet down, the instructor interrupted sternly. The day of military training concluded amidst the heat and fatigue, yet Ji Kai remained competitive with Luo Mu. Unwilling to concede, following the training, the welcome party commenced, and Minghan forcibly recruited Luo Mu into the basketball club, prompting Ji Kai to join as well. What began as a mere hobby transformed into Ji Kai's arena of competition. Xie Huqing, one hand resting on Minghan's shoulder and the other tucked into his pocket, watched with interest as the two engaged in yet another contest on the basketball court. Ji Kai really holds a grudge. Minghan shot a complex glance at the grinning boy. Why do I feel like you enjoy his grudges? Of course, Xie Huqing replied with a smile. Don't you find it amusing? Minghan facepalmed, turning to observe the two drenched in sweat on the court, while the girls outside the court cheered fervently, calling out the names of whoever held the ball. Just then, a charming girl entered. Her hair styled in adorable twin ponytails, holding 2 bottles of mineral water, she approached the court, a bemused smile on her face, and offered the drinks. Are your grudges still unresolved? Ji Kai shot a scornful glance at Luo Mu, dismissing her with disdain. No grudges, just don't like him. Luo Mu shook his head helplessly, tilting his head back to drink from his bottle. Xie Huqing furrowed his brow, gazing curiously at the girl. Who is she? Seems like she's out quite close to them. Qiming, she's my sister's best friend, Minghan replied with a wry smile. The 3 of them were high school classmates. Oh, Xie Huqing nodded, then cheerfully approached her. What are you doing? Minghan immediately panicked. Wait, Xie Huqing turned with a raised eyebrow and a smile. How can I not get to know such a cute girl? Minghan sighed, reluctantly following. Hello there, Xie Huqing greeted Qiming with gentlemanly charm. Ji Kai looked at Xie Huqing with disdain, while Qiming, momentarily taken aback, beamed. Qing, senior. Xie Huqing raised an eyebrow triumphantly at Minghan, then smiled. Yes, hello, I'm Qiming, she replied excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she examined him. Xie Huqing, clad in yellow and black sportswear, with a crew cut similar to Ji Kai's, appeared refreshingly mature. So cute, Xie Huqing said warmly. Smiling at Qiming, Minghan facepalmed, filled with disdain for him. Ji Kai shot him a glance, then stood up and walked away. Xie Huqing, noticing Ji Kai's departure, cheerfully said to Qiming, Let us chat next time. Junior. Qiming nodded enthusiastically, her gaze lingering on Ji Kai as he walked away, then turned to Luo Mu, giggling. Luo Mu, are all your friends this handsome? Luo Mu casually tossed his water bottle into the trash, then stood up, smiling calmly, glancing at Minghan before stating coolly that as his friend. Minghan paused, then waved cheerfully at Qiming. Need my help? I'm not as dark as Mingqing, I offer love letters for free. Qiming hesitated, nervously glancing at Luo Mu, who was bending down to pick up a basketball, then quickly shook her head with a smile. Minghan, I didn't mean that, I just thought he was handsome. Like how Mingqing thinks you're super handsome. Luo Mu paused, then smiled faintly, turning to walk outside the court. Minghan grinned at his retreating figure, then glanced back at Qiming, who was gazing at Luo Mu dreamily, and said, Let us grab a meal together. Qiming hesitated, then promptly nodded, following him with a bright smile. You're the best, Minghan. Minghan nodded enthusiastically, beaming at Luo Mu. Xiao Mu, you should learn from me. Being a warm man is what the market needs, you know. Luo Mu frowned slightly, casting a calm glance at the two, remaining silent. Minghan rolled his eyes in disdain, then smiled at Qiming. Is there anything you're not used to? Qiming shook her head, glancing at Luo Mu ahead, and pitifully said, "It's just that Mingchen forgets friends for beauty. I have no friends here." "It is so boring, you can find Luo Mu," Minghan suggested, tugging at Luo Mu playfully. "Qi Ming is Mingchen's best friend, you should take care of her," Luo Mu frowned, turning to glance at Qi Ming with a cold expression. Then shot Minghan a look of disdain, stating icily, "We live in a law-abiding society. If there is nothing to do, read a book. If there is an issue, call the police." Minghan's lips twitched in annoyance as he watched the pair walk towards the cafeteria. Qi Ming sighed deeply, reflecting on how she had once been so close to him because of Mingchen. Minghan turned back to see her sorrowful expression, scratching his head helplessly. "Don't mind him. He is a bit dense." In the bustling cafeteria, Minghan chatted cheerfully with Qi Ming while Luo Mu scanned his card at the front. The cafeteria lady shook the spoonful of food she had just served. Minghan laughed. "Auntie, if you shake it any more, there won't be any left." The auntie smiled kindly but said nothing, moving away with the food. Qi Ming playfully patted Minghan's shoulder. "Minghan, you made everyone feel embarrassed." Minghan raised an eyebrow at her. "Seems like all the cafeteria ladies have shaky hands." Luo Mu glanced at him but remained silent. The three found a seat by the window, with Qi Ming sitting across from Luo Mu, looking shy yet delighted as she gazed at him. Minghan sat beside Luo Mu, observing Qi Ming and then turning to the person beside him. Luo Mu focused on his meal, showing no interest in Qi Ming, his expression cold and uncommunicative. Minghan, unable to bear the scene any longer, reached out and gently touched his arm. Luo Mu lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the person beside him, coldly inquiring, "What is wrong?" Minghan flashed a smile and winked at him, then glanced at the curious Qi Ming. Luo Mu turned his gaze, coolly assessing Qi Ming without uttering a word, before turning his attention to his meal. Minghan's lips twitched in distaste as he looked at Luo Mu, then offered an apologetic smile to the disappointed Qi Ming. "Are you going home this weekend, Qi Ming?" Qi Ming nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'll go back if there's nothing else. Let us hang out together this weekend," Minghan suggested cheerfully. Luo Mu frowned slightly, glancing at the two. Minghan beamed at him. "Isn't it great that we all attend the same school? I'll take care of Han for you all. We should gather together." "Sounds good," Qi Ming enthusiastically agreed. "Just let me know if you need anything." "No need," Minghan replied with a smile. "Just come looking pretty." Qi Ming giggled at him, then turned to glance at Luo Mu. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful girl with long straight hair entered the cafeteria, drawing the attention of many. Minghan's eyes widened in awe as he gazed at her. Grinning foolishly, "Minghan, Senior," the familiar sweet voice echoed, and Luo Mu, who hadn't seen Fu Xiangsai for a year, noted that she appeared even more enchanting and graceful than a year ago. Minghan, seemingly electrified, joyfully asked, "Would you like to join us for a meal? Is that all right?" Fu Xiangsai glanced at the two who looked less than friendly. Minghan immediately nodded affirmatively. Qi Ming and Luo Mu exchanged glances, and Fu Xiangsai laughed. "I haven't ordered yet." "Oh." Minghan quickly stood up. "I'll accompany you to get your food." Fu Xiangsai smiled shyly, gazing at Minghan. "Thank you, Minghan, Senior." Minghan eagerly shook his head, happily following her to the serving counter. The onlookers in the cafeteria watched the pair with envy. Indeed, a handsome man and a beautiful woman are a delight to behold. As Minghan dutifully swiped his card for Fu Xiangsai, Qi Ming remarked, "Does he treat Minghan as a super meal ticket? He likes her. Swiping his card is no big deal." Luo Mu replied, not bothering to look at them anymore. Qi Ming paused, surprised that Luo Mu was commenting on others. Fearing Luo Mu would think she was gossiping, Qi Ming quickly added, "Indeed, Minghan really likes her. They would make a good couple if they got together." Luo Mu blinked, looking thoughtfully at her, while Qi Ming's heart skipped a beat, wondering if she had said something wrong. At that moment, Minghan returned, carrying Fu Xiangsai's food, who then sat beside Qi Ming. Minghan looked delightedly across the table at her. Qi Ming glanced at the disdainful smile on Luo Mu's face, who shot a frosty look at Fu Xiangsai. Throughout the meal, Minghan chatted with Fu Xiangsai, while Qi Ming and Luo Mu remained silent. Eventually, Minghan, a bit anxious, turned to Fu Xiangsai. "We're having a gathering at my house this weekend, with a group of us." Fu Xiangsai hesitated, then smiled, "But I have something to do this weekend, perhaps next time." Minghan's heart sank for a moment, but he smiled and replied, "That's all right, we can do it next time." "All right," Fu Xiangsai said with a cheerful smile. I'll head back now. Minghan nodded, gazing at her with a lovesick expression as she departed. Qi Ming looked on, chuckling helplessly while Luo Mu remained silent, observing Minghan's forlorn demeanor after Qi Ming left. Minghan sighed in frustration. Do you think there is something wrong with me? Why doesn't she like me? Luo Mu, taken aback, stood under the dim light filtering through the trees beside the teaching building. His expression cooling slightly, Minghan noticed and chuckled helplessly. What kind of expression is that? Luo Mu turned his face away as they slowly walked toward the dormitory in silence. After a while, Luo Mu looked up at the brightly lit dormitory in the distance and asked casually, why do you like her? Minghan paused, turning to smile at him. Liking someone is without reason. It doesn't need any justification. Luo Mu's gaze softened, his lips curving into a gentle smile as he looked at Minghan. Minghan blinked in disbelief, then joyfully stepped closer, cradling Luo Mu's face in his hands. Xia Mu Mu. You finally smiled at me. Your smile is so comforting and incredibly handsome. Luo Mu froze, a complicated expression on his face as he regarded the person who was gleefully pinching his cheeks. Minghan gazed at him with warmth, beaming with joy. At that moment, Ji Yukai happened to descend from the dormitory, surprised by the intimate interaction between the two, his fists clenched in anger as he marched toward them. Suddenly, Xie Huqing, returning from basketball, playfully draped an arm around Ji Yukai's neck, grinning broadly. Little Kai, long time no see, have you missed your big brother Qing? Ji Yukai glared at him, his expression dark and furious. Xie Huqing's friends exchanged helpless glances, shaking their heads as they said, Our Qing, we'll head in first. Xie Huqing nodded, tossing the basketball to them, while Ji Yukai's gaze remained fixed on the two under the trees. Seething with anger as he pulled Xie Huqing along, Xie Huqing noticed Ji Yukai's rage and glanced at the two, then, incredulously, began to take pictures with his phone. Ji Yukai turned. Infuriated, what are you doing? Xie Huqing, putting away his phone, smirked as he followed Ji Yukai. Why are you so bothered by them being together? Ji Yukai ignored him, just as Minghan and Luo Mu approached. The four met, and Xie Huqing cheerfully greeted them, promptly dragging away the furious Guchi. Ji Yukai angrily shrugged off Xie Huqing's hand as they walked beneath the dim streetlights. Moths flitting between the trees and the light. Xie Huqing playfully swatted a bug off his blue sportswear, looking up at Ji Yukai with a gentle smile. Do you like Luo Mu? Ji Yukai's lips twitched in anger as he shot a glare at him, fists clenched. Before throwing a punch, Xie Huqing swiftly dodged, grabbing Ji Yukai's wrist and pulling him towards himself. Ji Yukai stumbled forward. And Xie Huqing, leaning against a lamppost, teasingly remarked, Did I hit the nail on the head? Ji Yukai furrowed his brow, full of rage. What kind of filthy thoughts are you having? He forcefully shoved Xie Huqing away. Xie Huqing, with a tender gaze, looked at the irate Ji Yukai and suddenly reached out to cup his chin. Ji Yukai jolted, angrily raising his head. Xie Huqing, with a playful smile, leaned down and kissed him on the lips. What are you doing? Ji Yukai backed away nervously, covering his mouth, blushing as he stared at the grinning Xie Huqing under the streetlight. Consider it a testament to our friendship, Xie Huqing said with a gentle smile. Ji Yukai wiped his mouth in disgust, shouting angrily, What kind of nonsense friendship is this? Have you ever seen a friendship that requires kissing? Well, I certainly haven't encountered such a friendship, Xie Huqing replied. Gazing adoringly at the furious Ji Yukai, if it's not friendship, then let us call it love. Ji Yukai was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching as he looked at him in disdain. You re truly infuriating. With that, he stormed ahead, wiping his mouth in frustration. Xie Huqing followed, grinning smugly. If you keep wiping, it'll get chapped. Ji Yukai suddenly halted, fists clenched, turning to glare at Xie Huqing. Xie Huqing chuckled, taking a step back, and seriously said, I just remembered, that was my first kiss. Who hasn't he had their first kiss? Ji Yukai angrily swung a punch, but Xie Huqing dodged. Grabbing his wrist with a feigned look of hurt, Little Kai, you have to take responsibility for me. What kind of nonsense responsibility? Ji Yukai retorted angrily, pulling his hand away. Xie Huqing walked alongside him, wrapping an arm around his neck, looking earnestly at him. Of course, you have to be responsible for my first kiss. You took it, so you must take responsibility. Ji Yukai raised his hand, elbowing backward with force. Xie Huqing, wincing in pain, bent over and followed him. Little Kai, you're too cruel. Ji Yukai ignored him, storming ahead, when suddenly he heard something fall. He quickly turned around to find Xie Huqing curled up on the ground. Ji Kai paused, choosing to ignore him, and continued walking. Xie Huqing, watching him retreating, smiled sadly, lying on the ground while gazing at the moths under the streetlight. Suddenly, footsteps approached and stopped beside him. He turned his head to see the angry Ji Kai in feigned pain. Ouch, I can't move. Ji Kai frowned, trying to suppress his disdain as he squatted down to help him up. Xie Huqing took the opportunity to embrace him, prompting Ji Kai to twitch his lips in annoyance as he glanced at the arms wrapped around his neck. Reluctantly, he helped him to stand. However, Xie Huqing showed no intention of letting go, instead clinging to him and resting his head on his shoulder, murmuring softly, "Little Kai still cares about me." Ji Kai's lips twitched as he forcefully pushed him away. Glaring at the cheerful Xie Huqing as if he were perfectly fine. "Are you pretending?" Xie Huqing held up his hands, smiling gently. "No, I'm really in pain." Ji Kai, exasperated, turned and stormed off while Xie Huqing hurried after him. "Little Kai, where are you going? Let me accompany you." "Get lost." Ji Kai turned around, glaring at him with fury, his fists clenched tightly. "If you call me that hideous name again, I swear I will knock you out." Xie Huqing hastily fell silent, then smiled gently. "Then what should I call you? Do I not have a name?" Ji Kai shot him an exasperated look. The name felt too foreign. Xie Huqing, with a smug grin, suggested, "How about Little Ji Kai, or perhaps Little Kai Kai, or Darling, or maybe Old?" "Enough," Ji Kai snapped, visibly irritated as he regarded the man before him, whose gentle smile only added to his annoyance. Xie Huqing chuckled, his eyes brimming with affection as he followed Ji Kai, who had gone to the school supermarket to buy tissues, trash bags, and a mop. Xie Huqing carried the bucket and mop beside him. Smiling tenderly, "Little Kai, you will undoubtedly grow up to be a virtuous wife and mother." Ji Kai's lips twitched, snatching the items from Xie Huqing's hands and casting a furious glare at him as he stormed towards his dormitory. Xie Huqing stood still, watching him leave with a gentle smile, slightly anxious for the hurried person. Upon returning to the dormitory, Minghan lay on his bed, glancing at the newcomer before putting down his comic book. Utterly astonished by the state of Xie Huqing's old jacket. "What happened? Did you get into a fight?" Just then, a roommate rushed in from the bathroom, exclaiming, "Who did this? Let's go, teach him a lesson." Xie Huqing rubbed his forehead, then smiled as he shed his jacket. "I merely showcased a little skill. Besides, who would dare touch me?" Minghan paused, observing the one entering the bathroom, while another roommate scratched his head in confusion. "What is our Qing skill?" Minghan shook his head blankly and picked up his comic book again. The roommate, with a look of disdain, approached Minghan, cheerfully suggesting, "Xiao Han Han, why not grab a few more books to read?" "You've already finished those." Minghan sighed in resignation. "I can't help it. My sister went to Beijing. Am I supposed to travel to Beijing to collect her comic books? You could just buy some." The roommate replied with a grin, fully aware of the true reason behind Minghan's reluctance. Minghan scrutinized the slender, fair-skinned boy before him. "Jianxiu, you could always go buy them yourself." Jianxiu chuckled, scratching his head. "As a grown man, how could I possibly buy such comics? The shopkeeper would think I'm a pervert." Minghan's eyes gleamed with mischief as he said, "I have a plan." "What plan?" Jianxiu asked nervously. Minghan raised an eyebrow. "Disguise yourself as a woman to buy them." Jianxiu was momentarily taken aback, then responded with an awkward laugh, "Who is going to dress as a woman?" Minghan scrutinized Jianxiu, who quickly stood up, his face flushing crimson. "Don't you dare think of that. I would never do such a thing." Minghan grinned widely. "Among the three of us, you are the thinnest and fairest. You would be the most suitable for the role." Jianxiu's mouth twitched, staring at Minghan's sly grin. "Don't look at me like that. And what about the clothes? How will you procure them?" Minghan chuckled. "I have some at home." "Ho!" Jianxiu exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. "You're such a weirdo." Minghan sighed. "Come on, I have a sister." "Oh." Jianxiu nodded. Just then, Xie Huqing emerged from the bathroom, momentarily puzzled by the pair anxiously staring at him. "What is going on?" They both instinctively shook their heads, and Xie Huqing didn't press further, flopping onto his bed and exhaling deeply, a joyful smile spreading across his face as he touched his lips. Minghan exchanged glances with Jianxiu, then sent him a message on his phone. "Our Qing has a game tomorrow. Let's take advantage of his absence." Jianxiu set his phone down, casting a disdainful glance at Minghan, who was grinning at him. The following day, Minghan returned home triumphantly, only to find Luo Mu had also unexpectedly come back. Minghan sneaked into Ming Qing's room, grabbing a short skirt, a blouse, and the long hairpiece she had bought when her hair was mistakenly cut. After packing them up, he stealthily returned to his own room while Luo Mu was occupied in the kitchen. Chapter 24. Where are you off to? Came a cool voice from behind. Minghan, feeling like a thief, instinctively hid the bag behind him, smiling innocently at Luo Mu, who had just emerged from a bathroom. I have an early class tomorrow, so I thought I would stay over, he explained. Luo Mu nodded, glancing at the black bag in Minghan's hand. Be careful, Minghan quickly agreed, escaping through the door. Luo Mu sat in the living room, staring out into the dark night, picking up his laptop to browse, eventually clicking on a familiar website he frequented. The webpage was lush green, and he perused its contents with a slight smile, leaving a comment at the bottom, well written, but there are typos. Just as he prepared to log off, the author replied instantly, Meng, thank you. Luo Mu smiled softly, just closing his laptop when Ming Qing messaged him. Sir Mu, you're going to lose me if you keep this up. Threatening, Luo Mu replied, it's true that it's well written, and it's also true that there are typos. Ming Qing flushed with embarrassment, angrily scolding the computer screen. This brat is really stubborn. When I asked him to promote it, he only pointed out the flaws. Nearby, Yun Meng, engrossed in a game, chimed in with a smile. At least Luo Mu is better than Minghan. He can't even get a compliment. Ming Qing rolled his eyes disdainfully, then moved closer to Yun Meng, wrapping his arm around his, gazing tenderly at the one who was nervously clicking away at the keyboard. How about we go home for the new year? But the new year is coming, and my parents are here, then we can go back to our own homes, each to their own mothers. Ming Qing suggested, releasing Yun Meng. Yun Meng, immersed in his game, didn't he respond, and Ming Qing returned to her room. After half an hour, the game ended, and Yun Meng declined a classmate's invitation to join another round. Shutting down his computer and walking to Ming Qing's door to knock. Come in, Ming Qing called, her focus still on the computer screen as her fingers danced across the keyboard, lines of text appearing on the glowing screen. Yun Meng sat on her bed behind her, not interrupting, picking up a nearby comic book to read. Ming Qing's collection was varied, not all of it being of the same genre. Anr passed, and the rhythmic clacking of the keyboard filled the silence. Ming Qing remained seated, engrossed in her work, while Yun Meng, growing drowsy, lay down on her bed and quickly fell asleep. Ming Qing continued for a while longer, until her thoughts stalled, prompting her to stretch and glance back at the slumbering figure on her bed, a frown crossing her face as she retrieved the laundry when Ming Qing returned to her room. Yun Meng had shifted positions, now nestled comfortably under her covers, dressed in a white short-sleeved top and shorts. Ming Qing approached, her expression one of disdain, sitting at the edge of the bed to observe the sleeping figure. Yun Meng, go back to your own room and sleep. Yun Meng, still half asleep, glanced at her before sitting up and shifting closer to Ming Qing, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Ming Qing froze as Yun Meng leaned against her shoulder, his voice low and husky. Let us go home for the new year. I'll convince my parents for us to go together. Ming Qing was momentarily stunned, turning to face the tired smile on Yun Meng's face, who looked back at her with warmth. He then pulled her down onto their bed. Ming Qing, tense and motionless, felt Yun Meng's arms encircle her shoulders as he joyfully kissed her forehead. I don't want to move, let us sleep here. I'm very quiet when I sleep. Ming Qing blushed, nervously protesting, what if Uncle and the others come back? Then you would be in trouble. Yun Meng chuckled, eyes closed, tightening his embrace, then you would have to marry me. Ming Qing shot him a disdainful glare yet remained quietly nestled in his arms as the clock ticked slowly by. In the stillness of the night, countless amusing yet sorrowful tales unfolded. In Minghan's dormitory, Jian Xiu gazed at the spoils Minghan had brought back home, his expression one of complexity. Minghan hid the treasures beneath his bed and raised an eyebrow at Jian Xiu. Tomorrow, I will make you the most beautiful woman in this building. Jian Xiu looked at him in revulsion, swallowing hard. I'm starting to suspect you might be a perverted gay. Minghan chuckled, hesitating before adding, it's all my sister's influence. Jian Xiu felt embarrassed as he lay down on his bed, strangely anticipating the events of the following day. The next day, Shi Huqing stepped out Scratching his head in confusion, "Not even a single person came to watch my game," a nearby classmate chuckled. "We all know that the bonds among you in Dorm C100 are strong, but it doesn't mean everyone has to watch your game every time." Xie Huqing smiled, cheerfully agreeing, "That's true." Meanwhile, in Dorm C100, Minghan was pushing Jianxiu into the bathroom. "Hurry up and clean up. Remember to shave." Jianxiu held a bottle of depilatory cream and a bizarre pink hair removal device. Sighing in exasperation, Minghan, waiting outside, excitedly arranged the makeup products he had stealthily taken from Mingqing on the table, but Jianxiu still hadn't emerged, leaving Minghan to idly play with his phone. After a short while, Jianxiu emerged with a furrowed brow, and Minghan immediately set aside his phone and approached him. He raised his arm to examine the results of the hair removal. Unable to suppress a click of his tongue as he remarked, "Mingqing's products are truly effective." Jianxiu glared at him, his expression dark, and asked, "What else is there to do?" "Makeup," Minghan responded. Glancing at Jianxiu's legs, which were still slightly red from the recent hair removal, and grinned with pride, "I've truly mastered Mingqing's techniques. My skills are absolutely top-notch." With that, he pulled Jianxiu to the table and began applying makeup in a rather theatrical manner. "This is the foundation," Minghan announced while holding up a lotion. Jianxiu sat there with a stiff expression, bewildered by his own actions. He should be watching Xie Huqing's basketball game right now. Yet here he was, engaged in such an odd endeavor. Minghan rambled on enthusiastically, discussing Jianxiu's skin condition, the functions of various cosmetics, and makeup techniques. Jianxiu, feeling increasingly irritated, interjected, "Could you please focus on the makeup and stop talking?" Minghan, grinning at the flustered figure before him, replied, "Am I not teaching you? Knowing how to apply makeup will certainly impress your future girlfriend." "Who said that?" Jianxiu responded with a look of disdain. "Mingqing," Minghan said with a self-satisfied smirk. Jianxiu felt a wave of embarrassment. Had Minghan's peculiarities also been inherited from his sister? After more than an hour, the makeup was finally complete. Jianxiu gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his expression a mixture of complexity. Minghan, still bent over from the effort of applying makeup, asked, "How do you like it?" Indeed, Minghan's makeup skills were exceptional. One could say he was among the best even among girls. Coupled with Jianxiu's naturally delicate features and fair skin, he appeared even more enchanting after Minghan's transformation. "Wig," Minghan exclaimed. Quickly retrieving a wig, Jianxiu instinctively recoiled, resisting as he regarded the long hair in Minghan's hands. Minghan, with a playful grin, urged, "Come on, try it on." This was bought when Mingqing had her hair cut. "It looks quite nice." Jianxiu displayed a look of utter resignation as Minghan yanked him forward and began to help him put on the wig. After some time, the wig was finally in place. Minghan looked at Jianxiu with incredulity and said, "You really exude femininity like this." Jianxiu's lips twitched, his expression complex as he regarded the woman in the mirror. Minghan quickly handed over a set of clothes, urging, "Hurry and change, we must leave before Qing returns." Jianxiu accepted the clothes, but just then, Minghan's phone rang. It was Luo Mu calling. "Hello, Xiao Mu, what's up?" Minghan answered, "Aunt Ming bought some clothes and asked me to bring them to you." Luo Mu replied coldly. "Oh." Minghan glanced at Jianxiu, who was wearing a perplexed expression while holding a black pleated skirt, and quickly added, "No need, I'll come to pick it up myself." With that, he promptly hung up the phone and turned to Jianxiu, urging, "Quickly change, I'll go grab Luo Mu's things, and then we'll head out." Watching Minghan rush out, Jianxiu felt helpless as he stared at the skirt before him. After some hesitation, he picked up a tolerable white shirt. Donning the white shirt, the black tie hung loosely around his neck, and his hair fell over his shoulders, making the figure in the mirror appear utterly unfamiliar. Jianxiu looked at the skirt nearby, feeling conflicted as he held it up, glancing back at the floral shorts he was wearing, standing there in resignation. Meanwhile, downstairs in the dormitory, Xie Huqing arrived. Breathless and holding a basketball, clad in yellow and black sportswear, his muscular arms glistening as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Upon reaching the door, he noticed it ajar and sighed, thinking it was probably Minghan who had forgotten to close it again. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Jianxiu, caught in a struggle with the peculiar skirt, suddenly noticed the door opening and stumbled backward into the bathroom to hide inside the dormitory. Xie Huqing tilted his head back, gulping down water, his eyes curiously surveying the array of cosmetics before him. Jianxiu, still in the bathroom, anxiously stared at his reflection, wondering how Xie Huqing had returned so soon. Wasn't there still an hour left? Xie Huqing glanced at the clothes strewn on the floor, then at the closed bathroom door, and curiously approached. Jianxiu's heart raced as he felt the pressure building. There was nowhere to hide in the bathroom. He paced nervously, finally standing at the door, exclaiming, "Aching, I'm using the restroom." Xie Huqing paused for a moment, then chuckled, "Oh, it's just you, Jianxiu. I thought we had an intruder." Jianxiu sighed in relief as Xie Huqing sat down nearby. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, "Hurry up, I'm waiting for you." "Waiting for me for what?" Jianxiu asked, surprised. Xie Huqing looked taken aback for a moment, then grinned mischievously as he approached the cosmetics. Saying, "To watch me play." Jianxiu facepalmed, leaning against the door with an expression of exasperation, completely oblivious to the person who had just entered. Xie Huqing raised an eyebrow, smiling, and thought, did this kid bring a girl in? With that, he suddenly pushed the door open. Jianxiu, not paying attention, stumbled forward. Xie Huqing's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld the person on the floor. Jianxiu turned, his exquisitely delicate face painted with horror. And beneath the black skirt were long, slender, fair legs devoid of any excess flesh. The white shirt's black tie hung loosely, unfastened, creating an enticing sight. Xie Huqing swallowed hard, hastily closing the door. Jianxiu sat dazed on the floor, watching the figure outside escape, and upon hearing the door close, he lowered his head, a sad smile gracing his lips. Minghan, having retrieved the clothes from Luomu's dormitory, happened to see Xie Huqing hurriedly exiting the building. He paused for a moment, then rushed upstairs. Xie Huqing's heart raced, unsure if it was due to his sprint or the shocking scene he had just witnessed. Suddenly, he bumped into someone and quickly apologized, only to find Ji Yukai staring back at him with disdain, coolly remarking, "Are you blind?" Xie Huqing blinked in surprise, finally recognizing that he had collided with Ji Yukai. He then smiled brightly, grabbing Ji Yukai's hand and saying, "Come on, let us go watch me play." Ji Yukai was taken aback, still processing what had happened when he was dragged along toward the basketball court. Qiming, emerging from class, looked at the two in astonishment before breaking into an ambiguous smile, quickly snapping a picture and sending it to Mingqing. Qiming, "What have I discovered?" Mingqing, Ji Yukai, and another handsome guy. Qiming, "Our school's super handsome guy." Xie Huqing. Qiming went into a frenzy. Mingqing, "Oh my, that's my brother's roommate." Mingqing was starstruck, having seen Xie Huqing once. She found him incredibly handsome. The two continued their discussion. On the basketball court, Xie Huqing played with confidence, his opponents never truly a match for them. The girls, though unfamiliar with the game, were captivated by his good looks, watching him with starry eyes. Ji Yukai sat on the bench, eyeing Xie Huqing with disdain as he occasionally flashed a smile in his direction. During halftime, Xie Huqing tossed a towel to Ji Yukai, cheerfully saying, "Wipe my sweat for me." Ji Yukai's lips twitched, and he seized the towel, playfully wrapping it around Xie Huqing's neck. Xie Huqing leaned into him, dramatically exclaiming, "Xiao Kai, are you trying to murder me?" The onlookers had grown accustomed to their antics. Ji Yukai glared at him, determined to teach him a lesson. Xie Huqing, still clinging to Ji Yukai's waist, exaggeratedly wailed, "Help, my spouse is trying to kill me." Ji Yukai, infuriated, pushed him away. Xie Huqing cleared his throat, gazing at Ji Yukai with affectionate eyes. Ji Yukai, blushing, looked around, relieved that the noise of the crowd masked Xie Huqing's words. He glared at Xie Huqing, who was wiping sweat while eyeing him intently. As the second half began, Xie Huqing tossed the towel at Ji Yukai, grinning widely. "After the game, I'll treat you to a meal." "Put," Ji Yukai scoffed. But the match was indeed thrilling, and he found himself sitting there, inadvertently cheering along with the girls for Xie Huqing holding the basketball. Xie Huqing glanced at the cheering crowd, throwing a flirtatious wink in Ji Yukai's direction. Ji Yukai froze, his expression stiffening, as the girls behind him erupted in screams. Then, in a swift motion, Xie Huqing leaped, releasing the basketball, which swooped through their hoop, prompting another round of applause. He excitedly waved to the crowd outside, blowing a kiss to the grim-faced Guchi. Ji Yukai's face darkened further as the girls behind him squealed, "Aching blew me a kiss, so handsome, so charming, oh, I'm smitten." As the game neared its conclusion, The opposing team clearly faced defeat. The girls in the stands chanted Xie Huqing's name, watching him bask in the glory of victory. However, just as Xie Huqing leaped to shoot, an opponent suddenly jumped to block him, maliciously kicking him in the knee. Gu Kai's eyes widened in shock as the basketball swished through the net, and Xie Huqing collapsed, clutching his knee in pain. The cheers from the girls abruptly fell silent. Without a second thought, Gu Kai rushed onto the court, fists flying as he struck the player who had kicked Xie Huqing, angrily shouting, "Trash!" He followed it with a swift kick. Xie Huqing watched Gu Kai's furious retreat for a few seconds in disbelief, while his teammates finally reacted, rushing in, and a scuffle broke out. Later, in the infirmary, Gu Kai stood silently by as the physician examined Xie Huqing, his expression icy while the teammates waited anxiously. Thankfully, there was no serious injury. The doctor merely prescribed some topical ointment. Xie Huqing beamed at Gu Kai, his smile radiating warmth. Gu Kai regarded him with evident disdain, questioning how he could still appear so cheerful despite the circumstances. Xie Huqing gazed back at him with a beaming smile, clearly delighted. With a roll of his eyes, Gu Kai expressed his irritation, while Xie Huqing continued to beam happily, suggesting that their teammates should return to rest, and that Gu Kai could assist him back later. The teammates nodded in agreement, acknowledging their fatigue after 2 intense matches, which had culminated in a brawl. Gu Kai observed Xie Huqing as he attempted to rise from the bed, his face a portrait of distaste as he stepped forward to offer assistance. Xie Huqing looked up, a triumphant smile adorning his face, and promptly grasped Gu Kai's arm to stand, with a frosty expression. Gu Kai walked ahead, while Xie Huqing limped along beside him, still surprised by his willingness to come to his aid. Gu Kai paused, taken aback, as he turned to see the joyful countenance of Xie Huqing. The warmth of Xie Huqing's radiant smile left him feeling somewhat flustered, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Gu Kai himself was puzzled by his impulsive actions, convinced that he harbored a strong dislike for Xie Huqing. The two of them strolled slowly toward their dormitory, the setting sun casting a golden hue behind them, elongating their shadows. Silence enveloped them. Xie Huqing occasionally cast gentle glances at the stoic figure beside him, pondering that perhaps Gu Kai didn't detest him as much as he had thought. Outside the school, at a specialized comic book store, Minghan strutted proudly alongside a beautiful girl. Jianxiu's expression darkened as he observed the patrons selecting comics. Gritting his teeth and urging Minghan in a hushed tone to hurry, Minghan shot him a glance before motioning for the girl to choose, explaining that his own selections might seem too peculiar. Jianxiu, feeling dejected, mumbled that he was incapable of making selections, merely picking whatever caught his eye. At that moment, Minghan announced his intention to visit the restroom. Jianxiu, left alone, continued to browse the comic books. But as time passed without Minghan's return, he grew anxious about approaching the counter to pay, fearing that speaking would reveal his identity. He nervously fidgeted in place, pretending to peruse the comics, when suddenly, a police officer tapped him on the shoulder. Startled, Jianxiu turned to face the officer, dropping the comic books in his hands. The officer scrutinized him, his gaze lingering on Jianxiu's flat chest, frowning slightly before seizing his arm and clamping shiny handcuffs around his wrists. Jianxiu stared in astonishment at the young officer, who towered over him with a stern expression that commanded respect. Jianxiu's heart raced with anxiety. Just then, Minghan returned from the restroom, his face a mask of shock as he exclaimed, "You can't be serious, is a crossdresser really committing a crime?" Jianxiu, head downcast, was too embarrassed to respond, feeling exposed under the gaze of onlookers. He couldn't risk revealing his true gender. Minghan waited until Jianxiu was taken away before emerging, picking up the fallen comic books and proceeding to the register. The other customers looked on in disbelief, while Minghan cheerfully reassured them, "It's nothing, just a friend playing dress-up." With that, he hastily exited the store with a hefty bag of comic books, glancing back in concern for Jianxiu's absence. As night fell, Jianxiu sat in the car, anxiously watching the young officer on the phone. Upon hanging up, the officer turned to Jianxiu with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, young lady, it seems I've made a mistake." Jianxiu blinked in surprise, his anger flaring as he extended his hands, demanding the officer remove the cuffs. The officer complied immediately, grinning as he introduced himself. "I'm Fan Jin, let's consider this a chance for friendship." My sincerest apologies. Jianxiu retracted his hands, rubbing his wrists, prepared to exit the vehicle without a word. However, Fan Jin grasped his wrist gently, inquiring if he intended to return home. Jianxiu shot him a furious glare. Feeling emboldened by the realization that he had committed no wrongdoing, his primary concern was maintaining his disguise. There's no need to be upset. You haven't spoken a word to me. Are you unable to talk? Fan Jin observed Jianxiu carefully. It was undeniable that Minghan's makeup skills were impressive, even at such close proximity. Jianxiu's true identity remained concealed. Jianxiu sighed in resignation, regarding the officer with an air of exasperation. I'm truly sorry, this is my first time on duty, and I never anticipated it would lead to such a farce. Please, allow me to drive you home. Jianxiu hesitated, shaking his head in alarm at the officer's persistent grasp. Fan Jin's expression turned dejected as he continued, I understand if you despise me, but I can't let you go home alone. My conscience wouldn't allow it. Please, let me accompany you. Jianxiu pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Firmly shaking his head once more, Fan Jin, looking dejected, lowered his gaze, imploring, this is my first time on duty. I wish to conclude it properly. Let me drive you home, and it will ease my guilt. Jianxiu rolled his eyes, suddenly struck by a mischievous idea to frighten him. A mistake is a mistake, it cannot be undone, he declared in a deep, icy tone. Indeed, Fan Jin flinched, retracting his hand in shock. His expression morphing into one of bewilderment as he studied the seemingly delicate girl before him. Seizing the opportunity, Jianxiu opened the door, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he elegantly exited the vehicle. Fan Jin sat in stunned silence, muttering to himself, is it a boy, a girl, a boy? Jianxiu strolled away with confidence under the cover of night, no longer needing to maintain his disguise. However, his swaggering gait inadvertently drew curious glances. He endeavored to tone down his demeanor, relieved that the school was nearby. Upon reaching a secluded grove behind the school, he intended to wait for Minghan to bring him a change of clothes. Knowing he couldn't return to the dorm in his current state, fearing exposure would lead to immense embarrassment, Jianxiu sat on the ground, legs sprawled, when suddenly he froze. His phone was missing. Panic set in as he frantically searched his person. Unsure of what to do. At that moment, two ruffians passed by, exchanging glances of ill intent. Upon spotting the girl seated on the ground, Jianxiu, filled with anger, pounded the earth in frustration, only to realize the two troublemakers were now standing before him. Their lewd expressions fixated on his skirt. He quickly closed his legs, but the blonde ruffian smirked, little sister, waiting for someone, how about I take you out for a nice meal? Jianxiu's lips curled in disdain as he rose to leave. Only to be blocked by another bold thug. Don't be so aloof, little sister. It's a bit lonely here, why not keep us company? Fuming, Jianxiu swung a fist at the bold man, who staggered back, clutching his mouth in anger. Oh, the little beauty has some strength, he sneered, charging at Jianxiu. Just as he attempted to evade, the blonde thug lunged from behind, seizing both of Jianxiu's arms before he could react. The bold man approached, grabbing Jianxiu's backside. Jianxiu's expression contorted in disgust as he kicked out in retaliation. The bold man, having experienced a setback, caught Jianxiu's leg, causing him to stumble into the blonde thug's grasp. The bold man leered at Jianxiu's long, beautiful legs, declaring, I could have fun with these for a long time. The blonde thug grinned, I'll hold on, you take charge. The bold man, eyes gleaming with mischief, gazed at Jianxiu's distressed expression as he leaned down to lick his calf. Jianxiu shuddered in revulsion, shouting, let go of me. The two thugs exchanged confused glances, and the blonde one suddenly grabbed Jianxiu's chest. Feeling the empty fabric of his clothing, boss, it's a guy, he exclaimed, incredulous. Jianxiu expected their disgust to lead to his release, but to his shock, the bold thug laughed with glee. It's been ages since I've had a boy. Such a beautiful one, truly a gem. Jianxiu froze, realizing the danger he was in as the bold thug leered at him. Don't worry, little brother, I'll take good care of you, get away from me. Jianxiu shouted, struggling helplessly as the bold thug clutched him from behind, rendering him powerless. The bold man's gaze was filled with lewd delight as his hands roamed Jianxiu's legs, moving steadily upward. Jianxiu seethed, are you out of your mind? Let me go. The bold thug chuckled, his expression grotesque, as he suddenly squeezed Jianxiu's thigh, eliciting an involuntary gasp from him. Don't worry, brother, I'll make you feel good. He taunted, and Jianxiu's cries of protest echoed through the grove, filled with desperation and rage. As Jianxiu felt overwhelmed, tears brimming in his eyes, he clenched his teeth in frustration. The two ruffians reveled in their victory as they tormented him. But just then, a voice boomed from the tree line, "Stop right there, police." With his heart racing, Jianxiu looked up to see Fan Jin standing at the edge of the grove. The two ruffians exchanged startled glances before swiftly releasing Jianxiu, who collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. The ruffians shared a brief glance before sprinting away, and Fan Jin hesitated, watching them flee before returning his attention to Jianxiu, who sat there in a daze. He crouched beside him, concern etched across his face as he softly asked, "Are you all right?" Jianxiu was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of grievance, lifting his head to gaze at the person beside him. He flung himself into his embrace and began to weep uncontrollably, exclaiming, "I am not a pervert. I was merely playing with friends. I have not done anything wrong. I am not that kind of person." "Officer, uncle, you must believe me." Fan Jin was momentarily taken aback. Although he did not comprehend the words spoken, he instinctively wrapped his arms around the trembling figure, awkwardly stroking his head in a gesture of comfort. Murmuring, "It's all right, you are safe with me," Jianxiu felt a pang of sorrow surge within him, causing him to cry even harder into his embrace. Fan Jin, at a loss, sat there, uncertain of what to do. After a long while, when Jianxiu had exhausted himself from crying, Fan Jin timidly inquired, "Shall I take you home?" "No." Jianxiu looked up at him, his tear-streaked face a sight of utter disarray. Fan Jin paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, feigning seriousness as he replied, "Very well then." He helped Jianxiu to his feet and led him out of the woods to his car. Glancing at the individual beside him, who remained blissfully unaware of his disheveled appearance, he suppressed a laugh. Jianxiu kept his head down, unwilling to dwell on the events that had just transpired. As Fan Jin drove them to his home, a two-bedroom apartment adorned in a business-style decor, he suggested that Jianxiu take a shower. Standing in the bathroom, Jianxiu caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and recoiled in shock. Realizing that the makeup had dried on his face, frustrated, he shouted, "Minghan, I swear I will kill you." Fan Jin, seated in the living room, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing the mirthful sound, Jianxiu's lips twitched in annoyance, prompting him to hastily strip off his clothes and wash himself. Meanwhile, Minghan was frantically searching for Jianxiu, having visited several police stations without any luck. Breathless, he sat on a park bench, irritatedly tapping his head, muttering to himself, "Minghan, have you been infected by the Ming and Qing dynasties? What kind of mess have you gotten yourself into? Have some water." A cool voice came from above. Minghan jumped in surprise, looking up to see Luo Mu, his face a picture of astonishment as he accepted the offered water. "Why how are you here? You appeared quite anxious, so I followed you. I saw you at the police station and felt concerned," Luo Mu explained as he settled down beside him. Minghan's lips twitched as he shifted away slightly, scrutinizing Luo Mu with a look of disbelief. "Luo Mu, you're not a stalker, are you?" Luo Mu regarded him with an impassive expression, leisurely responding, "It does seem a bit like that." Minghan sighed in exasperation, glancing at the individual beside him with a mix of amusement and dismay. After a moment of hesitation, he uneasily asked, "Why?" Luo Mu turned to face him, his icy gaze softening significantly. His lips parted slightly, but he soon lowered his gaze, smiling faintly, "I don't know, perhaps I just don't want to see you unhappy." Minghan's heart skipped a beat, and he gritted his teeth, staring at Luo Mu as he pinched his cheek, mockingly declaring, "You've grown quite bold, have you? Don't forget to call me brother Minghan." Luo Mu chuckled softly, his gaze tender as he looked at Minghan. The latter immediately panicked, retracting his hand and stammering, "Why are you laughing?" Luo Mu turned to observe the dwindling crowd in the park, his expression indifferent as he gazed up at the lonely night sky before returning his calm gaze to Minghan. "You're looking for Jianxiu." Minghan nodded, a guilty smile crossing his face. Luo Mu furrowed his brow slightly. "I remember he is your roommate, right? What's wrong with him?" Minghan hesitated for a moment. He could not let Luo Mu know what had transpired, so he quickly shook his head. "Just a misunderstanding." Luo Mu nodded, his expression remaining neutral as he said slowly, "Did you make him wear women's clothing?" Minghan was taken aback, dropping the water bottle in his hand as he watched the liquid spill out. Luo Mu looked at him with a hint of exasperation. I saw you leaving with a girl, so I just guessed. Minghan swallowed nervously. Don't you dare speak of this, Luo Mu nodded. His expression a complex mix of curiosity and concern. Why would you make him wear women's clothing? Minghan paused, quickly covering Luo Mu's mouth and adopting a mock fierce expression. You must not ask about this. Fan Jin found some clothes he usually wore and approached the bathroom door. I brought you some fresh clothes. Chapter 28. In the brightly lit city, some were restless while others leisurely sipped tea. In the school dormitory, Xie Huqing emerged from the bathroom, drying his wet hair as he surveyed the empty room. Typically, at this hour, Minghan and Jian Xiu would be bustling about, discussing something animatedly or urging him to play video games. Yet today, the room was devoid of any presence. Xie Huqing suddenly paused, pondering whether that woman, or rather Jian Xiu, had run away, leading to his absence from the dormitory. He sighed in frustration. The situation had unfolded so suddenly that he had not had time to think it through before fleeing. Xie Huqing pulled out his phone to call Jian Xiu, but the call went straight to voicemail. Anxiety gripped him further. Could it be that he was genuinely upset? Just then, someone pushed the door open, causing Xie Huqing to smile with delight, only to see Ji Yukai enter, prompting a resigned sigh. Ji Yukai rolled his eyes at him. What s with that pathetic expression? I'm not here to see you. I am looking for Minghan. He is not here, Xie Huqing replied, his face a mask of confusion as he regarded Ji Yukai. What do you need him for? Ji Yukai paused, then shrugged. Just to catch up. With that, he turned to leave, a smug grin on his face as he closed the door, casting a disdainful glance back. Xie Huqing sat on his bed, shaking his head in resignation as he muttered to himself. He certainly has a lively social life. Sighing, he checked his phone again. Jian Xiu's phone remained off, while Minghan had answered, stating he was home. Xie Huqing hesitated to ask whether Jian Xiu was with him, fearing that Minghan might counter with questions about what had happened, leaving him at a loss for words. The sound of water ceased in the bathroom, and Jian Xiu, glancing at the women's clothing, tossed aside, wore a troubled expression. At that moment, Fan Jin approached the bathroom door with clothes in hand. I found you something to change into. Jian Xiu gently opened the door, extending his hand through the gap. Fan Jin paused for a moment, then smiled and placed the clothes in Jian Xiu's hand. Jian Xiu quickly shut the door, and Fan Jin chuckled, shaking his head as he returned to the living room. Casually watching television, Jian Xiu stared at the black underwear before him, hesitating momentarily before glancing back at his own. Gritting his teeth, he decided to wear what Fan Jin had provided. As the bathroom door swung open, Fan Jin turned around, momentarily stunned by the sight of the young man before him, dressed in a white t-shirt and black sweatpants, his hair tousled and falling across his forehead. Jian Xiu, feeling embarrassed, lowered his head and lifted his foot, saying, "The pants are too long." Fan Jin snapped back to reality, standing up awkwardly with a smile. Would you like me to look for a shorter pair?" "No need," Jian Xiu replied with a grin, observing that the man who had removed his police jacket appeared only slightly older than himself. Fan Jin scratched his head in embarrassment, smiling as he appraised Jian Xiu. "I never expected you to be quite handsome." Jian Xiu blinked in surprise, prompting Fan Jin to quickly clarify, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it, I just think you look good like this." As Jian Xiu stared at him with a puzzled expression, Fan Jin became flustered, continuing, "Actually, you look great in women's clothing too, really, exceptionally pretty, but you also look particularly handsome like this." Jian Xiu's lips twitched, a forced smile gracing his face as he regarded the flustered man before him. Fan Jin grew increasingly nervous, insisting, "I mean, you don't look feminine at all, you're very handsome." Fan Jin scratched his head in embarrassment. Jian Xiu couldn't help but laugh. "It's fine as long as you don't think I'm a pervert." No, Fan Jin immediately shook his head. "I've never thought that." Jian Xiu smiled gratefully. "Regardless, thank you for today, Officer Fan." Fan Jin was taken aback, gazing at the youthful, sunny smile before him, and unconsciously smiled back. "It's nothing." Jian Xiu stepped closer, cheerfully suggesting, "If you don't mind, let us be friends. My name is Jian Xiu, Jian for simple, Xiu for modification." Fan Jin stared at the outstretched hand for a moment before smiling and shaking it. "Fan Jin, Jin for cautious." Jian Xiu teased, "But you don't seem cautious at all." Fan Jin chuckled, scratching his head in awkwardness. It was just an unexpected situation. Jianxiu smiled at him, finding comfort in his professional attire and warm smile, which radiated security. Oh, by the way, Fan Jin suddenly turned to retrieve his phone. Your phone fell in my car, which is why I followed you to school. Jianxiu took the phone, raising an eyebrow with a grin. Officer Fan, are you sure this isn't he stalking? Fan Jin was momentarily taken aback, then laughed awkwardly, and Jianxiu chose not to press further. Thanks, I'll head back now. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Fan Jin nodded, a sheepish smile on his face as he watched Jianxiu leave. He glanced down at his hand, letting out a long, resigned sigh. Once outside Fan Jin's apartment, Jianxiu looked down at the women's shoes on his feet, scratching his head in exasperation, just as he powered on his phone. Minghan called, gritting his teeth. He glared at the device before answering. You shameless, ungrateful, treacherous villain. Chapter 29. In the late hours of the night, the Ming family's living room. As Minghan gazed at Jianxiu, who was glaring at him with a face full of ire, he grinned broadly and asked, Xiao, are you hungry? Jianxiu, seething with anger, kicked off the pink women's shoes from his feet, prompting Minghan to quickly sidle up to Luomu, who promptly shielded him to prevent any collision with the coffee table. Find me a pair of decent shoes, Jianxiu demanded, shaking his fist at Minghan. All right, Minghan replied, springing to his feet, only to hesitate momentarily before adding, but we only have my sister's shoes that you can wear. You, Jianxiu lamented, his face crumpling. Can't you find a different color? What on earth is this pink nonsense? Without delay, Minghan dashed upstairs, while Luomu glanced at the discarded pink shoes on the floor. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Jianxiu, fuming, sat there as Minghan returned with a pair of black shoes that Mingqing seldom wore, their design being rather unisex. Jianxiu took them, his childish annoyance evident, and instructed, I'm hungry. Oh, Minghan paused, turning to Luomu, who was seated nearby, and said sternly, did you not hear? Our little Xiao is hungry. Hurry and prepare a meal. You, Luomu glared at Minghan. Minghan burst into laughter, sweetly gazing at Luomu as he snuggled up to him, nuzzling his arm. Xiao Miu Miu, please help me out. If I cook, Jianxiu might get into trouble. You're so kind. Luomu shot him a disdainful glance, replying, stop talking, it's nauseating. So, will you cook or not? Minghan blinked innocently at Luomu. Luomu felt a shiver run down his spine, pushing Minghan away in disgust. Speak properly. I will cook. Good. Minghan's demeanor shifted instantly as he straightened his back, making space for Luomu. Jianxiu, incredulous, began praising Luomu's cooking while casting a disdainful look at Minghan, who appeared even hungrier than he was. Cook for me. Why are you eating? Oh, my little Miu Miu's cooking. How can I bear to waste it? Besides, you won't finish it anyway, Minghan said happily as he dug into the food. Luomu glanced at the two, shaking his head in resignation. I'm going to sleep. Wash the dishes when you're done. The two paid him no mind, mumbling their agreement. For once, Minghan coddled Jianxiu, but when he emerged from washing the dishes, he found Jianxiu already asleep in his bed. Minghan lay down beside him, only to be promptly shoved away. With a woeful expression, he looked at the one occupying his bed. Jianxiu, let us sleep together. I don't want to sleep on the sofa, it's too uncomfortable, and my long legs won't fit. Then go sleep with Luomu, Jianxiu said, grinning triumphantly as he sprawled across the bed. Minghan sighed in resignation. Fine, I'll let you have this one time. Clutching a pillow, he walked out and headed straight for Luomu's room. In the pitch darkness of the night, Luomu sensed someone entering his room. The footsteps drawing nearer, Minghan cautiously placed the pillow beside him, lifted the covers, and prepared to lie down, only for Luomu to suddenly ask coldly, what are you doing? Startled, Minghan stood at the edge of the bed, clutching his chest. Oh my, why did you suddenly speak? You nearly scared me to death. What are you sneaking into my room for? Luomu furrowed his brow, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Minghan. Oh, don't mention it, Minghan said casually, sitting on the edge of the bed and pulling back the covers to lie down. Jianxiu wouldn't he let me sleep with him, so I had to come to your room. I can't go to Mingqing's. Luomu's lips twitched as he stiffened, watching the person beside him, his heart racing and his body heating up, unable to utter a word for fear that his voice would betray his feelings. Minghan, unbothered, shifted uncomfortably before closing his eyes, a relaxed expression on his face as he murmured, good night. Xiao Miu Miu. Luomu's heart skipped a beat, and after a long pause, he softly replied, "Good night, Minghan." Minghan dozed off, feeling as if the person beside him was moving throughout the night. Too drowsy to open his eyes and check, Luomu, however, remained tense, unable to relax and sleep. The following day, the trio returned to school, where they encountered Ji Kai, who, upon noticing Luomu's exhausted appearance, teased, "Oh dear, young Master Luomu. Who has been keeping you up all night?" Jianxiu froze, observing Luomu's frown while casting a disdainful glance at Minghan. "What are you looking at?" Minghan asked, bewildered. Ji Kai smirked. "Women from the outside world often have their own stories. You three better not bring trouble to the schoolgirls." "What are you talking about? Why so cheerful?" Suddenly, Xiao Qing emerged, playfully wrapping his arm around Ji Kai's neck. The two always gave off a vibe of being tight-knit buddies. Though Xiao Qing often enjoyed teasing Ji Kai, Minghan sighed in exasperation. "Kids these days have such dirty minds." He approached Xiao Qing, patting his shoulder with a tone of earnestness. "You should really keep an eye on that." Ji Kai's lips twitched as he was about to retort, but Xiao Qing quickly pulled him away, chuckling, "Let us head out, we'll be going home tomorrow." Jianxiu watched them leave, feeling increasingly unsettled. He was certain that Xiao Qing had seen him dressed as a woman and had been startled. Yet now he acted as if nothing had happened. Chapter 30. As the semester drew to a close, Minghan mused aloud, while Luomu offered him a cup of hot coffee, gazing at the gently falling snowflakes against the night sky with a smile. "Isn't the holiday wonderful? You shouldn't go home for the new year this year," Minghan said with a cheerful smile directed at Luomu. On the balcony of the Ming residence, the two sat side by side. And as they beheld the smiling figure of Minghan, Luomu couldn't help but smile back, replying, "All right, yay," Minghan exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, he turned serious, asking, "How is your preparation for the final exams going?" "Foolproof," Luomu replied with a calm smile. Minghan chuckled, "I forgot, you're not Mingqing's academic slacker." With a hint of disappointment, Minghan sighed, concerned. Luomu asked, "What's wrong?" Minghan looked up, feigning a pitiful expression. "That girl hasn't called me in ages. Has she found a boyfriend and forgotten about her brother?" Luomu chuckled, "If I'm not mistaken, she was just chatting in our group yesterday. That's not the same as calling." Minghan sighed. "It's a shame to see such a pristine cabbage being ravaged by pigs." Luomu couldn't help but laugh, prompting a glare from Minghan, who then sighed again. "And you, Qi Ming is also pestering you, right? I see my cabbage will soon be uprooted too." Luomu's face flushed with embarrassment as he shook his head. Choosing not to respond, Minghan continued, "We live together now and see each other often, but one day, if we separate and live with strangers, it won't be the same. It won't happen," Luomu quickly assured him. Looking seriously into his eyes, "I won't leave you." Minghan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Luomu with a complex expression before chuckling and patting his shoulder. "Why so serious? We'll all marry someone else." "It's not about leaving. I won't marry anyone else," Luomu stated earnestly. Minghan blinked, then burst out laughing. "Luomu, how can you say something so childish? We will marry others. That's just the natural order of things." "But the natural order doesn't dictate that we must marry someone else," Luomu replied sternly, staring at Minghan, who was grinning. Minghan paused, then smiled gently. "All right, when you meet someone you like, you'll understand, just like how you deal with longing," Luomu said, watching Minghan prepare to return indoors. Minghan hesitated, then turned back with a playful eyebrow raise. "Of course, all right, I'm off to chat with my princess." With that, Minghan pulled out his phone, a lovesick smile on his face as he retreated inside. Luomu remained behind, a melancholic smile on his lips as he realized his coffee had grown cold, and he shook his head, chuckling at his own predicament. The next day, as they returned to school, Xiao Qing cornered them. Standing between them, he draped an arm around their shoulders, grinning as he suggested, "Let us have a farewell dinner tonight. We'll all head home tomorrow." Luomu silently shrugged off Xiao's arm, while Minghan laughed, pulling it away. "You're treating, so count me in." "What? Why are you so stingy?" Xiao exclaimed, looking at the pair. Ji Kai is treating, so you both must come." "Of course," Minghan replied, beaming. "When someone is treating, how could we possibly decline?" Xiao laughed in resignation, and just then, Ji Kai happened to pass by. Xiao immediately approached him, wrapping his arm around his neck and cheerfully asking, "Xiao Kai, treat us to dinner tonight. I am out of money. Gu Kai rolled his eyes. Stop flirting with the girls and you'll have money. So you saw me with the girl yesterday. Huh, Xiao smirked. Is my little Kai feeling jealous? Gu Kai glared at him. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll knock your teeth out. Xiao immediately shut up and laughed as he walked away. Please treat me. We're all going home soon. Just this once, Gu Kai felt exasperated. You only treat because you always tag along and insist on paying. Indeed, even so, Xie Huqing, momentarily at a loss for words, shamelessly lingered around him, intent on sharing a meal and vying for the bill. Well, that time when you got drunk and I covered your expenses cannot be denied. Xie Huqing relentlessly clung to the person attempting to depart. Gu Kai took a deep breath and conceded, all right. I'll treat, is that acceptable? Xie Huqing beamed with delight, but you mustn't go back on your word. Can I be released now? Gu Kai glared furiously at the hand gripping his neck and the other hand holding his. Realizing his oversight, Xie Huqing immediately let go, grinning at the irate figure. Same place, I'll be waiting for you. Oh. Gu Kai replied, while Xie Huqing, with a triumphant smile, watched him ascend the stairs. In the evening, Minghan instructed Luo Mu to visit his dormitory so they could dine together. Consequently, Luo Mu returned after his exam, tidied up his belongings, and proceeded to the dormitory. Upon entering, Jianxiu momentarily froze and pointed toward the bathroom. Showers in there. Luo Mu nodded. I'll wait for him here. As he spoke, Luo Mu sat on Minghan's bed, his gaze drawn to a comic book open on the adjacent table. Jianxiu glanced over but paid it no mind, assuming Luo Mu was familiar with Minghan's interests. I'll head off then. You wait for Minghan to return, he said, hastily exiting. Luo Mu, filled with curiosity, looked over, then lowered his gaze to the comic book in his hands. A gentle smile graced his lips as he leisurely took out his phone to snap a few pictures. Suddenly, noticing a book beneath Minghan's pillow, Luo Mu incredulously lifted the pillow and discovered several familiar comic books, those that Mingqing had taken home after reading at school, now collected by Minghan. As if uncovering a new world, Luo Mu snapped a series of pictures. Just then, the sound of running water from the bathroom ceased, prompting him to quickly cover the pillow and return the comic books to their original position. Minghan emerged, towel in hand, and paused upon seeing Luo Mu, hastily approaching to grab a professional book and cover the comic books on the table. Luo Mu feigned casualness, smiling at Minghan. How much longer will you take? Soon, Minghan replied with an air of nonchalance. Sitting down to block the comic books peeking out from beneath the pillow, Luo Mu pretended to be puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing. Minghan responded sheepishly. Luo Mu turned to retrieve the nearby hairdryer, plugging it in next to the comic books, and looked at the grinning figure beside him. Come, I'll help you dry your hair. Oh. Minghan sat there, somewhat dazed, nervously eyeing the embarrassing title, My 72nd Body. Peeking from the exposed spine, observing the flustered individual, Luo Mu's smile deepened as he gently brushed his fingers through Minghan's damp hair. The dormitory was filled only with the sound of the hairdryer. While Minghan, anxious, cautiously tucked the book beneath the pillow, Luo Mu watched, amused, noticing the delicate strands of Minghan's long eyelashes. Minghan nervously met his gaze, chuckling, You not treating me like a future girlfriend? Are you practicing by drying my hair? Chapter 31. In Minghan's dormitory, Luo Mu suddenly froze. Minghan looked up at him, the hairdryer's noise enveloping them. Luo Mu, feeling the tension, promptly thrust the hairdryer into Minghan's hands. Rising to say, I'll wait for you downstairs, Minghan, momentarily taken aback, observed the hasty retreat of Luo Mu, a perplexed smile gracing his face as he held the hairdryer. Luo Mu stood downstairs, heart racing, anxiously raking his fingers through his hair before taking a deep breath to feign calmness while gazing into the distance. Just then, Jiming approached, calling out cheerfully, Luo Mu, what are you doing here? Luo Mu turned to see the smiling figure and replied politely, I am waiting for Minghan. Oh. Jiming stood beside him, eyes sparkling with admiration for Luo Mu. Mingqing and Yun Meng are about to return from their break. We should all gather then. Sounds good, Luo Mu replied with a light laugh, while Jiming gazed at him with starry eyes. At that moment, Minghan descended the stairs, momentarily taken aback by the lively conversation between the two before approaching with a smile. Is Jiming here alone? Ming hesitated, scratching his head. My roommates have all gone home, then let us go together for a gathering. Minghan suggested enthusiastically. Feeling no different about inviting Ming as he would about Mingqing, Luo Mu paused, furrowing his brow, his expression neutral as he regarded Minghan. Ming nodded eagerly and then turned to Luo Mu with anticipation. Shall we go? Luo Mu replied nonchalantly. As the trio reached the school gate, Xiao, panting, called out from behind, "Wait for me." Minghan turned around, smiling wryly at the out-of-breath figure rushing toward them. "What are you still doing here?" "I just ran into a junior," Xiao replied. Catching his breath while leaning on Minghan's shoulder, Ming teased, "Xiao, you seem quite popular. Several girls in our class have a crush on you." Xiao froze, bashfully scratching his head. Resembling a shy child as he said, "Kids can be so naive." Minghan couldn't help but chuckle. "You weren't this modest in the dormitory." Xiao immediately covered his mouth, smiling at Ming. "Don't listen to his nonsense." Ming nodded. Still smiling. At that moment, a tall man in casual attire approached from beside a car, exuding an air of righteousness. "Xiao," Fanjin called out. Xiao flinched, quickly turning around to find Fanjin smiling gently at him. Xiao stared in astonishment at Fanjin, who had changed into casual clothes, appearing youthful and carefree, his gentle smile contrasting with the sternness of his uniform. "Who is he?" Minghan inquired, examining Fanjin with curiosity. Xiao, taken aback, swiftly stood beside Fanjin, linking arms with him and shooting a knowing glance, then turned to Minghan and the others with a smile. "This is my cousin, Fanjin." "Hello," Minghan greeted warmly. Smiling at Fanjin, Xiao sighed in relief, thankful that Minghan did not remember Fanjin's face. Suddenly, Minghan paused, regarding the two with a knowing look that made Xiao tense. Fanjin observed Xiao's nervous demeanor, smiling gently. "One is surnamed Fan, the other surnamed Jian," Minghan remarked, astonished. "You both have excellent taste in partners." Fanjin chuckled, glancing at Xiao. Xiao turned to look at Fanjin. Feeling shy, and shot a playful glare at Minghan. "It's our parents." "Oh, right." Minghan laughed, then turned to Fanjin. "Want to join us for some fun?" Xiao was momentarily stunned, while Fanjin looked at him with eager eyes. His voice soft. "Is that all right, cousin?" Xiao jumped, and Minghan swiftly pulled Fanjin closer, grinning at Xiao. "Your cousin is our cousin too. It's perfectly fine for us all to hang out." Fanjin gazed at Xiao with warmth. While Ming looked at the two with starry eyes, Xiao nodded, smiling helplessly. "This is Minghan, my roommate. This is Luo Mu, Minghan's brother. She is Ming, Minghan's sister." Fanjin looked puzzled at Xiao. "You all have different surnames." "Essentially," Xiao replied. Smiling at Luo Mu and Ming. Ming eagerly nodded. "Yes, we're relatives who grew up together." Oh, Fanjin smiled, his eyes filled with envy. "I truly admire your bond. Aren't you and Xiao the same?" Ming asked curiously. Xiao quickly clarified, "Of course, we surely are." Fanjin chuckled, observing Xiao's flustered expression. Minghan looked at the group. "Let us go. We shouldn't keep them waiting too long." Xiao nodded. Smiling at Fanjin, "Let us go." At the restaurant outside the school, Ji Kai scowled darkly, casting a glare at Xie Huqing, who cheerfully urged, "Today, Ji Kai is treating everyone. Don't be polite, take a seat." Minghan smiled as he tugged Luo Mu. Seating him beside Ming, who appeared slightly bashful, Luo Mu smiled gently as Xiao introduced Fanjin, and the group began to drink, uncertainly. Xie Huqing grabbed Fanjin and insisted on pouring him drinks, while Xiao anxiously tugged at Fanjin's sleeve, quietly warning, "Officer, are you sure it's all right to get drunk?" Xiao froze, looking helplessly at Xie Huqing's teasing smile. "Who's your uncle?" "Call him cousin." Xiao was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit shy as he gazed at the blushing, smiling figure beside him, turning away to sip his drink. Observing this, Xiao leaned closer, clinking glasses with Fanjin, gently wrapping his arm around his shoulders with a warm smile. "If I get drunk, you'll take me home." Xiao was taken aback, looking helplessly at the person drinking with his head thrown back. Xie Huqing quickly filled Fanjin's glass, declaring, "Officer Fan, tonight, we won't stop until we're all drunk. Fan Jin grinned, all right. Jian Xiu took a small sip, while Ji Kai disdainfully glanced at the trio. Pouring a drink for Luo Mu and teasingly saying, "I'll drink with you," Luo Mu smiled, raising his glass, hesitating as he looked at Minghan beside him. "You should join too." Minghan froze, glancing at Qi Ming, and chuckled. "Qi Ming, perhaps you shouldn't drink." "Right." Jian Xiu quickly agreed. "Girls shouldn't drink, they can be terrifying when they do." Qi Ming nodded, laughing. Minghan took a drink, looking at the still sober Jian Xiu, then at Luo Mu, who was being held captive by Ji Kai, and smiled helplessly at Qi Ming. "I suppose I'll take you home first." Qi Ming paused for a moment, casting a glance at Luo Mu, who was drinking with Ji Kai. Minghan, observing the scene, chuckled softly, knowing they would indulge for quite some time, uncertain if they would even return to school. Qi Ming, with a hint of concern, regarded Luo Mu and wondered if such drinking was safe for him. Luo Mu, overhearing her, feigned a state of inebriation as he poured wine for Ji Kai, deliberately ignoring the two conversing. Minghan smiled reassuringly. "It's fine. I'll escort you back to school and then come back for them." Qi Ming nodded, rising with hopeful anticipation directed at Luo Mu, who continued to pretend to drink with Ji Kai, not once looking back. After the two left, Ji Kai, observing Luo Mu's continued pouring, quietly inquired, "What's wrong, don't you like her?" Luo Mu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that even the oblivious Ji Kai could discern his feelings. He chuckled and shook his head. "She is Mingqing's confidant and my friend." Nothing more. Ji Kai shrugged and lifted his glass, taking a long drink before sighing. "Such a fine girl, what a shame. Do you like her?" Luo Mu replied with a faint smile. Xie Huqing, caught off guard, quickly turned to look. Ji Kai, momentarily flustered, gazed at the two looking back at him with a complex expression before hastily shaking his head. "What nonsense, how could I like her? She's merely a classmate I don't dislike." Xie Huqing turned to pour wine for Fan Jin, wearing a relaxed smile, while Jian Xiu anxiously watched Xie Huqing, still troubled by the memory of that day's cross-dressing when Minghan returned with Qi Ming. Fan Jin was already inebriated, and Xie Huqing wasn't in much better condition. Jian Xiu, possessing a low tolerance for alcohol, had not been allowed to drink, especially since they needed to take Fan Jin home and would be driving. Thus, he only sipped a little. Luo Mu and Ji Kai appeared to be just getting started, and upon seeing Luo Mu enter, Ji Kai promptly pulled him over. "Minghan, please help me get him drunk." Minghan hesitated, glancing at the slightly tipsy Ji Kai and then at the seemingly composed Luo Mu, who immediately began pouring wine as he sat down. Minghan raised his glass, but before Luo Mu could pour, Ji Kai tugged at him. "I haven't drunk with you yet. Today, I refuse to leave sober." After clinking glasses with Minghan, Ji Kai tilted his head back and drank heartily, leaving Minghan helplessly chuckling as he joined in. Watching Ji Kai's drunken antics, opposite them, Xie Huqing leaned on the table, his cheeks flushed, gazing dreamily at Ji Kai. Thankfully, Qi Ming was absent, otherwise, a melodramatic scene would surely ensue. Observing Ji Kai pulling Minghan into another drink, Luo Mu decided to remain uninvolved, knowing Minghan's alcohol tolerance wasn't high, and even a drunken Ji Kai would likely outpace him. As Ji Kai slumped over, Minghan grinned with tipsy triumph. His face flushed, laughing as he looked at Luo Mu. His gun. Qi Ming sat nearby, engrossed in her phone, while Luo Mu poured wine for Minghan. "Let us drink." Minghan lifted his glass, already intoxicated and oblivious to Luo Mu's unusual demeanor that day. Jian Xiu tilted his head, observing Luo Mu's intent to intoxicate Minghan, a gentle smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Fan Jin suddenly lifted his head, grasped Jian Xiu's wrist, and gazed at him with warmth. Drunkenly murmuring, your smile is lovely." Jian Xiu felt a jolt, relieved that his soft voice went unheard, yet his face flushed as he stared at the now slumped figure. The sounds of drinking gradually quieted, replaced by the occasional snoring, while Jian Xiu felt drowsy, struggling to keep his eyes open as he observed the others sprawled on the table, with a glance at the clock showing 2 in the morning. He called out, "Time to settle the bill." The others looked up, chuckling, and Jian Xiu sighed, glancing at the now unconscious Ji Kai, smirking at Xie Huqing. "Looks like you'll be treating again, Xie Huqing." tipsy yet laughing, glanced at Ji Yukai and laboriously fished out his card. "I'll pay." Suddenly, Fanjin sat up, eyes closed, and shouted, "Waitstaff, I'll take care of the bill." Everyone was startled awake by his outburst. Jianxiu sighed again, while Xie Huqing unabashedly pocketed his card, rising with a smile. "Thank you, Officer Fan." Jianxiu felt embarrassed, and Luo Mu, glancing at the two thoroughly intoxicated individuals beside him, shook Minghan's shoulder. Minghan abruptly looked up, pointing at him and scolding, "You little rascal, call me bro." After that, he slumped back down. Xie Huqing staggered over and sat beside Ji Yukai, wrapping an arm around his shoulders and laughing drunkenly. "Little Kai, time to wake up." Ji Yukai tilted his head, his gaze meeting Xie Huqing's. In that moment, Xie Huqing's heart skipped a beat. Ji Yukai smiled widely, his cheeks flushed, eyes hazy, resembling a sleepy child in a good mood. Utterly endearing, Xie Huqing felt his heart race uncontrollably as Ji Yukai closed his eyes again, grinning innocently. Jianxiu supported Fan Jin, who was leaning heavily against him, taking his card and glancing at Luo Mu. "Let us go." Luo Mu nodded, slightly swaying, though not as intoxicated as Minghan, yet still far from sober. Xie Huqing helped the utterly drunk Ji Yukai to his feet, wrapping an arm around his waist and supporting his shoulder. Addressing Luo Mu, "You handle Minghan. Are we going home or to a hotel? We can't enter the school." "Not now." Minghan nodded absently, watching as Xie Huqing staggered with Ji Yukai. Chuckling helplessly as he turned to glance at the ailing individual, Minghan rested his head on the table, and Luo Mu gently nudged his shoulder. Minghan lifted his head slightly, his gaze hazy as he looked at Luo Mu, who was momentarily taken aback, a warm smile spreading across his face. Minghan propped himself up, about to lean over when Luo Mu quickly wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Minghan leaned into him, resting his head against Luo Mu's shoulder, his breath brushing against Luo Mu's ear, causing Luo Mu's face to flush. He quickly stammered, "Shall we go home, or to a hotel? I refuse to share a room with you." Minghan drunkenly whispered in his ear. Luo Mu was momentarily stunned, holding the person leaning against him, pushing himself up from the table with great effort, and finally managing to help Minghan out of the restaurant. At the entrance, he hailed a taxi to return to the Ming residence. Minghan, completely oblivious, leaned against Luo Mu's shoulder as they drove, both of them somewhat intoxicated. Having cast aside all inhibitions, the person leaning against him held his hand. And the driver, seeing the two of them, merely assumed they were both drunk, not paying them much mind, as individuals under the influence often engage in unpredictable actions. The vehicle came to a halt at the Ming residence, and the driver glanced back. "Gentlemen, we've arrived." Luo Mu struggled to open his eyes and paid the fare before assisting the still unconscious Minghan out of the car. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing Minghan to shiver slightly, groggily murmuring, "Are we home?" "Yes," Luo Mu replied, unsteadily guiding him into the yard. Minghan's mother was not home, so Luo Mu helped Minghan into his room, where he collapsed onto the bed. Luo Mu lay beside him, turning to gaze at Minghan's flushed face, drunkenly smiling as he playfully pinched his cheek. Suddenly, Minghan grasped Luo Mu's hand, causing Luo Mu to jump in surprise. Anxiously watching him, Minghan kept his eyes closed, chuckling drunkenly, then released Luo Mu's hand only to wrap an arm around his neck, pulling him closer. Though Luo Mu was intoxicated, his mind remained clear. Listening to the rhythm of Minghan's heartbeat, which only added to his own confusion, Minghan suddenly loosened his grip, pushing Luo Mu onto the bed and rolling over him, staring down with hazy eyes. Luo Mu felt his entire body tense up, nervously watching the person leaning in closer, desperately holding onto his waist to prevent him from falling. Minghan looked down at him with a fond expression, smiling gently as he caressed Luo Mu's heated cheek, chuckling, "So adorable." Luo Mu was taken aback, watching as Minghan slowly leaned in. Luo Mu dared not move, staring blankly at the person above him. Minghan, with half-closed eyes, smiled tenderly and pressed his lips against Luo Mu's. Luo Mu felt an electric shock coursing through him, goosebumps rising all over as he stared in astonishment at the person kissing him with closed eyes. Minghan, still in a dreamy state, attempted to remove Luo Mu's clothing, his warm hands brushing against Luo Mu's heated waist. In an instant, Luo Mu regained his senses, tightening his grip around Minghan. Pulling him closer and reciprocating the inexperienced kiss, the two became entwined, the room filled with the raw scent of masculinity, punctuated by deep breaths mingled with the intoxicating aroma of alcohol. The living room fell silent. While the music from the upstairs room faded into the background, the bed creaking uncontrollably under their movements, Luo Mu, ever gentle, suppressed his urges, tenderly kissing the person beneath him, while Minghan clung tightly to his back. Oblivious to whether he was awake or not. As the clock struck midnight, the streets were far less crowded than during the day for Jian Xiu, who had barely driven since obtaining his license. It felt like a stroke of luck. Nervously, he drove towards Fan Jin's apartment, where Fan Jin lay unconscious in the passenger seat. What should have been a 30-minute drive stretched into an hour as Jian Xiu struggled to navigate the road with the inebriated passenger beside him. Finally managing to get the heavily intoxicated Fan Jin out of the car, he stumbled a few steps as Fan Jin suddenly wrapped his arms around Jian Xiu's neck, leaning against him. Jian Xiu muttered under his breath, "And you call yourself a police officer, looking like this?" Fan Jin, with a faint smile, was just conscious enough to appreciate the moment. Jian Xiu exerted considerable effort to help him up the stairs. And as they entered the dimly lit apartment, the automatic lights flickered on, supporting Fan Jin. Jian Xiu led him into the living room, panting heavily as he felt the strain of carrying him. "What a workout, all these muscles are so heavy." Fan Jin reclined on the sofa, a smile gracing his lips while the sound of Jian Xiu's exhausted breaths filled the air, accompanied by his emotionally charged complaints. After a moment's hesitation, Jian Xiu approached the lounging figure, resolving to be a good Samaritan. Fan Jin, eyes still shut, remained blissfully unaware, occasionally catching snippets of Jian Xiu's voice. With great effort, Jian Xiu pulled him upright. But Fan Jin, in a drunken stupor, began to remove his own clothing, an act Jian Xiu observed with indifference. Yet, true to his military background, Fan Jin exhibited an impressive speed in shedding his garments. Jian Xiu, panting heavily, pushed him back onto the sofa, only to find that Fan Jin had already discarded his shirt, revealing his sun-kissed skin and well-defined abs, entirely exposed before him. Jian Xiu, his gaze filled with envy, couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between Fan Jin's physique and his own slender frame. A deep flush crept across his face as he nervously swallowed, the sight of the half-clad man stirring an unexpected reaction within him. Fan Jin rolled over, completing the removal of his clothing, prompting Jian Xiu to instinctively pull the blanket closer, anxious that his friend might catch a chill. Fan Jin then shifted again, his dazed eyes locking onto Jian Xiu, who was sitting upright and attempting to cover him with the blanket. Suddenly, Fan Jin grasped Jian Xiu's hand tightly, pulling him into an embrace. Caught off guard, Jian Xiu attempted to extricate himself, but Fan Jin's grip tightened with surprising strength. Jian Xiu, already slim, found himself unable to escape the hold of someone who regularly engaged in physical training. When he looked up, his expression was one of deep dismay, while Fan Jin gazed at him with unfocused eyes, causing Jian Xiu to blush fiercely, his hands unsure of where to rest, as he stammered, "Let go." "No." In an unexpected response, Fan Jin replied, his eyes still hazy, as he nestled closer, burying his head into Jian Xiu's neck. Conflicted emotions swirled within Jian Xiu as his heart raced, his body rigid in the embrace, repeatedly reminding himself that Fan Jin was merely intoxicated. Unbeknownst to him, Fan Jin's uncontainable joy was utterly captivating. With a single hand, Fan Jin pulled the blanket over both of them, leaving Jian Xiu momentarily stunned, before once again ensnaring him in a tight embrace, denying him any chance of escape. Exhausted, Jian Xiu found himself lulled by the rhythmic sound of Fan Jin's breathing. Growing drowsy and disoriented, the images from Minghan's books flooding his mind, causing his heart to race, Fan Jin was no better off, the sound of Jian Xiu's heartbeat echoing within his chest. His warm breath tickling him, an enchanting spell rendering him restless while feigning drunken oblivion. In the stillness of the night, impossible events unfolded, such was the allure of the late hours. On the expansive double bed of the hotel, Ji Kai, typically quick to anger, lay curled up in Shir Hoqing's embrace like a docile kitten. Shir Hoqing rested his head on his hand, gazing at the sleeping figure with bleary eyes. Ji Kai's hand rested on Shir Hoqing's waist, an arm draped across his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. In moments of drunkenness, Ji Kai was the only one who would so willingly nestle in his arms. Shir Ho-ching's eye sparkled with affection as he reached out to touzle Ji Kai's hair, gently pinching his flushed cheeks, warmed by the alcohol. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the city, it felt as though a dream was lifting, the quiet room filled with the tender gaze of Luo Mu upon the slumbering figure beside him. Minghan's brow furrowed slightly as he opened his eyes, only to find Luo Mu hastily closing his own. Feigning sleep, Minghan grimaced, feeling the heat radiating from his body, his legs devoid of strength, a sharp pain shooting through his waist with any movement. Suddenly, panic surged through him as he realized he was completely unclothed. Lifting the blanket, his expression morphed into one of shock as he turned to look at the man beside him, who was still asleep, his hand resting on Luo Mu's. Minghan leaned in closer, lifting the blanket to peek underneath, only to catch Luo Mu's half-closed eyes peering back at him, lips pursed in an effort to suppress a smile. Minghan's hands trembled as he met Luo Mu's gaze, his mind racing, trying to piece together the events of the previous night. He remembered drinking, returning home, and then frustration washed over him as he sat upright, unable to recall anything further. Squeezing his waist in dismay, Luo Mu, noticing the change, should have awakened. He feigned, blinking sleepily at Minghan. Minghan quickly turned away, and Luo Mu displayed a facade of surprise before casting a wistful glance at Minghan, who was sitting up with a hand pressed against his forehead. They sat facing each other, both bare, and as Minghan observed Luo Mu's sorrowful expression, a sense of unease settled over him. The air thick with tension, Luo Mu remained silent, his eyes filled with a longing gaze directed at Minghan. Anxiously, Minghan swallowed hard, wondering if he had indeed forced himself upon Luo Mu. His gaze drifted to the marks on Luo Mu's neck and shoulders, and he felt a wave of regret wash over him, chastising himself for possibly having indulged too deeply in fantasies inspired by the books he had read. Luo Mu, observing Minghan's distressed demeanor, felt a twinge of uncertainty, his expression betraying his inner turmoil. To Minghan, it appeared as though he were being judged, each glance striking him like a blow. Clearing his throat, Minghan attempted to break the oppressive silence, his heart racing as he clenched his fists. Such matters were typically outside the realm of acceptance for most, yet he hoped that as long as Luo Mu did not cast him away, they might find a way forward. Minghan's expression was a jumble of emotions as he regarded the anxious Luo Mu, stammering, about last night. It's all right, Luo Mu interjected quickly. Minghan froze, taken aback by the response. Luo Mu, feigning a wounded demeanor, lowered his gaze, speaking in a soft, pitiful tone. I won't hold it against you. Minghan gasped, startled by the implication that he had indeed crossed a line. I am sorry, he stammered, feeling a rush of embarrassment as he realized that he had not seen the marks on Luo Mu's back. Explaining such a situation would be anything but simple. Luo Mu looked up, his expression a mix of sorrow and amusement. You were simply drunk, perhaps you mistook me for someone else. Minghan was at a loss for words, grappling with the reality that he had lost control of himself. Yet Luo Mu's pitiful expression tugged at his heart. As the narrative continued, Luo Mu donned his clothing, bending down to retrieve his pants from the floor. Minghan, glancing at the marks on Luo Mu's waist, felt as though his heart had been pierced. With his back turned, Luo Mu's expression was one of melancholy, his hands trembling slightly as he fastened his belt, suppressing the tremor in his voice. It's nothing, this kind of drunken mishap doesn't need to be taken seriously, let's just pretend nothing happened. Minghan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on Luo Mu's silhouette, illuminated from behind. Despite his attempts to mask his emotions, Minghan caught the tremor in Luo Mu's voice. The silence between them deepened, Luo Mu's eyes glistening with unshed tears, and he couldn't help but find the entire situation amusing. Realizing he had perhaps overestimated his own resilience. As Luo Mu prepared to leave, Minghan hurriedly declared, I will take responsibility. The sudden statement caught Luo Mu off guard, gripping his clothes tightly, his lips pursed in surprise. Minghan stammered, a sheen of sweat forming on his palms as he confronted the man standing before him. I truly believe I am not the kind of person to take advantage of others. I might actually like you. Luo Mu was taken aback, astonished by the admission. He turned to face Minghan, who was flushed and awkwardly smiling. I've always thought of myself as straight. Oh, Luo Mu replied, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. Minghan quickly shook his head. No, I'm sorry, don't make it seem like I bullied you. What I meant was, I thought I was straight. And are frustrated. Minghan slapped the blanket, and Luo Mu, witnessing the scene, allowed a faint smile to break through before quickly adopting a wounded expression once more. It's alright. What do you mean it's alright? Minghan retorted, anger flaring in his voice. If you've been wronged, you can't just brush it off. Don't worry, I will take responsibility. Will you be my boyfriend? Luo Mu froze, his expression one of shock as he stared at Minghan. Minghan, realizing his own boldness, quickly turned away, fumbling for the clothes scattered nearby, his hands shaking with anxiety as he awkwardly dressed. The atmosphere in the room thickened once more, punctuated only by the sound of Minghan hastily fastening his clothes. Only to discover a missing button, his face flushed with embarrassment as he caught sight of the button on the floor. Luo Mu, watching from a distance, turned and exited the bedroom. Minghan, momentarily stunned, looked anxiously toward the door. Luo Mu descended the stairs, a gentle smile gracing his lips, unbothered by the situation, as he stepped outside. Just then, Ming's mother returned from a business trip, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Luo Mu. Startled, Luo Mu smiled nervously. Auntie Ming's mother, observing the nervousness in Luo Mu's demeanor, inquired, "What's the matter? Why are you leaving so early?" "I'm heading to school," Luo Mu hastily replied, eager to escape further questioning. Ming's mother watched him go, her expression a mix of confusion and amusement as she entered the house. At that moment, Minghan, dressed in his clothes, emerged from his bedroom. Ming Mama, observing the figure with hands on hips, inquired with a puzzled expression, "What's the matter?" Startled, Minghan gazed in astonishment at the person in the living room, exclaiming, "Mom, when did you return?" Ming Mama, taken aback, glanced at the nervous figure before turning to the doorway, chuckling helplessly, "I just got back." Oh, Minghan sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Ming Mama, still bemused by her son's odd demeanor, queried, "What's going on?" When Luo Mu left just now, he also appeared anxious as if he had committed some misdeed. "You two aren't hiding something from me, are you?" "Absolutely not," Minghan replied hastily, his tension palpable. Ming Mama, momentarily stunned, watched her son retreat into his room, chuckling in resignation. What on earth is happening with these two children? As the morning sun gradually warmed the air, Luo Mu wore a gentle smile, his mind echoing Minghan's declaration, "I will be your boyfriend." He shook his head with a smile. He was aware of Minghan's sense of responsibility. From the moment he arrived, Minghan had taken great care of him, employing various means to engage him in conversation, hoping to win over Mingqing's affection. At the height of the day, Fan Jin lay in bed, gazing forlornly at the person stirring awake beside him. "Aren't you going to let go?" he asked. Fan Jin immediately released him, scratching his head with a chuckle as he sat up. Just then, Fan Jin's phone rang unexpectedly. Jian Xiu, momentarily taken aback, watched as Fan Jin cheerfully answered, "It's my mom." Jian Xiu remained silent, feeling the soreness from being tightly embraced all night. He sat on the edge of the bed, stretching lazily before lying back down, curiously observing the smiling figure on the phone. "Mom, I know I'm trying my best," he said. "We just started dating, and I don't want to meet the parents so soon." "Photos, okay, I'll send them to you shortly. For the new year, I have a task for New Year. After the holiday, I'll bring him home." "Yes. Is great. We're both doing well." Yes. Take care of yourselves." "All right, I'll send them right away." With a sigh, Fan Jin looked at the exhausted figure beside him and said, "You need to do me a favor." "What is it?" Jian Xiu asked casually. "Help me deceive my parents," Fan Jin said with an exasperated smile. "I told them I have a girlfriend, but I'm a guy." Jian Xiu sat up immediately. Fan Jin raised an eyebrow with a grin. "Your female attire is still with me." "Absolutely not," Jian Xiu rejected vehemently. Fan Jin gazed at him with a look of forlorn hope. "Just wear it and let me take a picture. It won't be a big deal. After all, I've helped you too. Can't you return the favor?" Fine, I'll help." Jian Xiu sighed, leaning against Fan Jin in resignation. "But this is the last time." Millimeter. Fan Jin nodded eagerly, calling out as Jian Xiu turned to leave. "The clothes are in the bathroom." As Jian Xiu entered the bathroom and beheld the neatly folded garments, he frowned slightly, reluctantly changing into them. Upon exiting, he spotted Fan Jin in his uniform, exuding an air of righteousness that alleviated some of Jian Xiu's unease. Fan Jin approached him, adjusting his wig with a cheerful smile. "You've done well," Jian Xiu shot him a glare. "If you're going to take a picture, do it quickly. I still need to pack and catch a train home tonight. Oh," Fan Jin suddenly realized, grabbing his phone. He wrapped an arm around Jian Xiu's shoulders and snapped a few pictures. "Smile a little," he urged. Fan Jin gazed at the morose face before him and added, "If my mom sees you like this, she might think I'm bullying you." Jian Xiu reluctantly managed a smile, though he appeared sulky. With delicate features and striking beauty, Jian Xiu looked captivating in women's clothing, if one did not scrutinize closely. They would never guess he was a boy. After taking the photos, Jian Xiu hurriedly changed back into his regular clothes, instantly revitalizing himself. He approached Fan Jin, grinning as he curiously touched the medals on his uniform. Fan Jin, in the midst of a conversation with his mother, noticed Jian Xiu's interest and removed a medal, handing it to him. Jian Xiu was momentarily stunned as Fan Jin beamed, arching an eyebrow playfully. "You can keep it for me, my little wife." Jian Xiu froze, every hair on his body standing on end as he shot an indignant glare at Fan Jin. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Fan Jin waved his phone screen in front of him, a triumphant smile on his face. "My mom said you're beautiful and that I found a lovely wife." Jian Xiu shot him an incredulous look. "What will you say when Auntie wants to meet your wife? Then I'll take you to meet her, and you'll be my wife, part of the Fan family," Fan Jin said with a playful grin. Jian Xiu shook his head, dismissing it as a joke. Chapter 35. After leaving the hotel, Ji Yukai wore a stern expression, ignoring any attempts by Xie Huqing to engage him, as his mind replayed the moment he awoke. With Xie Huqing holding him, while he himself was embracing someone else, frustrated, Ji Yukai slapped his forehead. Xie Huqing observed this with a gentle smile, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Come on, we just slept together. Why are you so upset?" Ji Yukai shot him a glare, and Xie Huqing scratched his head but did not release him. Ji Yukai turned away, visibly distressed. Xie Huqing raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "You're not afraid of being gay?" You're the one who's afraid," Ji Yukai exploded, pushing his hand away and storming towards the school. Xie Huqing followed behind, still smiling warmly, as they passed by others packing their belongings to go home. Upon reaching the school gate, Xie Huqing spotted Fan Jin, who was glancing at his watch while standing by the car. Xie Huqing pulled Ji Yukai back, who was about to scold him, and quickly said, "Remember, he treated you last night." Ji Yukai paused, looking in Fan Jin's direction, who waved at them. Xie Huqing dragged Ji Yukai over. "Wait, Jian Xiu." Fan Jin nodded with a smile. "I'll go hurry him up. No need." "I'm not in a rush," Fan Jin replied cheerfully. Xie Huqing said nothing more, leading Ji Yukai into the campus. They had just arrived at the dormitory when they encountered Jian Xiu, who was wheeling a large suitcase down the stairs. Xie Huqing joked, "Oh, isn't your cousin coming to help you?" Jian Xiu paused, blushing as he replied, "It's fine." Noticing Jian Xiu deliberately avoiding his gaze, Ji Yukai grew curious. "Need any help?" Jian Xiu looked startled and quickly shook his head, smiling. No, I'll just take a taxi at the gate." As they watched Jian Xiu leave, Xie Huqing chuckled knowingly. "Looks like he doesn't know his cousin is waiting at the gate." Ji Yukai glanced at him. Curiosity etched on his face. "Did you bully him? He keeps dodging your gaze." Xie Huqing froze momentarily, recognizing the reason. He knew Jian Xiu's personality. He must be embarrassed because Xie Huqing had seen him in women's clothing. Surprisingly, even Ji Yukai, who was usually oblivious, had caught on. "Jian Xiu is a treasure in our dorm. Minghan and I would never bully him," Xie Huqing stated, wrapping an arm around Ji Yukai's shoulders as they ascended the stairs. A smug grin on his face. "Help me pack my clothes." Ji Yukai retorted indignantly, "Can't you be civilized for once?" "I'm too civilized. I'm afraid you'll run away." Xie Huqing chuckled as he pushed Ji Yukai towards his dormitory. Fan Jin observed from a distance, rushing over to take the suitcase from Jian Xiu. "Let me help you." Jian Xiu, taken aback, looked at him in surprise. What are you doing here?" "I took leave from the captain to drop you off," Fan Jin explained, placing Jian Xiu's suitcase in his car. Turning to the puzzled figure, he smiled. "Let us go, I'll take you to the station." Jian Xiu smiled as he climbed into the car. Throughout the journey, Fan Jin seemed both cheerful and anxious, frequently glancing at him. "What time is your train?" Fan Jin inquired. Jian Xiu hesitated momentarily. 5 o'clock. Fan Jin checked the time and smiled. "Let us grab a bite." "We have time." Before Jian Xiu could respond, Fan Jin parked near a restaurant not far from the station. Seemingly in high spirits, Fan Jin ordered an array of dishes, continuously asking Jian Xiu what he liked and what he couldn't eat. Jian Xiu found himself swept up in Fan Jin's enthusiasm, and they shared a delightful meal together. As Jian Xiu rushed to pay the bill, Fan Jin pulled him back, grinning. "Next time, you treat me." "All right," Jian Xiu complied. Fan Jin accompanied him to the station. Jian Xiu's home was a small village accessible only by train. Fan Jin glanced at the destination of Jian Xiu's train and cheerfully remarked, "When I finish my task, if you're still on vacation, can I come visit your home?" Jian Xiu paused, contemplating the earnestness in Fan Jin's expression. Sometimes, he felt that Fan Jin was the one most resembling a child. Donned in his uniform, he exuded a sense of integrity, yet without it, he radiated a bright, childlike joy. Jian Xiu nodded. "Call me when you come, I'll pick you up." As soon as the words left his lips, Fan Jin suddenly opened his arms and embraced Jian Xiu, resting his head on his shoulder, softly whispering, "Thank you." Jian Xiu froze, confusion evident on his face as they stood amidst the bustling train station filled with hurried travelers, each casting a fleeting glance before continuing on their way. After a long moment, Fan Jin gazed at Jian Xiu with a playful smile. "Hey, you should hug me back." Jian Xiu hesitated, then reluctantly wrapped his arms around Fan Jin's waist, teasing him in a tone akin to soothing a child. All right, all good things must come to an end. We'll see each other again when school starts, so be good." Fan Jin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled tenderly, tightening his embrace as he whispered softly in Jian Xiu's ear, "Jian Xiu, I really like you." Jian Xiu faltered, laughing it off nonchalantly, continuing in the same playful tone, "I like you too." "Officer Fan Jin." Fan Jin was momentarily taken aback, releasing his grip and gazing earnestly at Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu, caught off guard, quickly composed himself. Suddenly, Fan Jin leaned down and pressed a hurried kiss on his head, causing Jian Xiu to freeze as if electrified. An official female voice echoed from the broadcast, urging him to hurry. Fan Jin looked at the dazed individual with tenderness. Jian Xiu, in a stupor, dragged his suitcase and turned towards the ticket gate, while Fan Jin remained rooted in place, watching him enter. Jian Xiu did not glance back. He was oblivious to how he boarded the train, his head buzzing. It seemed he had misunderstood Fan Jin's declaration of affection, which prompted his own straightforward reply of liking him in return. The sound of the train grew fainter, leaving the station momentarily tranquil. Fan Jin smiled joyfully, raising a hand to touch his lips, and departed with a beaming expression. Meanwhile, Jian Xiu sat stiffly on the train, irritable as he leaned back with his eyes shut, attempting to rest, yet the cacophony of the train rendered him incapable of finding peace. At that moment, he unexpectedly retrieved a medal from his pocket, feeling a surge of anxiety as he remembered how Fan Jin had tugged at his back during their earlier embrace, a detail he had initially overlooked. Gazing at the medal, his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Fan Jin. "I completed the mission. Could you please wear that medal for me?" Jian Xiu was momentarily stunned, his fingers trembling as he hastily replied, "Okay." The driver, filled with excitement, patted the steering wheel with enthusiasm, causing a blaring horn that startled him into restraint, unable to suppress his silly grin as he hummed a cheerful tune. A child on the train observed Jian Xiu, whose face was flushed, alternating between silly smiles and moments of vexation as he clutched his phone. Curiously, the child asked his mother, "Mama, what's wrong with the brother?" The mother glanced at Jian Xiu and whispered to her child, "He must have encountered something delightful. Look how red his face is." The child beamed with joy. Chapter 36. At the airport entrance, Xie Huqing beamed at the astonished Ji Yu Kai, playfully hooking his arm around Ji Yu Kai's neck and pinching his cheek. "What is the matter? Aren't you glad to see me? Your family doesn't fly this kind of plane?" Ji Yu Kai replied with exasperation. Xie Huqing shrugged. "I've decided to stay at your place for a few days before heading home." Ji Yu Kai, maintaining a stern expression, swatted Xie Huqing's hand away. With a cheeky smile, Xie Huqing followed closely behind, chattering incessantly during the hour-long flight, while Ji Yu Kai remained unresponsive. Finding the silence dull, Xie Huqing playfully pinched Ji Yukai's cheek, provoking a furious outburst from Ji Yukai, which drew the attention of a flight attendant who reminded them to keep the noise down. Xie Huqing cheerfully acknowledged her, seizing the moment to grasp Ji Yukai's hand. I'm sorry. He's in a bad mood, let me handle him. Ji Yukai shot Xie Huqing a cold glare, quickly retracting his hand, warning, if you keep this up, I won't acknowledge you. All right, Xie Huqing replied, immediately becoming more subdued, merely gazing at Ji Yukai with a tender smile as he dozed off. Though Ji Yukai kept his eyes shut, he was far from asleep, restless under Xie Huqing's antics. Upon disembarking, Xie Huqing followed Ji Yukai closely, marveling at the fresh air and pleasant surroundings. Ji Yukai remained silent as they arrived at the Ji household, where only a housekeeper was present, following his parents' divorce. Ji Yukai had moved in with his father, who was perpetually occupied with business and had little time for him. Recently, his father's business had encountered difficulties, and even during the holidays, he had not inquired about Ji Yukai's well-being. Xie Huqing made himself comfortable, ordering, "Little Kai, pour me a glass of water." Adhering to the principle of hospitality, Ji Yukai obliged. The housekeeper brought out a plate of fruit, smiling as she addressed Ji Yukai. "You must be Little Kai's friend, this is the first time he has brought a friend home." "Aunt Liu," Ji Yukai quickly interjected, "you can go about your duties, he doesn't need looking after." After Aunt Liu departed, Xie Huqing grinned proudly at Ji Yukai. "So, I'm the first friend you've brought home." Ji Yukai shot him an exasperated look, presenting the fruit platter. "When are you leaving?" "Enjoy yourself and then go." Xie Huqing stretched lazily. "Where will I sleep?" Ji Yukai pointed to the guest room, to which Xie Huqing replied with a mischievous grin, "Why don't we share a bed? Two bodies cuddling would be warmer." Ji Yukai's mouth twitched as he was about to retort when Xie Huqing promptly dragged his suitcase into the guest room, taking a deep breath. Ji Yukai followed behind, noting that everything had just been tidied up. "Thank you," Xie Huqing exclaimed as he flopped onto the bed. Ji Yukai, wrinkling his nose in distaste, walked away. During dinner, Ji Yukai reluctantly called Xie Huqing to join him. After the meal, Xie Huqing insisted on taking Ji Yukai out for a stroll to see the night scenery, continuously inquiring about Ji Yukai's brother, Luo Mu. Ji Yukai felt his temper rising, yet was unable to withstand Xie Huqing's relentless curiosity. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "My brother and Luo Mu are good friends, it's because of him that my brother went abroad with my mother." "Why?" Xie Huqing asked, puzzled. Ji Yukai shook his head. "Ask him yourself, but I advise against it." Xie Huqing nodded, then chuckled, "I was merely curious, seeing how upset you get about Luo Mu. I thought you liked him." Ji Yukai's mouth twitched as he kicked Xie Huqing, who failed to dodge in time, clutching his leg and grinning as he followed behind. Ji Yukai found himself reluctantly entangled with Xie Huqing, rising early each day to explore the city together. One day, upon returning home utterly exhausted, Ji Yukai noticed someone surveying his house, while his father bore a look of despair. Ji Yukai rushed over. "Dad, what is going on?" Xie Huqing, cheerful, quickly silenced himself. Ji Yukai's father patted his shoulder before retreating indoors. Ji Yukai frowned, casting a glance at Xie Huqing before hastily following inside. Xie Huqing stood at the door, watching the surveyor with a grim expression, knowing that Ji Yukai's father intended to sell the house and understanding the reasons behind it. When Ji Yukai emerged, dragging his suitcase with a somber countenance, he declared, "I'll take you to the airport." Xie Huqing, without further inquiry, accepted his suitcase, glancing at the surveyor before falling silent. Upon reaching the airport, Xie Huqing grasped Ji Yukai's arm, wearing a helpless smile. "Stay with me for a moment." To his surprise, Ji Yukai did not refuse, sitting beside him in silence as they observed the bustling crowd. They remained seated until it was time for Xie Huqing's flight, at which point he stood, beaming at Ji Yukai. "Little Kai, come here, give me a hug." Ji Yukai looked up, hesitating before rising. Xie Huqing promptly embraced him. Ji Yukai was momentarily taken aback, tentatively returning the hug before quickly releasing him. Xie Huqing, with a rueful smile, tightened his hold, aware that their next meeting might be far off, perhaps never to occur again. "You should go now," Ji Yukai said coldly. Xie Huqing released him, turning to drag his suitcase towards the boarding gate, but suddenly stopped and ran back to Guchi. Gu Kai was taken aback as hands firmly grasped his face and warm lips pressed fiercely against his own. Gu Kai's body trembled, eyes wide with astonishment, the surrounding noise snapping him back to reality as he pushed Xie Huqing away, his voice trembling. You must know where to draw the line with jokes. Xie Huqing gazed at him with a forlorn expression. I'm not joking, I've liked you from the start. Gu Kai furrowed his brow, his face flushing crimson. Xie Huqing stepped closer, reaching out to embrace him. Gu Kai instinctively recoiled, fists clenched as he coldly regarded Xie Huqing, his voice quivering. My father has gone bankrupt because of your family, you're aware of that, aren't you? Xie Huqing hesitated, lowering his gaze before looking back up defiantly. That's their issue, it has nothing to do with us. I know, Gu Kai replied with a bitter smile. Xie Huqing cautiously approached, placing a hand on Gu Kai's shoulder. Gu Kai did not flinch this time. And Xie Huqing smiled gently, wrapping his arms around Gu Kai. If anything happens, just call me. I'll always be there for you. Gu Kai remained silent, briefly embracing Xie Huqing before quickly letting go. Fearing he might end up like his brother and dreading facing his father, Xie Huqing released him, smiling as he boarded the plane. Gu Kai stood rooted in place until he heard the plane take off before turning to leave. The Gu family had gone bankrupt, utterly and completely. Gu Kai and his father were crammed into a dilapidated house, with his father drowning his sorrows in alcohol, having become a full-fledged drunkard. To escape and for survival, Gu Kai took on a job, returning home each day to find his father in a drunken stupor. Initially, Gu Kai tried to reason with him, even arguing, but he eventually grew accustomed to it. Spending this year's New Year in the same manner, the following day, as Gu Kai prepared for work, he noticed messages and missed calls from Xie Huqing. He ignored them and placed Xie Huqing on his blacklist. On the subway to work, where the holiday pay was triple, he opted to go. While seated, he pulled out his phone and immediately removed Xie Huqing from the blacklist, but still refrained from answering his calls or responding to his messages. Chapter 37. During the summer break, the Yun family returned, and Mingqing also came back. Mingmama joyfully grasped her daughter's hand. You're finally back, I was almost suffocated during this time. Curious, Mingqing asked. What happened? Mingmama glanced upstairs. Your brother is preparing for his graduate entrance exam, staying cooped up all day, and Luo Mu is so quiet, it's been dreadfully boring. Mingqing felt a pang of embarrassment. All right then, Luo Mu, upon seeing Mingqing return, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It had been excruciatingly difficult to maintain a facade of ease in front of Mingmama during this time. Since that day, Minghan has scarcely spent time alone with himself, preferring to remain in his room, engrossed in his preparations for the graduate entrance examination, emerging only for meals, during which he silently devours his food without uttering a word. When they do encounter each other, their interactions are limited to polite smiles. Mingmama observes her daughter with keen curiosity, inquiring about Yunmeng. Next door, Mingqing responds, her curiosity piqued. And what about Luo Mu and my brother? I noticed Minghan was studying all day, so I sent him and Luo Mu to buy groceries. Mingmama replies with a satisfied smile. Luo Mu is simply perfect, academically gifted, polite, and an excellent cook. He is quite handsome as well. If it weren't for Yunmeng's exceptional qualities, I might have considered him as my son-in-law. Mingqing blushes, exasperation evident as she admonishes, Mom, please don't let Yunmeng hear you say that. Mingmama chuckles, wrapping her arms around her daughter. Yunmeng is quite delightful too. Of course, Mingqing beams with pride. At the market's entrance, Minghan walks ahead, while Luo Mu trails behind, maintaining a respectful distance and refraining from conversation. When Minghan pauses at a vegetable stall, the kindly vendor asks, what would you like? With a furrowed brow, Minghan appears troubled. Luo Mu approaches, suggesting, vegetables. Minghan lifts his gaze to meet Luo Mu's calm smile. He says nothing. Ever since Luo Mu arrived at the Ming household, Minghan has not once purchased groceries himself, his skills in this area diminishing, watching Luo Mu navigate the task with ease. Minghan sighs, my mother says I should learn to buy groceries and cook from you. You needn't learn, Luo Mu replies, taking the packaged meat with a fond gaze. I can prepare meals for you. Minghan is momentarily taken aback, his face flushing crimson as he quickly averts his gaze, changing the subject. Mingqing is back, let us buy some fish and meat, she enjoys that, Luo Mu agrees. Following closely behind, they exit the market, bags in hand, with Minghan requesting Luo Mu to drive while he occupies himself with his phone. Luo Mu, attempting to spark conversation, smiles gently. Aunt Ming's car is quite pleasant to drive. Yes, my mother is quite fond of it, Minghan replies proudly, looking up at him. Luo Mu pauses, their eyes locking, but Minghan hastily returns to his phone. Luo Mu sighs, resigned, as he drives them closer to the Ming residence. He pulls over, glancing at the still distracted Minghan. Mingqing is back, perhaps I should head home. Minghan blinks, confused, gazing at Luo Mu's resigned expression. What do you mean? Mingqing likes you, why would you leave? Moreover, it's not safe for you to go back alone, but she'll notice, Luo Mu replies, his brow furrowed. Minghan is momentarily speechless. Luo Mu forces a smile, his expression wistful as he leans in to embrace Minghan. Whispering tremulously in his ear, I've already booked my ticket for tomorrow. Minghan freezes, eyes widening as Luo Mu tilts his head to meet his gaze, their proximity allowing Minghan to almost hear his breath. You really don't like me, Luo Mu states with a bittersweet smile. Minghan immediately turns his head, their eyes locking once more, and Minghan feels the warmth of Luo Mu's gaze settle on his lips. Luo Mu leans in gently, but Minghan, startled, quickly turns away. Luo Mu frowns, releasing him and returning silently to the Ming household. Luo Mu maintains his usual demeanor, betraying no sign of disturbance, while Minghan appears lost in thought. Ignoring Mingqing's attempts to engage him in conversation, during dinner, Luo Mu announces his intention to return home the following day. Ming Mama, taken aback, interjects with a serious expression, I cannot agree. Your father has stated you should remain here. It is too dangerous for you to go home alone. It's not as if I cannot support you, and your father frequently sends money. Why would you leave? Is it because of me? Or Mingqing, or perhaps Minghan? Mingqing looks at her mother in surprise, not expecting such an outburst. Luo Mu smiles gently, I haven't been home in years, I wish to see my father. What I say is final, Ming Mama insists, rising angrily to retreat upstairs. Minghan and Mingqing exchange glances, having rarely witnessed their mother's anger. This is a rare occurrence. Mingqing, unable to contain her amusement, declares, Luo Mu, just as you arrive, you intend to leave. I also disagree. She nudges Minghan playfully. Minghan, momentarily taken aback, gazes at Luo Mu's impassive expression and hesitates before saying, perhaps you should stay a bit longer. Luo Mu looks surprised, his gaze now filled with hope. However, Minghan quickly shifts the topic, eagerly serving Mingqing some fish, remarking, this fish was specially bought for you, enjoy it. Mingqing nods, observing Luo Mu's melancholic expression and then glancing at Minghan. He seems guilty. She lowers her head, quietly eating. After dinner, Mingqing unexpectedly volunteers to wash the dishes, while Minghan enters Ming Mama's room, startled to find her wiping away tears. Mom, what's wrong? He asks, worry etched on his face. Ming Mama shakes her head, pulling him to sit beside her as she chokes back sobs. Actually, Luo Mu was sent to us because his father was ill. Not long after he arrived, his father passed away. Minghan is taken aback, eyes wide with astonishment. Is that true? Yes, Ming Mama replies, her pained smile revealing the gravity of the situation. His father feared that after losing his mother, he would not withstand the loss of his father, so he sent him here when he realized his time was short. Minghan's heart aches at her words, feeling as though it were being crushed. Breathless with sorrow, Luo Mu's mother was a narcotics officer who died in the line of duty. Ming Mama continues, her voice quivering. For these past years, he has only spoken with a simulated voice created by his mother's colleagues. The money in his account is also from those individuals. He is very obedient. Minghan wraps his arms around his mother, tears streaming down his face. Ming Mama whispers, we cannot allow him to return home, at least not now. I understand, Minghan replies softly. In the kitchen, Mingqing steals glances at Luo Mu, asking, did you argue with my brother? Luo Mu smiles and shakes his head. Mingqing notices the ring on Luo Mu's finger, identical to the one her brother wears. As an author of romantic fiction who often speculates about the two handsome men in her family, she has long been aware of the underlying dynamics. However, she is unbothered by it. Her concern lies with whether her mother would mind. With a sigh, she reflects on this. Luo Mu, curious, asks, "What is wrong? Did Yun Meng bully you?" Mingqing shakes her head, her expression resigned as she gazes at Luo Mu. "It is you. You talk about going home. Isn't he this your home? My mother is upset. Just stay here. No matter what. In my heart, you are family." Luo Mu pauses, a grateful smile spreading across his face. Mingqing playfully pinches his cheek, cheerfully assuring him, "Don't worry, my brother feels the same way." Luo Mu is momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of emotions. Mingqing shrugs, smiling, "To me, everything is equal." Seeing Luo Mu's bewildered expression, she chuckles, "You should go rest, I'll clean up." Luo Mu nods, his expression still complicated as he exits the kitchen, just as Minghan descends the stairs, this time. It is not Minghan who avoids Luo Mu, rather, Luo Mu turns and heads towards the bathroom. Luo Mu hesitates before following. In the bathroom, Luo Mu washes his face, and upon looking up, he sees Minghan enter. He blinks in surprise as Minghan approaches him, a resigned smile on his face. "What do you want to say?" Suddenly, Minghan pulls him close, compelling him to meet his gaze, and then, on his toes, kisses him fervently. Luo Mu stares in shock, but Minghan wraps his arms around his neck, kissing him passionately. Luo Mu pushes him away, brows knitted and anxiety etched on his face. "Is this to prevent me from leaving?" "Not entirely," Minghan replies, a radiant smile breaking across his face as if under a spell. Luo Mu instinctively pulls him closer, lowering his head to kiss him fervently. Minghan embraces his waist. Surprised at his own lack of resistance to the passionate kiss, when they emerge from the restroom, Mingqing sits in the living room, munching on snacks. She glances at the pair exiting, chuckling to herself without saying a word. Minghan ascends the stairs silently, while Luo Mu takes a seat beside Mingqing. She looks up at him, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "You're not leaving, are you?" "No," Luo Mu replies, his face alight with happiness. The next morning, Yun Meng arrives bright and early, and Minghan exclaims with irritation, "My sister just got back. Are you planning to whisk her away again?" Mingmama playfully swats her son. Laughing, "Don't listen to him." Mingqing shoots a glare at Minghan, while Yun Meng gazes tenderly at her. "Aunt Ming, my parents said you're all coming to our house for dinner tonight." "That sounds lovely," Mingmama responds readily. The families share a close bond that requires no formality. Yun Meng glances at Mingqing, hesitating before asking, "May I take Mingqing with me to buy groceries?" Mingmama pauses, then nods eagerly. "Of course, go ahead." Luo Mu smiles down at the scene, and Mingqing joyfully jumps to Yun Meng's side, grabbing her hand, watching the two depart hand in hand. Mingmama feigns sorrow, lamenting, "My daughter has been whisked away." My sister, Minghan adds, equally forlorn. Luo Mu chuckles, glancing over before saying, "Let us go help your uncle cook," Mingmama suggests, ushering the two children out the door before turning to enter Yun's household. Luo Mu observed the person washing vegetables, his voice gentle as he smiled, "It's all right, there's no need to rush." Minghan shot him a glare. He wasn't in a hurry, but standing so close to him made him involuntarily tense. A bit flustered, after dinner, Mingqing urged them to go out for a stroll, leaving only Mingmama and the Yun couple at home. Yun Meng clutched Mingqing's hand, while Minghan and Luo Mu followed behind. Mingqing turned back with a mischievous grin. "You two are not allowed to follow us." Minghan glared at her in frustration. "Is your gaze only for Yun Meng?" "Of course," Mingqing replied, wrapping her arm around Yun Meng's. Minghan rolled his eyes in disdain and turned to walk in the opposite direction. "Let's go, Luo Mu, others find us bothersome." Luo Mu paused, realizing this was the first time since that night someone had called him by that name. He smiled at Yun Meng, "Make sure to bring her back soon, or Minghan will truly worry." Yun Meng nodded with a smile, and Luo Mu turned to catch up. Minghan sighed, "My sister has truly been taken away." "Yun Meng is quite lovely," Luo Mu remarked from the side. Minghan glanced at him and nodded with a smile. The night was enchanting, and the people even more so. Luo Mu's gaze would tenderly drift towards the person beside him. He longed to hold his hand but felt too timid. Minghan noticed the person who had been staring at him and smiled helplessly. "Why are you silent? It is you who isn't speaking," Luo Mu replied with a wry smile. Minghan chuckled softly and remained quiet. They continued walking along the path that had once been his running route at night. A loop that would bring them home. A few secluded alleys lined the road, adding to its remoteness. As they approached the alley's entrance, they froze. A group of delinquents was approaching. Minghan was unconcerned, but Luomu immediately sensed danger and quickly grabbed him. At that moment, a man with a cold smirk called out from behind, "Young Master Ming, I've been searching for you." Minghan turned to see a man dressed in punk attire, around 35 years old. Flanked by a blonde accomplice, Luomu furrowed his brow. "If you are looking for me, let him go, let him go," the man sneered. "Isn't he your old flame?" Luomu's expression hardened as he glared at the man. He glanced at the blonde. "Weren't you supposed to avenge your friend? What are you waiting for?" The blonde laughed coldly and suddenly charged forward. Luomu released Minghan and struck the blonde, knocking him down. A group of individuals surrounded them, deliberately herding them into the alley, a place devoid of surveillance, ensuring that any disturbance would go unnoticed. The man and his gang encircled the two. Minghan wasn't particularly skilled in fighting, but Luomu was formidable, having learned various tactics from his stepmother's colleagues to deal with adversaries. The group's alternating attacks were no match for Luomu. The man, eyeing Minghan, who was sheltered behind Luomu, sneered and abruptly yanked Minghan. As Minghan's arm was twisted painfully, he cried out. Luomu immediately turned, shouting furiously, "Let him go. My mother is the one you should fear, not him." "Is that so?" the man mocked, shoving Minghan. "Let me see if he's worth keeping alive." Minghan froze momentarily, staring in shock at the man lunging towards him, desperately struggling and shouting, "Shameless, let go of me, you disgusting creature." The man slapped him hard, causing Minghan to see stars and feel disoriented. Luomu yelled, kicking away the people around him, furiously declaring, "If you dare touch him, I will kill you." The man coldly regarded him, tearing at Minghan's clothing with a lewd grin. "Perhaps he will enjoy me more than you." Luomu charged forward in a fit of rage, only to be intercepted by his captors. The blonde, filled with fury, pounded Luomu's abdomen repeatedly. As the man began to unbuckle his pants, a triumphant smile on his face, Luomu screamed, "Don't touch him." The blonde, startled, turned to look. In that chaotic moment, Luomu broke free from his captors, shoved the blonde aside, and rushed forward, picking up a brick from the ground and striking downwards in anger. The siren of a police car pierced the still night air, a sound both mournful and authoritative. The next day, the family found themselves at the hospital. Minghan had no visible injuries but remained silent, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the ceiling. Mingmama had cried throughout the night, her eyes red from weeping as she gazed at the figure in the hospital bed, while Yunmeng sat beside her, holding on to her, completely exhausted from crying. When the police entered the room, Minghan's eyes shifted. As the only witness, Mingmama, weary and drained, made her way to the police station to meet Luomu. The man had died, struck down by a single blow, his pants down when he died, yet there had been no women present. The police found it odd, and the autopsy revealed no signs of sexual activity. The other delinquents, terrified by their leader's demise, scattered and were subsequently apprehended. After Luomu's incident, his mother's workplace sent representatives. Due to the nature of the crime and the circumstances of justifiable self-defense, the charges were somewhat lessened. On the day of the court ruling, Minghan did not attend. Luomu observed Mingmama, her face streaked with tears, alongside Mingqing, and cast a glance at Yunmeng, saying, "No one is allowed to bully Mingqing." Yunmeng's eyes were slightly red as she nodded in agreement, while Luomu glanced at Chiming, offering a faint smile without uttering a word. Chiming's eyes were swollen from crying, and soon Xiaohaking and Jinshu arrived. Luomu smiled at their tear-streaked faces as he turned to head to the car. At that moment, Ji Kai rushed over, breathless and calling, "Wait!" Luomu turned back, and Ji Kai, panting and leaning on his knees, looked up at him with a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, my brother has never blamed you. It was my jealousy seeing how much he liked you and listened to you that made me resentful." Luomu smiled lightly. "I understand, hence I never took it to heart." Ji Kai paused, watching as Luomu, handcuffed and dressed in prison garb, was led away by the police. Mingmama fainted on the spot, and Mingqing cried out in alarm, while Yun Pupper quickly supported her as they hurried to the car. With Luomu gone, Minghan fell silent, not uttering a word since that day, skipping the court verdict and not seeing him off. Minghan was set to study abroad, his reluctance to leave had been inexplicable, But now he understood why he was so unwilling to depart. On the day of his departure at the airport, Jinxiu did not show up. In truth, that Fan Jin figure had been an undercover agent. And upon completing his mission, he had met his demise. Jinxiu attended his funeral, but thereafter vanished from sight, holding a medal in his hand, staring blankly outside the dormitory, as if he had been drained of life. On that day, Ji Kai also did not appear. His father had fallen to his death from a rental apartment due to alcoholism. Ji Kai's mother was returning to take him to America. But Ji Kai refused and returned to school. When Minghan boarded the plane, Mingqing handed him a letter from Luomu. On the flight to America, Minghan gripped the ring on his finger, curling up and weeping like a child. Minghan, by the time you see this letter, I imagine you will have already departed. Mingqing mentioned you are going abroad to study, which is wonderful. You are so intelligent and will surely achieve great things. There is something else. That night was initiated by me. I was also drunk, but I was aware. In Mingqing's words, I was the one pursuing you. You fool. Mingqing visited me that day. She said she would help me write a perfect story. I told her to portray you as the pursuer, making it seem like you loved me. She exploded in anger, furious that you weren't the one pursuing me. So I believe she will surely agree to my request. Minghan, this is not a big deal, just think of it as a one-night stand gone awry. However, that Fu Shengxi is truly not suitable for you. You deserve someone far better. Minghan, don't read those comics anymore. You are too naive, and if you encounter someone like me again, you will be bullied. I do not regret picking up that brick. I am grateful to have protected you. I remember once asking my mom why she chose such a dangerous job as a police officer. She told me it was to protect the country she loved and the family she cherished. I am not as capable as my mother. I simply wanted to protect the person I love. And I succeeded, so you should be happy for me, not sad. Oh, and I've returned the ring to you. I hope that one day you can wear it for the one you love. And I wish for your happiness. May your future be bright, and do not dwell on the past. The flight attendant stood beside the trembling individual, holding the letter, unsure of what to do. She noticed the words written on the paper he clutched tightly. By the time I am released, I will have forgotten you, and I will watch you happily from afar. Later, Jinxiu enlisted in the army, carrying that medal with him. His once fair skin had turned a wheatish hue, and he bore a serious expression. Identical to when he donned his uniform, each year on the anniversary of his death, he would sit by his grave, just as he did this time. I am going on a mission now. Jinxiu gazed at the smiling photograph on the gravestone, his eyes reddening as he chuckled bitterly. You said that back then too. I have been waiting for you to finish your mission and come home. Jinxiu smiled, looking up at the azure sky as he allowed his tears to flow back, laughing softly. I should have taken you home that day at the station. Jinxiu lowered his head to gently caress the photograph on the gravestone. A bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he remarked, You, my friend, are not one to be swayed by wealth. Even the meal I promised you seems to hold no allure. At that moment, the couple from the Fan family, also visiting their son, paused in surprise before approaching Jinxiu. Startled, Jinxiu quickly rose, wiped away his tears, and forced a smile, saying, Uncle, Auntie, I shall not intrude upon your moment. Fan Mama, noticing his intent to leave, hurriedly called out, Do come back this new year and celebrate with us. Jinxiu hesitated, turning to glance at the Fan couple. Fan Uncle smiled warmly, his face radiating kindness, while Fan Mama dabbed at her tears, expressing, We realized at the funeral that you were the girlfriend he spoke of. Had we known earlier, we would not have urged him to seek companionship. Perhaps then he would have found greater joy. He was always very happy, Jinxiu replied, tears shimmering in his eyes as he smiled. Such is the nature of existence, it is only in loss that one truly comprehends the value of life. Ji Kai experienced a similar fate. After his father's passing, he severed ties with Xiao Qing and had not seen him since. At a job recruitment fair, he secured a position at a reputable company and was preparing to depart when Qiming came to see him off. Are you coming back after your wedding? Qiming inquired with a smile. Ji Kai chuckled softly, now clad in a sharply tailored suit, having long since shed the capriciousness of youth. Of course, he replied with a grin. Mingqing insists that Luomu must witness her wedding. How could I allow myself to be outdone by Luomu? I simply must attend. As Qiming watched him board the plane, she recalled how she had submitted his resume, a task she undertook at someone else's behest.